Immortality begins by becoming an alchemy master. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 201, Inducing Evil into the Body, Perfecting the Body Refining. You want to draw evil spirits into your body. In the cave at the bottom of the lake, Wang Yuan looked at Luo Chen in surprise. Luo Chen nodded, "That's right." Wang Yuan frowned, "Aren't you going to concentrate on the path of key refining, and never be distracted?" He misunderstood. Luo Chen smiled, "Brother Wang, in your opinion, Mingshan Posha is a technique for refining the body and the mind. For me, it is a method for refining ki and even the mind. I understand." The two have known each other for many years and have a tacit understanding. When Luo Chen said this, Wang Yuan knew what he meant. Mingshan Posha was originally created to refine essence into ki and embark on the path of immortality. It's just that because the founder is a martial arts master, it has the special properties of refining the mind, and even refining the body. It can be said that this is a low-level technique with strong plasticity. Wang Yuan chose to move it towards body refining. Luo Chen used it to refine his mind in the early stage, but now he plans to gradually lean towards refining the spirit. Wang Yuan understood Luo Chen's plan. However, to be on the safe side, he still cautiously asked Luo Chen about his progress in breaking the evil spirit. The evil spirit entering the body is no joke. Luo Chen was naturally full of confidence. His proficiency had long been perfected, and he was only one step away from the Grandmaster level. After years of training, his will was also unyielding. Now he has established his foundation and can use his spiritual consciousness freely. It should not be difficult to control the evil spirit entering the body. Seeing Luo Chen's confidence, Wang Yuan took out a piece of rock pumice from his storage bag. "Although I have been consolidating the great perfection of ki refining in recent years, but there is not much evil spirit accumulated in my body. Take this one first." The rock pumice stone handed over was pushed back by Luo Chen. While Wang Yuan was puzzled, Luo Chen pointed his finger downwards to the ground. "There should be a lot of earth fire evil ki down here." Wang Yuan was stunned, and subconsciously said, "The spirit bane of Xiaohu mountain is born from the earth fire, and the finished earth fire will naturally have the corresponding earth fire evil. But if the earth fire evil is removed, won't this earth fire spiritual vein be useless?" Suddenly, he reacted. He pointed at Luo Chen with a smile. "Are you planning to loot everything before leaving?" Luo Chen smiled. "Brother Wang, just say it. Do you have any way to collect the earth fire evil?" Wang Yuan said helplessly, "I relied on the Mingshan to break the evil spirit, embarked on the immortal path, and achieved the second level of body refining. Do you think I have any way? Let's go." In the alchemy room, all the idle people have been transferred away by Luo Chen. Only he is left, guarding it alone. Looking at the hole that draws the earth fire out, Luo Chen's scalp is slightly numb. He never thought that Wang Yuan's way to collect the earth fire evil is such a stupid way. Go deep into the earth veins, in the hot and high temperature magma, to find the evil spirit of the earth fire. Thinking of swimming in the area full of rolling magma? Luo Chen shuddered. Fortunately, Xiaohu mountain is a dead volcano. Otherwise, the consequences of my scorching sun technique may not be as simple as creating a small lake. After watching for a while, there was no response. Luo Chen paced in the alchemy room. After a large amount of evil spirits in the earth fire were extracted, this place would be ruined. It's not that the mountain is destroyed. But without the essence of the evil spirit of the earth fire, this area of the earth fire is completely unfinished. Even the ice and fire spirit spring on the top of the mountain is afraid that it will be destroyed because of the imbalance of yin and yang. Luo Chen felt a little distressed. After all, for alchemists, the earth fire is always the best tool for alchemy. After the cultivator is promoted to the foundation, relying on liquid spiritual energy, he can cast a stronger foundation fire than the ordinary fireball technique. But this kind of true fire is rarely used by foundation building cultivators unless it is a critical moment. The loss of spiritual fluid is too great. Generally speaking, true fire is only used to sacrifice magic weapons, or to be used at critical moments. Why are magic weapons standard for Jinden stage cultivators? The reason is that Jinden stage cultivators can use true fire at will to sacrifice magic weapons. Even if foundation building cultivators get magic weapons, they have to spend a long time to slowly sacrifice and refine them to master them at will. Mishuho seemed to have 3 magic weapons in his hands at the beginning. But in the counterattack before death, he did not kill even one cultivator in the early stage of foundation building. It can be seen that the more treasures of this kind, the better. But the more suitable it is for oneself, the better. In this way, it is reasonable for using sword sect to dominate with combat power. As long as you are promoted to foundation building, the sword sect will give sword pills to your disciples. And the sword pills are the embryos of magic weapons. From the foundation building stage, they have been constantly nurturing and refining. Once it is promoted to the level of magic weapon, even if it is just the initial entry into the lower grade magic weapon level, its power is definitely far beyond that of ordinary lower grade magic weapons. The way of weapons is not weaker than the way of alchemy. From casting weapons to maintaining weapons, and then to using them, it is full of principles. It's a pity that without this earth fire, the efficiency of alchemy will probably drop again in the future. I wonder if there is any over at Taishan. Thoughts always spread endlessly. In Luo Chen's random reverie, time passed by minute. Suddenly, a steaming figure flew out of the cave that received the earth fire. Fortunately, you have fulfilled your mission. Wang Yuan, who was wearing a fireproof robe, threw 10 pieces of rock pumice to Luo Chen. Luo Chen was surprised and said, "So many." Wang Yuan patted his storage bag. "I still have some here. Although I have reached the second stage of physical training, the first level earth fire evil spirit has little effect on me, but it is better to have it than not." Luo Chen happily put away the 9 pieces of rock pumice. Turning his head, he activated the formation set up by the monks of Alio Mountain, and drew out a wisp of underground fire. The fire was weak, 1/3 less than usual. It's a pity for the spiritual land. Wang Yuan smiled slightly. "What's the decision you made? Do you regret it?" "There's no regret to speak of." Luo Chen shrugged and spread his hands. "Anyway, we are leaving. We can't not take something with us. If you want to take it away, it's better to keep it in your body." Wang Yuan's face was serious. Looking at Luo Chen, he said seriously, "The first time you draw evil spirits into your body is often the most dangerous. Just try it here, I'll check it for you." "Okay." Luo Chen was not hypocritical. The piece of rock pumice left behind was prepared for this moment. In front of Wang Yuan, Luo Chen stretched out his hand and threw it. The rock pumice stone was suspended in the air. A wisp of spiritual power slowly flew out and drilled into the sealed honeycomb hole. The art of controlling evil spirits. Luo Chen's current method of drawing evil spirits is not just a crude method of breaking evil spirits with the spirit of the god. He also incorporated the control technique given to him by the immortal monk who built a residence in Alio Mountain. In this way, whether it is controlling evil spirits or drawing evil spirits into the body, it will be more convenient. Under Luo Chen's control. Soon, a wisp of light red flame slowly merged into Luo Chen's body from his chest and abdomen. In just a moment, severe pain spread throughout Luo Chen's body. Luo Chen clenched his teeth and resisted the pain with great will. He even had the leisure to judge the degree of pain. It was slightly higher than the usual practice of clearing the spirit to break the evil spirits, and much lower than the trouble of the root of the tongue when building the foundation. In his ears, Wang Yuan's earnest teachings came. Clear your mind and see your nature, and unite your mind and will. Draw the evil spirits into the body, break and unite them. Remember, you not only have to endure the pain, you also have to learn to break anyone and anything that brings you pain. Now, who brings you pain? In the dark, Luo Chen guided a wisp of spiritual power and hit the small flame that entered his body fiercely. In an instant, the flames collapsed. Countless streams of fire fled in all directions, drilling into Luo Chen's skin, bones, blood, and even acupoints. At the same time, a sharp pain like burning came. It was like a volcanic eruption. Luo Chen's whole body was shaken, and illusory flames appeared outside his body. The air seemed to be burned and twisted. Wang Yuan, who was standing aside, changed his face and subconsciously stretched out his hand. However, before he touched Luo Chen, he stopped. Under his gaze, those illusory flames seemed to be attracted by something and drilled back into Luo Chen's body. All the scorching heat was contained in Luo Chen's body. The 5 internal organs are all burning, and the 5 organs are all forged. He actually realized this so quickly. No, it seems that this earth fire evil is particularly suitable for him to practice. Wang Yuan muttered to himself, with a thoughtful look on his face. He stood a little further away and watched Luo Chen practice quietly. When he saw it, it was dawn. Who? Luo Chen let out a long breath. It was not an exhalation in the ordinary sense, but an exhalation in the literal sense. A wisp of black smoke came out of his mouth. The smoke was long, like a dragon of air. Luo Chen was stunned for a moment, and quickly used a cleansing spell to eliminate all the smoke and fire on his body. He stood up from the ground. Crackle. A dense sound suddenly sounded. It was like stir-fried soybeans, or like bamboo joints bursting. Luo Chen was stunned again. Don't move. Along with the sound, there was also a force of air. It hit Luo Chen with a snap. It didn't hurt? How could this force of air have the power of a full-strength attack from a low-grade magic weapon? Brother Wang, what am I doing? Wang Yuan smiled slightly and nodded to him. Yes, you have already completed the first stage of body refining. Is it that simple? Even though he had a guess, Luo Chen still felt incredible after hearing the answer. In his opinion, body refining requires 100 kinds of tempering and 1,000 kinds of polishing. In the trials of blood and fire again and again, an unparalleled physique is forged. Well, there is such an example in front of me. But I have been walking along the way. Although there are many battles, I am more like the magician in the online game in my previous life, moving turrets and shooting nuclear bombs from a distance. I rarely fight with the enemy in close combat. How did I complete the first level of body refining? Seeing his incredible face, Wang Yuan laughed dumbly. You don't think body refining is difficult? Isn't it? Really not. Wang Yuan shook his head, or rather, low-level body refining is really not difficult. After Wang Yuan's explanation, Luo Chen realized that his previous cognition was a big misunderstanding. Body refining is different from key refining. The latter is about hard work, accumulating day by day, and forming a magnificent atmosphere. But the former is about the accumulation of resources. If the resources are enough, just do it in one step and crush it directly. Why else is there a saying in the secular world that the poor can do literature while the rich can do martial arts? If your family doesn't have some money, you won't dare to practice body cultivation. Think about it again. How much resources have you spent on body cultivation over the years? Now that you use the Mingshan Posha for the first time, it's just to poke open that layer of window paper for you. Luo Chen suddenly realized he really spent a lot of thought on this body. Wang Yuan continued to talk freely, and his insights on body cultivation were eloquent. Of course, you shouldn't be complacent. It seems that you have reached the first level of body cultivation, but in fact, if you fight against a real first-level body cultivator, you will lose miserably without using immortal means. Thanks to the spiritual energy feeding back to the flesh, most high-level cultivators are not weak in physique. But they rarely use their bodies to fight directly. After all, body cultivators and key cultivators have two completely different ways of fighting. Whether it's means, tactics, or courage and strategy, etc. Seeing that Wang Yuan was about to continue talking, Luo Chen interrupted him helplessly. That is to say, I only have the realm of body refining now, but no actual power, right? Wang Yuan nodded. Luo Chen said nonchalantly, it's okay, after all, it's also a pleasant surprise. My focus will still be on key refining. It's great that you have this understanding. Wang Yuan took out a thick book from the storage bag. But stones from other mountains can be used to polish jade. Occasionally, you can also learn about the specific practice methods of body refining. In desperate situations, it may become a trump card for you. Come to think of it, you have established your foundation, and I didn't give you any gifts. This Wang family secret book is a set of practice methods that I have studied by combining my early martial arts, recent body refining experience, blood path, and the Xiangpeng transformation. Take it and have a look, and return it to me after a while. Luo Chen's eyes lit up and he took it immediately. He was still mumbling. A gift you give away, do you have to return it? Wang Yuan scolded with a bad smile, of course you have to return it. I haven't figured out how to cultivate to the third level of body refining. Finally, you can't trust everything in this secret book. You must combine it with your own physical condition and extract its essence, understand? Luo Chen happily put it into the storage bag. He understands. How could he not understand? After all, this thing was tailor-made for him by Wang Yuan. It is not completely suitable for him. The two chatted for a few words, and Wang Yuan went back. Luo Chen stayed in the alchemy room, and he still had to make pills later. While no one came yet, he checked his condition again. The original purpose of drawing evil spirits into the body was not to refine the body. The perfection of the first level of body refining was just a pleasant surprise. His main purpose was to increase the foundation of the soul. After a night of practice, the growth of the soul was not too obvious. The range of the external spiritual consciousness was only 1 or 2 meters larger than before. This is not a big improvement for the spiritual consciousness that counts in Li. But it is indeed an improvement. This proves that Luo Chen's idea is not wrong. The strange skill of Mingxin Posha does have a slight effect on the soul refining. It's just that the efficiency is too low. If its proficiency level is higher, will there be any changes? Click on the attribute panel. Mingxin Posha Perfect 401/500. Seeing this number, Luo Chen was refreshed. Chapter 202, A Lone Sail in the Distance, the Lancang River Rushing. Increased a little. A little, it seems very little. But you have to know that Luo Chen had reached the perfect level a long time ago. When he reached the great perfection of the key refining stage, his proficiency was around 350. Later, he broke through the foundation building stage and went through 3 years of seclusion. After such a long time, he only increased his proficiency by 100 points, which was as slow as a snail. It often takes many times to increase a little proficiency. Unexpectedly, this time with the help of the evil spirit training, the proficiency increased so quickly. If the speed does not slow down later, relying on the 10 pieces of rock pumice on my body now, that is, 100 strands of earth fire evil spirit, I can almost reach the master level. Even if the quantity is not enough, I can borrow some from Brother Wang. He never worried whether Wang Yuan would lend him. Brother. The master level Mingxin Posha may be able to improve the soul and have a good effect. Move the herbs in. Put it there, put it on the shelf first. While Luo Chen was thinking, there was a bustling sound outside. Chu Lingjin's mature voice was particularly eye-catching. The door of the alchemy room opened. Chu Lingjin looked at Luo Chen inside and was stunned for a moment. Master, you're here so early. Luo Chen's face was serious. Lingjin, a day's plan begins in the morning, you're lazy. After that, he left the alchemy room to make preparations for alchemy. Chu Lingjin stood in the alchemy room blankly, not coming back to his senses. He subconsciously walked out and looked at the foggy sky outside. Am I not here early enough? Yes. I used to hear Aunt Gu and Aunt Xia say that Master often gets up at Yinxi and Maoshi in the early morning to practice and process medicinal materials. I'm really not working hard enough. He clenched his fists tightly, with an inspiring look in his eyes. Master, Lingjin will definitely not let you down, and you must work harder in the future. The preparations before leaving are extremely complicated. Even Luo Chen is very busy. Alchemy, alchemy, and alchemy. In 3 months, he has to refine as many Chalcedony pills as possible. In this way, he will have enough funds to establish himself in other places. In addition to refining the elixir, he went to the outer area of the ghost town to capture ghosts and help by Mealing practice. He did not stop practicing the Mingxin Posha. This technique created by the secular martial arts master is really unique. It is obviously a 4-legged beast, but it has improved all aspects. Now Luo Chen focuses on tempering his will and training his soul, and gradually has a definite direction. It is no longer a 4-legged beast, but a spiritual practice designated by Luo Chen. Wang Yuan was not idle either. With Luo Chen's affirmation, he went deep into the earth veins every night to grab the earth fire evil spirit. It took a full 10 days to collect it. Luo Chen asked for another 10 copies, and the extra ones all belonged to Wang Yuan. This is also a considerable asset. If he sells it, Wang Yuan can also accumulate some wealth. The only sequelae is probably that the earth fire of Xiaohun Mountain is getting weaker and weaker. Later, when Chu Lingjin was refining the elixir, he couldn't even use the formation to draw the earth fire out. He was shocked. Luo Chen calmed him down and returned to the original method of making alchemy with firewood. In this way, time passed like water. 1 month later, on Xiaohun Mountain, more than 300 cultivators looked at the huge flying boat that slowly rose into the sky with complicated expressions. It was 30 feet long and 15 feet wide. It was suspended in the sky, as if it could cover the clouds and avoid the sun. When they stepped on this flying boat, it meant that they would be away from Daofang, their homeland. What would the outside world be like? Would there be a new life? Would they be able to come back after many years? No one knew. They only knew that a ghost king would be born in Daofang soon, and this place would become a hell on earth. It was not suitable for human cultivation. So, this time they had to leave. No matter how reluctant, confused, or hesitant they were. When the flying boat stopped, a figure stuck his head out and waved to the people below. It was Duan Feng. To operate such a large flying boat, only he and Luo Chen in Luo Chen Club can do it. The former relies on skills, and the latter relies on realm. Luo Chen stood below and nodded in approval. Among the Duan family's inheritance, apart from the puppet that is comparable to the great perfection of the key refining stage, this Sky Eagle flying boat is the most valuable. Murin Kinglian stood aside and smiled. Indeed, this flying boat is of high grade and can carry thousands of people. The price is definitely among the top-grade magic tools, and it is also top-notch. The Duan family left 3 flying boats. 2 are of high grade and 1 is of medium grade. When Luo Chen went to see Suji of Lauren's sect before, he took another one. As for the medium grade one, he gave it to Sima Weiyang. After all, he is the president of Luo Chen Club, so he has to have some appearance when traveling. President, I will arrange for everyone to board the boat first. Okay. Luo Chen nodded and still stood behind. Watching one person after another go up, Luo Chen turned his head and said to Qin Liangjun, my sister-in-law's progress in cultivation seems to have surpassed you. Qin Liangjun nodded calmly, not surprised that Luo Chen could see through it. Luo Chen frowned. Didn't the Nangong family give you a piece of lotus 7-hole lotus root? After using it, there is no effect. Of course there is an effect. Qin Liangjun sighed and smiled bitterly. But it's not as good as the original after all. The lotus 7-hole lotus root is as high as the 3rd level. Can't it be restored to its original state? Luo Chen looked at Qin Liangjun with the gray hair at the temples, and had a bad premonition in his heart. When he first met Qin Liangjun, the other party was in his prime, but only 49 years old. Luo Chen was very sure of this. Because he had to judge the cultivation speed of various spiritual root qualifications, he asked Qin Liangjun for advice many times. Calculating the time, Qin Liangjun is now 57 years old. There are only 3 years left before the 60-year limit that is most suitable for breaking through the foundation. And he was still a long way from reaching the great perfection of the key refining stage. On the contrary, his wife Murin Kinglian, who is relatively younger, came later and was about to reach the great perfection of the key refining stage. If this continues, Qin Liangjun will definitely miss the most suitable opportunity for breakthrough. When Luo Chen was thinking deeply, Qin Liangjun's voice of emotion sounded in his ears. Don't worry about me. I'm old, and I don't care about these things anymore. Now I'm healthy and well, and I'm much better than before. My only wish is to see Xiaohu. The Lauren sect and the Yuding Sword sect have fought, and I don't know how he is doing in there. Qin Liangjun smiled at Luo Chen, and then performed the wind control technique to fly onto the Sky Eagle boat. Looking at his back, Luo Chen felt a little heavy. Have you really taken it lightly? I'm afraid that he still can't let it go. Any practitioner will always be unwilling to be interrupted when he is only one step away from building a foundation. Sighed. Luo Chen was powerless. He had done his best for his friend Qin Liangjun, and even gave him the extremely precious foundation building pill. He had never been shortchanged in all kinds of resources. This can be seen from the fact that Murin Kinglian's cultivation progress was getting faster and faster. But cultivation is something that cannot be delegated to others. Everyone has their own fate. When Luo Chen was sighing, the Sky Eagle flying boat had already been loaded with people. Over the past few years, Luo Xianhu has developed, and under the strict requirements of Sima Weiyang, most of the people gathered are powerful and relatively clean. It is precisely because of this that the number has not increased. The number of more than 300 people is not worth mentioning for the Sky Eagle flying boat that can carry thousands of people. Master, get on board. On the flying boat, Chu Lingjun waved his hand and shouted to him excitedly. Luo Chen smiled helplessly. Young people. Others are full of melancholy when they are about to leave their homeland. Only young people like Chu Lingjun are full of expectations and excitement. President, get on board. President, please get on board. Perhaps influenced by Chu Lingjun, other cultivators from the Dan Hall followed suit and called him. Later, many cultivators from the Luotian society stood outside the deck, looking at him from afar. Well, come on, come on. Luo Chen laughed loudly, and white clouds rose under his feet, dragging him onto the Sky Eagle flying boat. Wherever he passed, all the cultivators from the Luo Chen society looked at him respectfully. Arriving at the third floor of the flying boat, Luo Chen looked at the beautiful Xiaohu mountain below. Goodbye. His eyes wandered and fell towards the direction of the Xiao Valley. Goodbye. Finally, he looked at the ghost town of Daohofang, which was filled with gloom and looked like hell. Goodbye, Daohofang. Everyone, pay attention. When the flying boat is started, you must not move rashly, and you must not cast spells. Start. As Duanfeng's steady voice fell, the Sky Eagle flying boat made a buzzing sound. A layer of light blue halo slowly spread out, enveloping the entire flying boat. Buzz! Whoosh! The huge flying boat turned into a beam of light and quickly moved away from Daohofang. Langkang Wharf. The largest water transport transfer center in Daohofang. It has always been controlled by the Daijiang gang. After years of operation, a Qingjiang Long Street has even been developed with it as the center. It's a pity that Wang Yuan's battle many years ago left this street in tatters. Even after it was rebuilt later, it has not recovered to its most popular point. But today, it's completely different. Gu Kai, Feng Xia, Yuan Xiao and several other women lay on the deck railing, poked their heads out and looked down. There were huge crowds of people, noisy voices, and people coming and going. The noisy noise went straight up to the sky. Even if it was wrapped in the flying boat formation, the noise below could be heard. Sister Kai, there are so many people below. Yuan Xiao said excitedly. Feng Xia also said in amazement, even when Daohofang was at its most prosperous, there has never been such a scene. Gu Kai was in a high position in Luo Xianhu and knew much more than them. Looking at the noisy scene below, she sighed. It's natural that there are so many people. The news that our four major forces will leave cannot be concealed. The specific time is set today, and the casual cultivators have also learned something through various inquiries. They want to leave with us. Yuan Xiao asked curiously, can they leave by themselves? It's not that simple. Gu Kai shook her head. Although Daohofang is prosperous, its geographical location is really very remote. The nearest Zulianfang is thousands of miles away. And our destination this time is Taishanfang, which is even farther away. Such a long journey, it will take too long for casual cultivators to fly by themselves. The dangers on the road are countless. Yuan Xiao still didn't understand. She was born in Daohofang and was carefully cared for by her father and grandfather since she was a child. Even after her father passed away, Luo Chen took extra care of her. She simply couldn't understand the dangers of long journeys. Feng Xia was considerate and explained it to her carefully. There are only a few ways to get to Taishanfang. If you go by land, you have to cross several mountains, where there are countless monsters. Only the cultivators of foundation building and gold and elixir can walk on flat ground. Therefore, over the years, the cultivators of Daohofang have always gone by water. The water route is not slow, and with the help of boats going downstream, it is also very economical in terms of spiritual energy. The only thing to worry about is the monsters that appear from time to time in the Langkang River. But the Daijiang gang is already familiar with dealing with aquatic monsters. Therefore, the water route is undoubtedly relatively safe. The only thing to consider is the cost. 50 low-grade spirit stones. Yuan Xiao opened her mouth wide, forming a cute O shape. But it only costs so much to take a boat? Gu Kai chuckled and said, of course, we don't need so many in normal times. Isn't this the Daijiang gang taking the opportunity to raise the price and make a fortune? What a wicked heart. Yuan Xiao stuck out her tongue and showed a classic expression. Of course it's wicked. But there are still many people buying tickets. If you're late, I'm afraid you won't be able to buy them. Gu Kai looked at the dark crowd blocking the dozen or so ships below, and her expression was full of emotion. If it weren't for Luo Chen's help, I'm afraid we wouldn't be able to get a ship for free. As she sighed, a cultivator flew out of the Daijiang gang. He was dressed in luxurious clothes, with an outstanding temperament. When flying, he formed his own set of rules and demeanor. Floating outside the Sky Eagle flying boat, he clasped his hands and clasped his fists. I am Min Longgao, and I am here to take in the Taoist Friends of the Luo Chen Society on the order of gang leader Wang. Thank you, Taoist friend Minimum. Sima Wei Niang stepped out of the crowd and stood aside with him. The two communicated with each other to confirm many trivial matters. Then, Under the control of Duan Feng, the Sky Eagle flying boat passed over the dark crowd on the dock and slowly landed over a large ship. Sima Wei Niang said goodbye to Min Longyao and flew over. She greeted everyone to get off the boat and enter the large ship. At the same time, she arranged who would be on guard and patrol, and who would be responsible for cleaning the cabin. The large materials brought by Luo Chen who were also taken out one by one and placed in the cabin. Many trivial matters were arranged in an orderly manner in her hands. From beginning to end, Luo Chen did not appear. After Luo Chen who entered the ship, the nearest Li family cultivators also gradually appeared from a distance. Large groups of cultivators slowly flew over, and on the ground, there were many mortal warriors riding dragon horses and running fast. This is the real migration of the whole family. The appearance of the Nanguang family was the same. However, compared with the Li family with a deep foundation, their population is much smaller. At the dock, there was an endless stream of casual cultivators buying tickets, and there was no reduction at all. The Daijiang gang has 5 large ships with magic tools, and another 5 small ships with magic tools. The rest are just ordinary ships with arrays set up on them. 3 of the 5 large ships were given to Luo Xianhu, the Li family, and the Nangang family. The other 2 were occupied by the top leaders of the Daijiang gang, and the remaining 1 was used to escort the goods. Then, there were 5 small ships with magic tools, and all of them were used to carry passengers. Each ship can accommodate hundreds of people, and it is not a problem to squeeze in thousands of people. Every casual cultivator needs to pay a ticket fee of 50 spirit stones to get on board. It can be said that the Daijiang gang is really making a fortune this time. They want to get hundreds of thousands of spirit stones in one go. It is really black-hearted to the extreme. But even so, there are still many casual cultivators who pursue safety and grit their teeth to buy tickets. Of course, there are more people who are short of money and can break a spirit stone into 2 petals. They also have ways. Either make a raft or plan to fly by the side. In short, we must go together. As for the latter, the monks of the Daijiang gang did not care. After they arrived at the Langkang River and encountered danger, they realized that some advantages are not so easy to take. In this delay, time passed slowly. In the evening, the dim afterglow sprinkled on the river, and all the boats were ready. A long and low voice, accompanied by deep spiritual power, instantly spread throughout the Langkang dock. "Let's go." As soon as the words came out, everyone responded. "Follow the order of the gang leader, set sail. Follow the order of the gang leader, set sail. Follow the order of the gang leader, set sail." Swish, swish, swish. One by one, the big sails fell from each ship. Under the control of the helmsman, more than a dozen ships slowly set sail. The deserted Daofeng sat alone outside the wild mountains, watching them leave. There was no sound, no farewell. Only the lonely sail was in the distance, and the Langkang was rushing. It was a new January, and Luo Chen also embarked on a new journey. If you have a monthly ticket, please support us. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 203 Blood-Stained River, Falling Like Rain. Only when the body is stronger than diamond can the first stage of body refining be completed. If you want to advance to the second stage, you need to turn diamond into white jade. According to Wang Yuan, it means that all the bones and skin in the body are transformed to reach the level of golden muscles and jade bones. At this time, the pure gold is the muscles, the spiritual jade is the bones, the flesh is pure and flawless, and it is directly reborn. In this way, the level of the second stage of body refining can be reached. 3 days after the fleet left Daofeng, Luo Chen lived in the quiet room. According to the usual practice, after practicing the Mu Wang Sutra twice, he began to study other things. Unlike what ordinary cultivators think, he is idle every day. In fact, he is busy practicing the Mu Wang Sutra every day. Draw evil into the body and temper the foundation of the soul. Use spiritual consciousness to wear down Duan Kyankan's spiritual consciousness restrictions and strive to open the storage bag as soon as possible. Only when he is free, he has time to read other idle books. Now, he is reading the Wang family secret book given to him by Wang Yuan. It's a cliché name, but the content inside really opened Luo Chen's eyes outside of the cultivation of immortals. It turns out that there are so many ways to cultivate the body. It's not difficult to break through the first level of body refining. Just rely on elixirs. Wang Yuan used the golden jade liquid to continuously refine his skin and bones. This medicine doesn't enter the Danshan or the Sea of Qi, so there's no need to worry about the poison left behind. Luo Chen is not interested in body refining. He has already thought it through. He has poor qualifications and must focus on the way of refining Qi. He is interested in the incomplete set of exercises that he bought with Wang Yuan at the beginning Xiangpeng transformation. Wang Yuan doesn't like this method. He just intercepts the advantages of it and integrates it into his own path of physical cultivation. But Luo Chen is very interested. When he was building his foundation, he used the fiery cloud peng to refine the emperor's flowing pulp. The peng bird's blood essence contained in it is not as simple as 1 or 2 drops. If you want to use this to practice Xiangpeng transformation, it will definitely be twice the result with half the effort. However, this technique is a third-level body refining technique, and its grade is extremely high. If you want the system to help you cross the level and enter, you need to spend too many achievement points. Moreover, it is an incomplete version. Luo Chen asked himself that apart from the way of alchemy, he had too little accumulation in the way of body refining, and it was impossible to complete it. What he is doing now is to lay a good foundation. If there is a chance to practice in the future, he will not have to wait until the last minute to cram. There are hard requirements for the practice of Xiangpeng transformation. That is, you must have a physique of at least the second level of body refining. Luo Chen has now completed the first level of body refining. He is only one step away from the second level. Golden Jade Liquid. This medicine is the specialty of Jinshi Pavilion in Taishan Square. You can buy more when you go there. Jinshi Pavilion. Luo Chen is very familiar with it. The owner of the pavilion, Kang Donggao, is a genuine foundation building cultivator. When he came to Daofeng and participated in the opening ceremony of the Lundao platform, he had met him once. Later, he asked manager Liu to tell him that he wanted to be his agent to sell the Zongmiao Pills. Unfortunately, at that time, he was already an alchemist of the Pashan Gang, and they did not reach a cooperative relationship. This time, I went to Taishanfang. In addition to buying the golden jade liquid, I might also be able to sell a batch of backlogged high-quality jade pills through them. I'm short of money. Luo Chen sighed. When I get to other places, there will definitely be a lot of places where I need to spend spirit stones. This can be seen from the fact that Wang Heichao didn't care about his face, but also relied on the boat ticket to make a fortune. Not only the two of them, I'm afraid the Li family and the Nanguang family have also begun to use their savings. Just as Luo Chen was sighing, he suddenly frowned. Ah. What kind of monster is this? This is a first-level monster, the Silver Barracuda, with a body as slender as an arrow. It specializes in breaking spiritual shields and often appears in groups. Quick, activate the formation. A Silver Barracuda has flown in. Sima Xian and his men should deal with it quickly. Don't let it hurt anyone. Luo Chen walked out of the quiet room and his eyes fell on Sima Wei Niang, who was giving orders. Seeing that she was not in a hurry, he nodded secretly. Over the years, the other party has become more and more familiar with the role of the president, and has a methodical way of dealing with big and small things. With her around, he really saved a lot of effort. Then, Luo Chen looked at the enemies around him. Rather than people, they are fish. Palm-sized fish shot out from the rushing river like arrows. Under the sunlight, the silver-white scales sparkled. Sharp teeth, as long as they pounce on the monks. Even if the defense shield is activated, it can't withstand a few bites from 1 or 2 fish. Now, there are more than 1 or 2 silver barracudas to face. As far as the eye can see. Beside the Luo Xianhu ship, there are thousands of silver-white small fish, constantly flying and jumping. But these are nothing. There are large formations guarding the ship, and the masters of the war hall are constantly killing. Except for a few unlucky guys who were bitten at the beginning, the monks of the Luo Xianhu suffered almost no losses. However, other places are tragic. Luo Chen looked far away, supplemented by spiritual awareness. He saw that more than a dozen large ships were all covered by dense silver-white light. Especially the large ship in the front, which was now unable to move. The screams of the monks have begun to erupt frequently. And this is not the worst. Those large number of casual cultivators who were reluctant to buy boat tickets had been flying on both sides, or driving their own bamboo rafts and following behind. At this moment, tens of thousands of silver barracudas attacked at the same time. The casual cultivators on both sides, those with lower realms, were broken through the defense shield in just a moment and dragged into the river. Some powerful independent cultivators took advantage of others being besieged and forcibly flew to the two banks. After landing, they looked at this scene in horror. Cultivators fell like rain. In the river, blood was surging. Those who took the homemade bamboo rafts were even worse. They were surrounded by the overwhelming silver barracudas at the first moment, and they didn't even have the chance to fly out. Where did such a large school of silver barracudas come from? It was Nangang Jin's voice. Luo Chen raised his eyebrows and concentrated his spiritual consciousness to the large ship in the middle. A conversation between the foundation building true cultivators began. As far as I know, there is no such a large school of silver barracudas in the Langkang River, right? It was still Nangang Jin. Facing his anxious questioning, Wang Heichao said slowly, under normal circumstances, there is no. But this time, there are tens of thousands of cultivators traveling together. No demon beast can bear so much blood food, especially, it is still blood food with spiritual energy. When did the human cultivators also measure with blood food with spiritual energy? Luo Chen was slightly silent. Nanguang Jin said anxiously, there are not many cultivators in my Nanguang family. If this continues, we will not be able to protect those mortals. I will take action. Dao Iao can take action, but you must not use means beyond the perfection of the key refining realm. The questioning voice came from Li Yixuan. Wang Heichao said coldly, such a large school of silver barracudas must have a second-level silver barracuda king. This place is in the middle of the river. If it gets angry, it may not be able to fight us, but it is more than enough to destroy these magic weapon ships. On the contrary, if the four of us don't make a big fuss, it will naturally be afraid. This is indeed the truth. However, looking around, the countless casual cultivators falling into the Langkang River like rain, even the foundation building true cultivators with a heart as hard as steel, felt quite unbearable. Li Yixuan said in a hoarse voice, don't you save those casual cultivators. Why should you save them? Wang Heichao asked back instantly. Without waiting for Li Yixuan to answer, he sneered, these casual cultivators are just used to feed the fish. Moreover, there are too many of them, and they don't know how to cover up the spiritual fluctuations outside, which will attract the third-level monsters sooner or later. By then, fellow Taoist Li, will you resist the power of the Beast King? Li Yixuan was silent. Luo Chen raised his eyebrows. Wang Heichao was so cruel. The so-called four people did not take action to deter the second-level Silver Barracuda King was just an excuse. He mainly wanted to reduce these burdens. I think you should not be that kind of great people. Wang Heichao's voice gradually weakened. Li Yixuan smiled bitterly and said no more. Luo Chen blinked and retracted his spiritual consciousness. He was naturally not a great good person. These casual cultivators followed without paying for the boat tickets, so they naturally had to bear the corresponding risks. For the safety of the subsequent journey, it is also necessary to reduce the risks caused by the spiritual fluctuations of the casual cultivators. Luo Chen has no ability to protect those casual cultivators. It is enough to be able to protect his own boat. With the three foundation building masters not taking action and Nanguang Jin only protecting his boat, the Silver Barracuda's siege lasted for a long time. This section of the river was completely stained red with blood. On both sides of the shore, the surviving cultivators were terrified and terrified. It was not until the fleet sailed out of this section of the river with difficulty that the battle ended. Luo Chen looked back at the bloody section of the river and remained silent. Thousands of fish flew and corpses surged. Under the waves, this journey was stained with a thick blood color. If I had not achieved foundation building, and had fled into the deep mountains and swamps during the key refining stage, would I have ended up like this? Luo Chen asked himself, without any certainty. All the means used during the key refining stage seemed extremely ridiculous at this moment. The Langkang River was a relatively safe river. There were cultivators active there all year round. The Xiaoyu Mountains were truly sparsely populated. In the outer areas of Chang'an Mountain, there were many second-level demon wolves. If he had planned to cross the mountains and run away, he would have died even more miserably than these casual cultivators today. When Luo Chen was reflecting on himself, he suddenly felt something in his heart. He turned around and saw the female cultivator Li Yixuan on the big ship in front of him, facing the bloody wind and looking at him silently. Facing Luo Chen's gaze back, she nodded. Luo Chen nodded slightly. The two did not communicate, but just looked at each other, and reached a tacit understanding. Wang Heichao, you can't believe it. He can sacrifice these casual cultivators today, and he may abandon his allies in the future. The so-called four-family alliance is just a verbal talk. They didn't make a great oath. Compared with the weak Nanguang family, Luo Xianhu and the Li family, whose strength is intact, undoubtedly have the premise of advancing and retreating together. Li Yixin believes that Luo Chen will give her this face. In the cabin, Li Ao respectfully welcomed Li Yixin in. And, what did Senior Dan Chenzi say? Li Yixin cast a soundproof spell to surround the cabin. She whispered, he didn't say anything, but he understood what I meant. Li Ao said anxiously, it's one thing to understand, but it's another thing for him to be willing to stand together with our Li family. And, you. Xiao, you can't do this. Oh. Li Yixin looked at him with pity, you are too impatient. How can you lead the Li family to prosperity like this? Li Ao didn't understand what he meant. He felt that everything he thought about was for the family. Is this also considered impatient? Seeing his conceited look, Li Yixin sighed. Obviously, he is not young anymore, but Li Ao's personality is always unstable. Among the younger generations, let alone Luo Chen, who is now on an equal footing with him, he is not even as good as Nanguang Qin. The latter has been prosperous and down over the years. After many setbacks, he has gradually developed the demeanor of the head of the family. She saw it clearly just now. Nanguang Jin said anxiously, but in fact, the Nanguang family was not panicked. Under the leadership of his son Nanguang Qin, they dealt with the silver barracuda in an orderly manner. On the contrary, the powerful Li family suffered a lot of damage under the leadership of Li Ao. He was so excited about killing that he almost wanted to go out of the boat to chase the silver barracuda. If he hadn't stopped him in time, the Li family cultivators would have lost a few more. I don't know how Nanguang Jin taught Nanguang Qin. Li Yixin shook his head and said softly, Luo Chen is not a person with a cold nature, otherwise he wouldn't have gathered so many masters around him. I have no grudges against him in the past, and I have no grudges with him recently. We have a good basis for cooperation. When he was building his foundation, I handed over the Yimu Medicine King Sutra that he most desired, and personally explained to him some of the misunderstandings in the practice. In this way, we can't say that we are giving back, but at least we can advance and retreat together. Xiao, when dealing with people, we can't just talk about interests, but also people-oriented. Do you understand? Li Ao suddenly realized. But he frowned and said, but Luo Chen and I have secretly formed an alliance, isn't it to preserve the interests of Luo Xianhu? Li Yixin was stunned and didn't know how to refute. She could only wave her gauze sleeves. Go down and comfort the tribesmen. There's still a long way to go. Oh. After Li Ao left, Li Yixin couldn't help but smile bitterly. She was an unmarried woman who only knew how to practice. How could she understand the principles of raising children and teaching people? For so many years, she was just copying and giving Li Ao a few pointers. But, he developed an arrogant and conceited personality. Sister, I really don't know how to teach your son. Training him to the foundation building stage is the last thing I can do. On the Luo Xianhu ship, Sima Wei Niang, who was discussing with Murin King Lin and Granny Yuan how to deal with the wounded, suddenly changed her expression. Sorry, the president is looking for me. Murin King Lin glanced at the cabin on top and nodded. You go, I'll take care of it. Granny Yuan coughed and said tremblingly, leave the wounded to me. Sima Wei Niang thanked her, lifted her skirt, and ran quickly into the upper cabin. Unlike the crowded and messy lower cabin, the cabin where Luo Chen lived was quite large and well lit. The sandalwood fragrance lingered. President, what do you want to see me for? On the soft couch, Luo Chen opened his eyes and looked at the delicate and capable female cultivator in a black gauze dress in front of him. Under his gaze, Sima Wei Niang was neither humble nor arrogant, and waited patiently for his instructions. No big deal, just let Duan Feng drive the boat closer to the big ship of the Li family on the next journey. Sima Wei Niang raised her eyebrows. Do we have cooperation? Smart. One click. Luo Chen smiled faintly. There is such an idea, but neither side has brought it up. Sima Wei Niang nodded, indicating that she knew and would do as she was told. However, she suddenly became curious and asked, why not cooperate with the Nanguang family, which has a better relationship with us. Nanguangjin. Luo Chen whispered the name. After a moment, he slowly said, this person attaches too much importance to interests. Without the oath of the great Dao, he cannot be trusted. Sima Wei Nyang was startled, and then nodded suddenly. Indeed. She was not one of those little cultivators who knew nothing. Luo Chen had consciously let her know about the major events related to the foundation building period that Luo Xianhu was involved in. Nanguangjin has always attached great importance to interests. At first, he refused to cooperate with Luo Chen for fear of angry Miao Wen. Later, when he learned that Luo Chen had certain strength, he immediately cooperated with him. For a magic weapon, he dared to abandon his former ally and personally took action against Duan Qianqin. When Luo Chen was in seclusion. When Luo Xianhu could not supply the jade marrow pill, he almost tore his face and went up the mountain to disturb Luo Chen's impact in the foundation building period. It can be said that to cooperate with this person, there must be enough interests to be involved. Otherwise, he is too capricious. As for the Li family, Li Yixin's mind is relatively simple, just to preserve the Li family and protect herself. As long as her bottom line is not touched, she will be a friend worth a making. Listening to Luo Chen's words, Sima Wei Nyang was thoughtful. Thinking of the foundation building experience that Li Yixin deliberately talked about at the foundation building ceremony, it was clearly a favor beyond the cooperation with Luo Chen. This woman is indeed a generous person. The president is serving dishes to people according to their appearance. This thought flashed through her mind, and Sima Wei Nyang was no longer confused. I know, I will give orders on this matter. Only the 7th Hall Master knows. Well, you go. Sima Wei Nyang bowed and left the cabin neatly. Looking at her back, Luo Chen was very satisfied. The last sentence only the 7th Hall Master knows was not his order. But Sima Wei Nyang can react quickly. This woman has indeed grown a lot over the years, and has the style of a general. She is less narrow-minded than before, and has more of a pattern of looking at things from the perspective of the entire gang. If her realm is higher, she can help me more. Looking at the fluctuations of her spiritual power, it won't be long before she reaches the great perfection of key refining. Perhaps, I can prepare 1 or 2 for her in advance. Luo Chen's attitude towards Sima Wei Nyang is very clear. Unlike his early friends such as Murin Qinglian, Gu Kai, and Duan Feng, he clearly positions Sima Wei Nyang as a subordinate. There is no friendship, love, or subjective emotions involved. What he values is the ability of this woman. As the other party continues to work hard to create value for himself, Luo Chen is happy to give her a generous reward. Foundation building. It is undoubtedly what the other party desires most. And for Luo Chen now, it is not too difficult to help a qualified person build a foundation. In other words, it is not difficult for most foundation building cultivators to help a qualified person build a foundation. Mi Shuhou is able to get the foundation building pill. The same is true for Wang Heichao and others. Duan Qianqin is even more powerful. He prepared 2 foundation building pills for Duan Rui, plus an 800-year-old root of heaven and earth. There are various reasons why they have not cultivated any foundation building cultivators. Mi Shuhou and Wang Heichao, one is hypocritical, and the other is intolerant. Duan Qianqin was a little sad. It's not that he can't do it, but that Duan Rui can't do it. I hope she won't let me down when the time comes. Luo Chen sighed, and then turned his attention back to himself. In the absence of a method to detoxify, daily practice is extremely important. Thanks to the foundation building, his soul has skyrocketed, and his physique has also entered a state of perfection not long ago. The number of times he practices Yunmu Yago Wang Sutra every day has also increased significantly. 1 hour at a time. He can practice 5 times a day. It's just that the efficiency is a bit low, even with the assistance of a small spirit gathering array. There is no spiritual vein on the ship. If you can settle down, you must find a spiritual vein. The first level ones won't work. My aptitude is too poor. I must have a second level spiritual vein. Otherwise, I really have to practice for 1 or 2,000 years. Chapter 204, The Third Rank Demon King, the River Swallowing Toad. The Yuding domain is vast. Even though it is not as wide as the Yaowang domain, it has its own grandeur. Such a large area cannot be completely occupied by the Yuding Sword sect. He is only the nominal overlord of the domain. The Yuding Sword sect is the leader of the domain, and there are 6 other giant sects, collectively known as the Yuding 7 sects. Under them, there are many large and small sects, In addition, there are gathering points for scattered cultivators, mainly in immortal cities and market towns. The large immortal cities have high-level spiritual lands, and their strength is not even inferior to that of ordinary giant sects. The market towns are more bizarre. In the entire Yuding domain, there are more than 1,000 large market towns. Small market towns are even more numerous. Wherever there is a place of spiritual prosperity or a major transportation route, there will always be cultivators who stand up and organize large and small market towns. Some well-developed market towns will gradually attract the attention of the sects, and the sect industries will gradually move in. Daohufeng is a very rare exception among these countless market towns. It is not prosperous because of people, but because of the land. Facing the undeveloped millions of mountains in the East Wilderness, it has a strategic position. In addition, with rich resources, it has gradually accumulated popularity. In comparison, the other several nearby market towns, except for Zulianfang, which has the same strategic position, are regular market towns. In terms of distance, it is far away from Daohufang. Even the second closest Taishanfang is 8,000 miles away from the wasteland. 8,000 miles sounds very far. But for a foundation-building cultivator, it is just a 1 or 2 day flight at full speed. The reason why no one usually crosses the two places like this is mainly because there is a large area of wasteland in the middle. Towering mountains such as Nanhua Snow Mountain and Jodi Mountain stand in between. There are many monsters in it, and even third-level monsters roam freely in it. Even a foundation-building cultivator has to be on guard. And for a casual cultivator in the key refining period, or even a mortal, this 8,000-mile land is quite long. Most of the casual cultivators who came to Daohufeng at the beginning either came with a caravan or came by boat from the Daijiang gang. There were very few who were lucky enough to come here on foot. Now the four forces, with their families, naturally could not travel fast. In the previous 3 days, they only walked 1/3 of the distance. And in the middle section, because there was no road on either side and it was not suitable to travel at night, the speed would become slower and slower. But no matter how long the distance is, it will always be shortened. Just like no matter how far the sea is, but the river is rushing, there will always be a day to arrive. The 5th day. Luo Chen stood on the deck, facing the gentle breeze. As the waves rolled, the water vapor hit his face with a breeze, making him feel refreshed. How long is it to Taishanfang? Qin Lianchen beside him smiled and said, "It's almost there. As long as we pass this flat section of the river in the middle, we will go down the river. It will only take 1 or 2 days. So fast?" Luo Chen thought it would take a long time. But when he thought about the opening of the Taoism Forum, so many casual cultivators from nearby towns gathered here. It can be seen that the distance is not far for the immortal cultivators. Now they are walking so slowly. In the final analysis, it is because there are too many people traveling. So many people, going out together. It is bound to cause a lot of unnecessary trouble. It seemed to take a long time for you to send Ziohu to Loyan sect. Qin Lianzhen's face showed a soft color when he mentioned his son. He sighed and said, "It really took a long time, almost half a year. I guess we passed a lot of places along the way." "That's right. The first stop is Taishanfang, followed by Yulangfang. Along the way, we tried not to go to the territories occupied by the immortal cultivation families, and we took many detours. Finally, we lived in Kainai City for half a month before we waited for Loyan sect to open the mountain to accept disciples." Luo Chen asked curiously, "Kainai City? I remember it is also an immortal city, right?" "That's right. It ranks 7th among the 10 immortal cities in Yuding domain. It can be said that there are clouds of refining key and rain of foundation building. There are also a few golden elixir masters from time to time." In Qin Liangzhen's words, it seems that Kainai Immortal City is the real world of immortal cultivation. A remote place like Daohufang is just like an ordinary town. In such a place, as long as you have enough wealth, you don't have to worry about cultivation resources. Unlike Daohufang, you can't buy what you need even if you have spiritual stones. In addition, there are high-level spiritual veins in it, which will naturally attract a large number of independent cultivators to settle down. Over time, various forces and organizations will be born. Around a super fairy city, there are dozens or even hundreds of large and small immortal cultivation families. To be honest, in fact, such an environment is more suitable for the development of our Luo Chen Association. Qin Lianzhen sighed, and then shook his head. Unfortunately, Kainai Fairy City is too far away from us. And it is very close to Luo's sect, which is in a war zone. Luo Chen was thoughtful. He asked meaningfully, what about Xianlan Fairy City? Qin Liangjun was stunned and answered subconsciously. It's closer. If you don't consider taking a detour, it will only take 1 or 2 months to go from Liu Guangfang. What's the situation? Looking at Luo Chen, Qin Liangjun had an idea in his mind. He wouldn't want to move Luo Xianhu to Xianlan Immortal City, would he? Verbally, he still answered Luo Chen's curiosity according to his own opinion. Xianlan Immortal City is different from Kainai Immortal City. The latter was mainly built by Luo's sect and 3 other sects. But Xianlan Immortal City was jointly funded by the 7 sects of Yuding, and its geographical location is not on the hinterland where the sects are intertwined. Now, Qin Liangjun is one of the few people in Luo Xianhu who has traveled far in recent years. His vision and knowledge are much farther than other local cultivators. From him, Luo Chen roughly understood the situation in Yuding domain. The 7 major sects each control a super-immortal city that nominally belongs to them. In addition, they also jointly funded the construction of 3 super-immortal cities in relatively important locations. In this way, the pattern of the 10 major immortal cities in Yuding domain was formed. For example, the Lianian Business Alliance, which Luo Chen is very familiar with, is actually headquartered in Xianlan Immortal City. The 3 major sects nearby are Alio Mountain, Ice Castle, and Beho Palace. In name, the Yuding domain belongs to the Yuding Sword sect. In reality, it is a ruling structure of 1 big and 6 small. For example, the Snow Lotus Square belongs to the Ice Castle, and the Taishan Square belongs to the Yanmen. Day Square is different. It is more like an enclave, which is controlled by the Yuding Sword sect from afar. The sect uses the means of the fairy city and the market to control and digest the resources in their respective territories as much as possible. Not only that, it will also open up large tracts of territory in some places without spiritual energy, allowing a large number of mortals to reproduce and thrive in them. The mortal kingdom, the market, the immortal family, the fairy city, the Jiandan sect, and the Yuanying upper sect, layer upon layer, finally constructed the prosperous Yuding domain today. Just as the two were chatting, Luo Chen's face suddenly changed. Qin Liangjun beside him was puzzled, and then there was a huge noise in front. It's sinking. It's sinking. It's going down. Oh my god, what kind of monster is this? The roar of the surging waves was shaking. Go and meet them. Luo Chen threw this sentence to Qin Liangjun and jumped up. A white cloud landed at his feet, dragging him up. Soon, he saw what was happening in front of him. A huge whirlpool with a diameter of 100 feet was slowly rotating in the wide Langkang River. It was called slow, but in fact, it took only a moment from formation to spread. When Luo Chen looked over, he saw that the magic ship in front of him had already sunk more than half into it. The activated defense formation did not even last for a breath before it was annihilated into nothingness. Thousands of monks flew out of the ship in fear. But for some reason, no matter how they flew, they could not escape from the huge whirlpool. Some monks who were lucky enough to fly to the river were pierced by terrifying water arrows. It seemed that leaving was forbidden at this time. 3rd-level monster. Luo Chen's face changed drastically, and his eyes suddenly looked at Wang Heichao who had already left the cabin. Boss Wang, what's going on? Not only him, but Li Yixun and Nanguangjin also flew out at the same time, their faces extremely pale. Facing the nervous 3 people, Wang Heichao looked solemn but didn't seem to be too worried. He transmitted his voice, "It's okay, this monster has a gentle temperament. As long as it is full, it won't do anything weird." Full? What kind of explanation is this? Luo Chen's face was extremely gloomy, looking at the big ship that was gradually swallowed up. The key refining cultivators who were still struggling in the whirlpool kept shouting for help. "Save me. Save me quickly. There is a monster king who wants to eat people. Boss Wang, I paid for the boat ticket, please help me quickly. Wang Heichao, you will go to hell if you don't save someone who is dying." On the dragon whale ship, Wang Heichao looked at the scene indifferently. Facing those raging curses, he turned a deaf ear to them, as if he couldn't hear them at all. "I need an explanation," Luo Chen said grimly. His tone seemed to come from the underworld. If their ship was located in front of the fleet, then wouldn't it be the Luotian Association cultivators who would have to feed the monster now? In the midst of that majestic demonic aura, even he would find it difficult to escape. Not only him, Li Yixun and Nanguang Jin also stared at Wang Heichao with icy eyes. Wang Heichao turned around and forced a smile. Since we have formed an alliance, how could I possibly harm you? I only guessed about the appearance of the river swallowing toad, and I was not sure, so I didn't tell you in advance. Guess? What kind of guess would make Wang Heichao arrange the fleeing cultivators in the first 3 ships of the fleet? Luo Chen suppressed the anger in his heart. It was useless to be angry at this time. River swallowing toad? Nanguang Jin suddenly asked. Wang Heichao nodded. It is indeed the 3rd-level monster, the river swallowing toad. This monster cultivates by swallowing rivers, lakes, and seas, and absorbing the essence of the sun and the moon. Its temperament is very gentle. How did it appear here? This has to start from the second time Pang Rengshan came to Daofang. Huh? Wang Heichao said, do you remember? When he came that time, he was unscrupulous wherever he went. He even collapsed the Nanhua Snow Mountain, and the river swallowing toad has been hibernating in the Nanhua Snow Mountain. Now that the Nanhua Snow Mountain is no longer as beautiful as it used to be, the river swallowing toad has lost its habitat and wanders in the Langkang River all day long. This time, with so many of us traveling, it is very likely to attract its attention. Li Yixun was still dissatisfied. You could have explained in advance that it is not impossible for us to take a detour. Why do we have to be so unscrupulous and let so many casual cultivators feed the river swallowing toad? Detour. Wang Heichao sneered. Being ridiculed by him, Li Yixun's face was a little embarrassed. It was Nanguang Jin who spoke to warm up the situation. It's more dangerous to take a detour. The Jiazhang deer on the Jiudi Mountain leads a group of deer and is a genuine 3rd-level beast king. The Jiazhang deer is not a gentle demon deer like the Fuzu deer. They live in groups, and ordinary carnivorous demon beasts dare not approach them easily. The 3 people's voice transmission seemed long. In fact, it was only a few breaths. After swallowing a boat of casual cultivators, the huge whirlpool gradually shrank. The curses in the sky gradually became silent. Only the fleet behind was left, terrified. Luo Chen watched this scene with a heavy heart. His sharp eyes seemed to see through the turbid river water and saw the huge river swallowing toad living at the bottom of the river. Whirlpool. No, he hasn't eaten enough. Almost at the moment when Luo Chen's words came out, the whirlpool that had been shrinking began to expand rapidly again, sweeping towards the nearest large ship. The huge demonic energy spread out, pressing the casual cultivators in the key refining stage on it so that they could not move. Seeing the big ship being dragged into the whirlpool step by step, Luo Chen did not hesitate, and the huge spiritual power spread out, using the traction technique to pull the big ship. This scene stunned everyone. Li Yixun hesitated for a moment, and also used the traction technique to barely drag the stern. However, with the power of 2 foundation-building people, how could it be possible to stop the power of the Demon King? Wang Heichao, Nanguang Jin, why don't you take action now? Luo Chen shouted loudly, and the sound spread to everyone's ears. Nanguang Jin subconsciously helped. With his help, the speed of the ship being swallowed was slowed down. Wang Heichao frowned and looked at Luo Chen. I didn't expect you, Dan Chenzi, to be a kind person. Luo Chen looked at him fearlessly. Who knows how many people it will have to eat to be full? Without these casual cultivators, the next journey will only be more dangerous. With the power of the 4 of us, we can. Then feed it. Luo Chen said decisively. Wang Heichao was stunned. How to feed it? Did the Li and Nanguang families bring a large number of domesticated monsters? The flesh and blood of these monsters are no more than the 2 tails of meat of our human cultivators. But Li Yixun and Nanguang Jin also showed hesitation. These are all family property. Luo Chen took a deep breath and stared at Wang Heichao. You have collected so much from them for the boat tickets, so you have the obligation to do your best to protect them. Take out a sum of spiritual stones and buy the monsters of the 2 families. Don't try to bargain, Wang Heichao. Look at those people. The ruthless Wang Heichao subconsciously looked at the Dajiang cultivators. One by one, they were pale and shrank behind the stern. Not only that, some people even tried to escape, and they had no confidence in uniting to fight the Demon King. Moreover, many people looked at him with eyes full of the smell of looking at snakes and scorpions. He shuddered all over. The lives of scattered cultivators are indeed worthless. But if too many scattered cultivators die, it will only make the rabbits die and the foxes mourn, and even the people of the Dajiang will lose confidence in him. The great momentum that he had gathered with great difficulty as the leader of the alliance would soon vanish. Even if he was safe in other places, he would definitely be alone. This time, he could not refuse. Soon, with the consent of Li Yixin and Nanguangjin, many cultivators from the two families took out a large amount of dead or alive monster meat from the cabin and the spirit beast bags. Harnessing their spiritual power, they threw the monster meat into the huge whirlpool. 1, 2, 10, 100, the number soon exceeded 1,000 domesticated monsters. This was the limit of the number that the two families could take away. Only then did the whirlpool begin to shrink slowly. Taking this opportunity, Luo Chen used both hands to pour out his strong spiritual power, and with a great perfection of the traction technique, he forcibly pulled back the large ship of the scattered cultivators on the edge. Huh? Luo Chen took 2 deep breaths in succession, not caring about the looks of those scattered cultivators. Stepping on the breeze, he soon came to the front. Dan Chenzi, you caused me a heavy loss this time. Wang Heichao said faintly. Luo Chen sneered, then you could have paid that amount of spiritual stones at that time. Oh. Li Yixin approached with a fearful look. There were thousands of domesticated monsters, and the amount of blood and flesh among them was far more than that of human cultivators. Even so, it was barely enough to feed the appetite of the river swallowing toad. If he didn't listen to Luo Chen, let alone the previous ship, he would have to take 2 more ships. According to the order, it is very likely that Wang Heichao's dragon whale ship and the Li family ship will be the next. With Wang Heichao's personality, he must have the means to control the magic weapon ship to escape briefly. In this way, isn't it our Li family's turn? Is it full? Li Yixin swallowed his saliva, looking at the vortex that shrank to the size of a basin, and blood-colored bubbles continued to float up. Wang Heichao hesitated and said, it should be full. If it's not full, I'll help it fill up. Luo Chen raised his hand, and hundreds of jade bottles suddenly emerged. Under his spiritual power, a large number of Alchemy pills fell into the whirlpool like rain. His eyes fell on one of the pink jade bottles, and Luo Chen's heart moved slightly, breaking it and falling into the river. Nanguangjin looked at this scene and couldn't help but widen his eyes. Top-grade Alchemy pill. Luo Chen, are you crazy? The other 2 foundation-building masters were also stunned. In just a short while, tens of thousands of spiritual stones were directly scattered. But the effect was also very significant. Soon, the whirlpool disappeared in the swallowing of huge bubbles. A huge shadow under the water slowly sank and floated down. At this point, the pressure that enveloped the world was completely dispersed. Let's go. Luo Chen waved his sleeves, like a tired bird returning to its nest, and returned to the big ship of Luo Xianhu. Wang Heichao no longer hesitated and gave the order immediately. The fleet started instantly, along the rushing river, madly moving away from this place. Chapter 205, Taishanfang Jianxi Pavilion Stepping Stone. Half a day had passed since they left the Nanhua Snow Mountain. Only then did the frightened Jiahofeng monks gradually calm down. On the Luo Xianhu ship, Wang Yuan quietly entered Luo Chen's cabin. You are so bold. You threw out so many top-grade jade marrow pills at once, which are worth tens of thousands of spiritual stones. Tisk, you didn't see it at the time. The few boats of scattered cultivators behind were stunned, their eyes were wide open. Facing Wang Yuan's praise, Luo Chen's face was calm. At this time, the spiritual power he consumed had gradually recovered. After the monks build their foundation, as long as they don't burst out too much spiritual power at one time, they can recover quickly. This feature comes from the spiritual energy cloud during the 9th level of key refining. After the foundation is built, the effect is doubled. In addition, the automatic recovery of his Yamu Medicine King Sutra is several times higher than that of ordinary foundation building. We had to do this at the time. The Li family and the Nanguang family lost a large number of domesticated spirit beasts, and Wang Heichao also paid a large amount of spirit stones. I must also lose something, otherwise they will be unbalanced. Wang Yuan nodded. In this regard, Luo Chen always thinks more carefully than him. But he doesn't understand. In that situation, Luo Chen was too kind and loving. With his own personality, he didn't bother to care about the life and death of those casual cultivators. Perhaps he noticed Wang Yuan's suppressed doubts. Luo Chen said lightly, the biggest problem when going to other places is that we are unfamiliar with the place. There are a group of people I have helped, even if they are not Luo Xianhu cultivators, they can help us more or less. And, Wang Heichao. Pursing his lips, Luo Chen's eyes showed a gloomy look. This person is like a snake, vicious and cruel, and no one knows when he will jump out and bite. Before, he pushed him to be the leader of the alliance so that he could be the first to deal with the dangers he might encounter on the road. He dealt with it very well. But he used other people's lives to fill it. If I hadn't forced him this time, I'm afraid he wouldn't be willing to give anything. Wang Yuan shook his head. This person should not be made close friends. It's best not to have too much contact. He has a big appetite, too big ambitions, and never talks about morality. I don't need to. Luo Chen hummed. His eyes fell on Wang Yuan. After removing the remnant soul of Du and Kaiankin, how has your cultivation been recently? When it comes to cultivation, Wang Yuan is very interested. He shook his body, making crackling sounds of joints trembling. The realm of the immortal is stuck at the great perfection of the key refining stage. But these days, I have figured out a killer move, which is a real killer move of the second realm of body refining. Luo Chen raised his eyebrows. Can it be comparable to the means of the initial stage of foundation building? This is my full strength attack, and it's even better. Luo Chen looked at the confident Wang Yuan in surprise. Then, he felt a little relieved. With you here, I will be much more calm in doing things in the future. Whether a person is calm or not comes from strength, inner strength, realm cultivation, and killer trump card. External strength, backing power, connections and wealth, etc. After years of hard work, Luo Chen has accumulated more and more of these things. Therefore, he has become more and more calm in dealing with people. He is less jumpy and immature than when he was young, and has become more and more stable. In the eyes of outsiders, Luo Chen is more and more trustworthy and reliable. After the incident of the swallowing river toad, everyone in Luo Xian has completely returned to their hearts. Even the casual cultivators who joined later have mostly recognized Luo Chen as their leader. He is so kind and benevolent to outsiders. Following him, the future will only be brighter and more promising. Not only Luo Xian. Luo Chen could find that occasionally when he came to the deck to take a walk, some casual cultivators looked at him, and their eyes changed from the initial awe of the foundation building true cultivators to a bit of respect. In the world of immortal cultivation, this is the atmosphere. Strength is respected, and the big fist is the hard truth. Wang Hao sent people to die, and the dead cultivators cursed loudly. The living people dared not show any disrespect except for their inner complaints. Luo Chen showed a different demeanor. Naturally, he would be treated differently by the low-level casual cultivators. He could tell how much of the respectful gazes were sincere and how much were simply it's good this way. Even if it's not for myself, it can help me make more good connections with my subordinates. Maybe at some point, it will have an unexpected effect. Luo Chen finished relaxing on the deck, put his hands behind his back, and leisurely returned to the cabin to continue practicing. Calculating the time, it will arrive at Taishanfang at noon tomorrow at the latest. He could calculate it. He could also tell from the restlessness of those low-level cultivators. The next day. In the morning. The sky was cloudless, the wind was clear, and the air was bright. The huge fleet slowed down and gradually docked in a huge Huang Bay. We're here. We've finally arrived at Taishanfang. This is really the longest journey I've ever taken. There was a bustling noise outside. There were also hurried footsteps coming from the stairs on the deck. Master, we're at Taishanfang. It was Chu Lingjin. Creak. The door opened, and Luo Chen, dressed in a new moon white gown, walked out. Standing on a high 3-story deck, Luo Chen looked forward. Surrounded by 3 mountains, the big square is like a city. Langking is surging, and there are countless monks. However, after just one look, Luo Chen's brows slightly frowned. Master, what's wrong? Chu Lingjin looked at Luo Chen, who seemed a little dissatisfied, and asked in confusion. Nothing. Luo Chen's eyes flickered, and he said lightly, tell Wayne Niang that brothers in the association can go to Taishan Square for a stroll, but they must go together and try not to conflict with locals. Yes, I'll tell the president right away. When Chu Lingjin nodded, Luo Chen had already left. On the dragon whale ship. Luo Chen landed and happened to meet Li Yixun, who had just arrived. The two sides nodded to each other, and then walked into the hall together. Nang Guangjin had arrived early, and Wang Hao was sitting in the upper seat. The 4 sat down and got straight to the point. When will they come? Wang Hao said in a deep voice, soon. Just wait patiently. Patient? How can they be patient? They had already sent their monks to inquire about the situation in Taishanfang. Affected by the war between Yuding Sword Sect and Luoyan Sect, the monks of Yuding Sword Pavilion here had already left. The huge Taishanfang, without the pressure of the overlord of the region, suddenly became leaderless. Even if there are still industries of the 6 major sects stationed here, they are foreign forces after all and have no say. Therefore, the current right to speak in the local market is mainly concentrated on the 3 major families. The Ho family of Chichen Mountain, the Kang family of Taishan, and the Yu family of Yihu Mountain. Among the 3 families, the Ho family has the support of Yanmen and has an ancestor who has established the 6th level of foundation, so the right to speak is the most important. Whether the 4 major forces in Daohofang can take root here depends on their faces. Without their consent, I am afraid that a fight is inevitable. Li Yixun said worriedly, there are too many of us coming here. Those independent cultivators are fine. They gather and scatter like floating duckweed and can't make a difference anywhere. But our 4 forces will definitely affect the survival of local families. I'm afraid it won't be that smooth. After landing, Nanguangjin was less impetuous. He snorted at this moment, it would be best if we can negotiate peacefully. If not, we can only rely on fists to speak. Is he going to imitate the old things in Daohofang? When did Nanguangjin become so bold? Luo Chen glanced at him. Then, the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Because Nanguangjin looked at Wang Hechao. Am I right, leader? This is to let Wang Hechao be the pioneer. Wang Hechao took a deep look at Nanguangjin and said nothing. The atmosphere of the scene suddenly cooled down. Nanguangjin was a little embarrassed, but he didn't care. He actually saw clearly that Luo Chen and Li Yixun also had similar ideas. It's just that they have a deep foundation under their command, so they won't speak easily. For the sake of the family, he had to do these unpleasant things. As the 4 people waited in silence, the noise outside gradually faded away. Suddenly, the 4 people looked up and saw a paper crane flying in. 1,000 paper cranes for voice transmission? Wang Hechao waved his hand and took the paper crane. As the voice transmission entered his ears, his face gradually darkened. After a long time, he raised his head. We may have to wait for a while. Huh? Why? Leaving us alone? Facing the 3 people's questions, Wang Hechao said faintly, the ancestor of the whole family in Chichen Mountain is in seclusion. We have to wait until he comes out of seclusion before the various forces in Taishan Square will decide whether to accept us. As soon as these words came out, the expressions of Luo Chen and the other 2 changed. Is it true or false? An excuse? Or is there another plan? After a discussion, no result was reached. Luo Chen and others had no choice but to disperse. After they left, Wang Hechao took out the paper crane for voice transmission again and rubbed it carefully. His face showed an uncertain expression. Horizontal ellipsis. After arriving at Taishanfang, most of the independent cultivators from Daohofang got off the boat. Most of them will stay here, and if nothing unexpected happens, they will live nearby. A small number of them may wander to other towns. Some people also hope that the big sect will return to Daohofang to clean up the mess, and then they will go back to their hometown. After wandering around for a day, the cultivators of the 4 major forces also returned to the boat one after another at night. Late at night, a figure, with almost no breath, quietly left the cabin, crossed the waves and jumped towards the Li family's boat. Luo Chen was about to sneak in, but suddenly raised his eyebrows. He whispered to a direction that passed by, fellow Taoist Li. In the night, a pair of bright eyes looked over. Huh? Fellow Taoist Luo. Coincidentally, this is not it. The direction the other party was going to was obviously also the ship where Luo Xianhu was. Its purpose is self-evident. Looking at the shadow that was looming and like a dead tree, Luo Chen praised, what a mysterious way of hiding. Li Yixin also looked at him in great surprise. Dao Yao's hiding magic is not much inferior. Just now, it was Luo Chen who found her first. Change to another place. Luo Chen suggested. Well, Dao Yao led the way. Luo Chen did not hesitate and flew towards a dense forest outside the Taishan market. Following the breath that Luo Chen left for her, Li Yixin followed closely behind. It is said that Luo Chen is very good at magic, and now it seems that it is true. I have practiced Huai and Ju for many years, and I think I am a master in restraining my breath and concealing my body. But I didn't expect that I am still a little inferior to him. Soon, the 2 arrived at their destination. After landing, Luo Chen looked around to make sure that no outsiders were peeping. He cast a soundproof spell to cover the two of them. He opened his mouth to speak, and then smiled at each other. "What do you think?" Li Yixin asked with a smile. Luo Chen did not beat around the bush and said bluntly, "Wang Heichao's words are reserved. Indeed, we are the four major foundation-building cultivators who have come together. It makes no sense for Taishan Fang to leave us alone like this." Li Yixun nodded. "They are not some cats and dogs. The four major foundation-building cultivators, plus the four major forces they brought with them. Added together, there are thousands of people. Maybe for a large sect, it is nothing. But for a mere market, how can they be so arrogant?" Li Yixun said softly. "He may have hidden some inside information and want to use this to create a time difference. That's what I think too. After all, Wang Heichao is in the water transportation business and has been traveling to several major markets for many years. Logically, we should have informed this side about our relocation long ago. Do you know any foundation-building cultivators here?" Facing Li Yixun's question, Luo Chen's mind popped up a person's face. He nodded. Seeing this, Li Yixun said directly, "I have been friends with the head of the Yu family in Yehu Mountain for many years. You can go to see her tomorrow and find out a little bit in advance." "Well, let's do this." Luo Chen also agreed to this proposal. After confirming it, he turned around and wanted to leave. Unexpectedly, Li Yixun called him. "What else?" Looking at Luo Chen, Li Yixun bit his teeth. "Does it still count if we advance and retreat together?" Luo Chen was stunned, and then smiled. "Of course it counts." The next day, on the long street, a tall and thin figure walked in the scorching sun. Looking at the layout of the surrounding buildings, he showed curiosity on his face. It's completely different from the inner and outer cities of Dahofang. Taishan Fang, rather than a market, is more like a market formed on a plain surrounded by 3 mountains. Over time, this market was formed. The layout of the surrounding buildings is obviously not professionally planned like Dahofang. They are scattered in all directions and in 2s and 3s. Some buildings were very tall, and they were obviously the property of wealthy sects. Some of them only had a signboard, which was very simple. Undoubtedly, these were just small family businesses of small families. Soon, Luo Chen's footsteps came to a tall building with an ancient appearance. On it hung a signboard with the words Jinshi Pavilion. After entering, it was a golden and magnificent scene. Strictly speaking, the Kang family is a subsidiary family of the Yuding Sword sect. Kang Dongaiyu told me personally at the beginning. Now that the two Yuanying upper sects are facing each other, I wonder if they will get involved. With these thoughts flowing through his mind, Luo Chen entered. A beautiful maid came to greet him. Although Luo Chen concealed the aura of the foundation building period, he was wearing a high-quality robe, and his eyebrows and eyes were confident. At first glance, he was not an ordinary casual cultivator. Therefore, the maid was very enthusiastic. "What do you need to buy, senior?" "Our Jinshi Pavilion specialties, golden jade liquid and stone yuan den, are both good elixirs that are very beneficial to cultivation. If you are going to travel far away, you can also prepare some menshuang powder to prevent snakes, insects, rats and ants. In addition, such as cinnabar, Yuniying." Luo Chen, who originally wanted to get straight to the point, was really tempted after listening to the maid's introduction. This Taishan Kang family is indeed a subsidiary family from the Jading Sword sect. After years of operation, there are so many low-level elixirs. The variety is richer, even better than Luo Xianhu. But if you think about it carefully, it is also natural. Many of the elixirs here are not difficult to refine. Some things that sound very effective have similar competing products on the market. However, Luo Chen still spent hundreds of spirit stones to buy a bunch of low-level elixirs that are not used for cultivation. He needed the golden jade liquid, but he didn't buy it. Instead, he took out a Zongmiao Pill to the maid's surprise. "I don't know if you accept elixirs here." "Top quality." The maid was surprised and then immediately covered her mouth. She looked around, but found that the guests around did not notice her. Huh? She realized later that Luo Chen had already cast a soundproof spell in advance. Swallowing her saliva, the maid nodded quickly. "I'll take the pills, but I need the elders of the Jinshi Pavilion to identify them." Luo Chen's eyes flashed. "Can you ask Senior Kang Dongaiyu to identify them personally? I have more than one in my hand." As he spoke, he directly stuffed the top-grade Zongmiao Pill into the maid's hand. The maid hesitated for a while. But when she heard Luo Chen's words more than one, she immediately determined. A large number of top-grade pills? If she can take this big business for Jinshi Pavilion, she will definitely be praised by the superiors, and various rewards will definitely not be less. She gritted her teeth and said, "Senior, please go upstairs and wait." Luo Chen smiled slightly and strode upstairs. The stepping stone has been taken out. It depends on whether Kang Dongyu is tempted or not. Chapter 206. Dong Yu was shocked, a fellow traveler. The towering Mount Tai, alone among the peaks. Even though the whole family is the most powerful in Taishan Square, everyone has to give face to the Kang family of Taishan. After all, the ancestors of the Kang family came from the Jading Sword sect and have a deep background. This square is named after the clan land of the Kang family. 1,000 paper cranes with a voice transmission, riding on the wind, quickly drilled into the formation on the mountainside. After a while, someone came to Kang Dongyu with a voice transmission. "Grandpa, the voice transmission from the Jinshi Pavilion said that someone wants to sell elixirs." Kang Dongyu frowned. "Didn't they arrange a family elder there? Xiangqiong, don't come to me for no reason in the future, you should also learn to take over the family's affairs." Kang Xiangqiong said helplessly, "This time, they specifically asked you to identify it." "Huh? First grade top grade elixir, and it seems that there are a lot of them." As he spoke, Kang Xiangqiong took out the pink jade bottle. Kang Dongyu was surprised and opened the jade bottle carefully. A hot and restless fragrance of the elixir instantly spread out. He raised his eyebrows and held his breath immediately. The young woman next to him was not so alert. Just a breath of the elixir fragrance entered her body, and her heart couldn't help but beat wildly. "Is this Zongmiao? Kang Dongyu murmured, and then he was thoughtful. "It seems that the young friend from Daohofang has come. I didn't expect that his alchemy skills have improved so quickly. He has refined a top-grade elixir in just a few years. Now that Daohofang has changed, does he want to use this elixir to seek protection from my Kang family? With such outstanding alchemy attainments, maybe I can." As he murmured, he found that there was some charming atmosphere in the air. Suddenly sideways. Granddaughter Kang Xiangqiong's face was flushed, her eyes were blurred, and it seemed that she could draw a thread between her watery eyes. One hand had subconsciously touched the swollen chest. How shameful. With a sharp shout, a splash of water hit Kang Xiangqiong's face. Splash. Kang Xiangqiong trembled all over and woke up in confusion. Seeing her grandfather's gloomy face, she shuddered immediately. What are you?" Kang Dongyu stared at his granddaughter with disappointment. "You practice too fast. Have you forgotten to cultivate your mind? You can't even resist this little elixir fragrance. How can you inherit my Kang family heritage in the future? Who of the whole family has returned from the Yan League to build a foundation, and you are still practicing Qi." He kept scolding Kang Xiangqiong so much that her mouth was drooping, and she was about to cry. As a girl, she was naturally not on guard next to her most trusted and powerful grandfather. Who knew that the elixir was so dirty and mean? Just smelling it, she felt it. Now, she was scolded. "You're crying, it's all my fault for protecting you too well. Humph. You'll be confined to the Cliff of Repentance for 3 months." Kang Dongyu flicked his sleeves and left. Looking at the direction of his escape light, he was clearly heading for Taishan Square at the foot of the mountain. Kang Xiangqiong puffed her lips, her face rounded with anger. "It's all that damn alchemist's fault. You made me look so ugly in front of my grandfather. Don't let me know you are." Kang Xiangqiong cursed and walked towards the Cliff of Repentance obediently. Halfway through the walk, her eyes rolled around. 3 months, you didn't say when it starts. I'll go buy some daily necessities first, it's normal. With a sneaker, he drove the flying magic weapon and quietly went down Mount Tai. "My friend, long time no see. Hey, who are you?" In the VIP room on the 2nd floor of Jinshi Pavilion. Kang Dongyu looked at the man in front of him hesitantly. Luo Chen wiped his face, and the appearance that had been changed by the secret technique was immediately restored to its original state. He smiled slightly and cupped his hands. "Senior, long time no see. You." Kang Dongyu's face changed instantly, and he looked at Luo Chen in disbelief. It was not because of the disguise technique. It was because of the spiritual power fluctuations that the other party showed at this moment. It was the same foundation building stage as him. Although it was lower than his, it was already the 2nd level of the genuine foundation building stage. How many years have passed? When I first met him, I remember he was at the 4th or 5th level of the key refining stage. Kang Donggai looked dazed. Even when they sat down and Luo Chen talked about the past with him, he still didn't react. This speed of cultivation, even in a large sect, would be regarded as a true teaching, or even a Dao seed to be cultivated. Senior. Don't call me senior, since you have already built your foundation, you are a fellow Taoist. Just call me Taoist friend. Amidst the sighs, Kang Donggai quickly recovered his mentality. He looked at Luo Chen, sighing with emotion, and nodded repeatedly. No wonder you can refine the best wonderful pills. It turns out that you have already established your foundation. I'm afraid you can even try to get the 2nd level pills. Try? I have already refined it. Luo Chen smiled slightly. Senior, you are too kind. After not seeing you for many years, your cultivation has improved again. You have already reached the middle stage of foundation building. A sedan chair is carried by people. Everyone can say nice words. Kang Donggai sighed in his heart. How can he be considered fast? When he went to Daohofang, he had already established the 3rd level of foundation building. He bought a lot of cultivation resources from the auction, and was lucky enough to advance to the middle stage of foundation building in the past 2 years. Let's not say these polite words. Kang Donggai took out the pink jade bottle. On the way here, I have already identified this pill. It is indeed a top-grade pill with very good medicinal power. Ordinary key refining cultivators will be affected by just smelling the fragrance of the pill. Even for us who are in the foundation establishment stage, I believe it will have excellent effects after taking it. As for the price, it is naturally not based on ordinary first-grade pills. After all, once a pill reaches the top grade, it is almost equivalent to a lower-grade pill of a higher grade. So, I will give 20 lower-grade spirit stones for each pill. Considering the large quantity, this price may be too low. Ahem. He was interrupted by Luo Chen. In Kang Donggai's puzzled eyes, Luo Chen smiled bitterly. You really flatter me. How can a top-grade pill be refined in batches? Just this one pill is already a blessing from my heart and I got it by luck. Kang Donggai blinked, and then laughed heartily. He slapped the table. Haha. I was thinking about something else. That's right, it's the top-grade elixir. I was really shocked by your progress in realm before, and I felt that it was acceptable for this kind of thing to happen to you. Ha ha ha. Amidst the laughter, the atmosphere finally returned to normal. The laughter stopped. Kang Donggai realized something was wrong again. So you said before that there were a lot of elixirs for sale. Take a look at this elixir. A jade bottle was slowly pushed from the sandalwood table in Luo Chen's hand to Kang Donggai. After opening the bottle stopper, Kang Donggai pursed his lips. He raised his head and looked at Luo Chen suspiciously. Jade marrow pill, Dan Chenzi. Hiss. Kang Donggai took a breath of cold air and looked at Luo Chen with a look of astonishment that he couldn't hide. Outsiders don't understand where his astonishment comes from. Only true alchemists understand why this huge emotional fluctuation comes from. Less than 10 years. Refining a top-grade Zongmiao Pill is nothing. At most, he could say that Luo Chen had a high talent for alchemy and had a unique understanding of this kind of elixir, so he was lucky enough to get it. Kang Donggai also had the experience of getting it by chance in the elixir that he was best at. But Luo Chen also refined another elixir to the top grade. This cannot be described by high talent. Horrible. Shocking. Shocking. Amazing. Too many extreme descriptors can be used to describe Luo Chen's alchemy talent. Shocked. Luo Chen's words came slowly. I have a large number of chalcedony pills, all of which are top grade. I wonder if your Jinshi Pavilion can take them. How much is a large amount? A business worth 50,000 spirit stones. It's best to pay with medium-grade spirit stones. Let me think about it. When it comes to business, Kang Donggai automatically restrains those emotions. Jinshi Pavilion does not only sell his Kang family's elixirs alone. Usually, it also collects some unconventional elixirs refined by independent cultivators and small families. In this way, the golden signboard of Taishanfang Jinshi Pavilion was formed. Even the spiritual medicine pavilion is not inferior in the local low-level elixir business. 50,000 spirit stones, a lot. But for the Kang family, it is not that they can't take it out. It's just that this way, the working capital will be stretched. After a long while, Kang Donggai relaxed his brows. Are all the jade marrow pills in your hand of this quality? Only good ones, not bad ones. The bad ones were all taken by Luo Chen to feed the swallowing river toad. If so, then I take it. Without waiting for Luo Chen to be happy, Kang Dongyu changed the subject, but some of them have to be exchanged for equivalent resources. You know, 50,000 spirit stones is not a small amount. If you take them all out, my Kang family will also be hurt. Luo Chen thought about it and nodded gently. The exchange of equivalent resources is a very common way of trading in the world of immortal cultivation. As long as both parties agree. There are many kinds of elixirs that my Kang family is involved in, among which I want golden jade liquid. Luo Chen stared at the old man with burning eyes, and it must be a very good quality, preferably top grade. Golden jade liquid, a first-level spiritual medicine. It is of great help to body refining. It is very suitable for Luo Chen to break through the first level of body refining. As for whether the Kang family has top-grade elixirs, Luo Chen has no doubt at all. This is one of their signature elixirs. After hundreds of years of refining, they must have hoarded a small part. It is very difficult to refine top-grade elixirs. But you also have to see what level the alchemist is. Kang Dongyu is definitely a second-level alchemist, which can be seen from the fact that he easily distinguished the quality of the elixirs that Luo Chen took out many times. Top grade. While Kang Dongyu was thinking, Luo Chen suddenly said, if there is a way to dissolve the poison of the elixir, I am even willing to make concessions on the purchase price of the Chalcedony elixir. Of course, I will pay another normal price to buy the method to dissolve the poison of the elixir. The method to dissolve the poison of the elixir. Kang Dongyu looked at Luo Chen in surprise. Then, a thought came to his mind. Could he have built his foundation so quickly by swallowing pills like crazy? When this thought came to his mind, combined with Luo Chen's determination to compromise on the purchase price of the jade marrow pill, Kang Dongyu became more convinced of this guess. Then, there was the huge wave in his heart. Their Kang family is not a small family. The ancestor was a true cultivator of the Jade Sword sect. Although some of the sword sect's secrets cannot be passed on to outsiders, some common sense that a major sects in the world of immortal cultivation do not publicize will still be passed on to the younger generation. Among them is the saying that although pills are good, you must not be greedy. Taking too many pills will accumulate a lot of pill poison. Even the pill recipes that have been deduced to the extreme by the major alchemy sects, such as Kingdom Valley, Yao Wang sect, and Mingguan sect will have pill poison left over. Under normal circumstances, pill poison does not seem to be dangerous. But when it comes to breaking through the realm, it will form a natural chasm. Ordinary people cannot break this natural chasm at all. You must have a terrifying background, a huge will, and a bit of luck to break through by chance. Therefore, any large sect, even if it is very rich, will deliberately control the supply of elixirs for disciples. Especially the disciples with outstanding talents. They would rather give the other party a top-grade elixir than let them swallow 1,000 low-grade elixirs. The value of a top-grade elixir is naturally not as good as 1,000 low-grade elixirs. The big sects are not stingy, but they don't want to ruin good seedlings. And this Luo Chen, remember Liu Heke said, his qualifications are not good. At first, he was just a small casual cultivator. He was able to cultivate his mind to the foundation building stage in such a short time. I'm afraid he used the terrifying alchemy talent and the massive resources exchanged for alchemy to make up for the defects of his qualifications. In this way, he built the foundation. After sorting out all this, the waves in his heart gradually subsided. Kang Dongyu looked at Luo Chen with eyes that were no longer envious, shocked, and amazed as before. Instead, it turned into a touch of solemnity and pity. He was solemn about the other party's deep foundation. The one who felt pity for him was that he must have experienced unimaginable pain in order to overcome the barrier of the poison. How much willpower does it take to overcome it? Luo Chen frowned. Isn't it just asking about the method of resolving the poison? Why did the other party show such an expression? He didn't like people showing similar pity and sympathy to him. That would only make him feel that his years of hard work were not recognized. Kang Dongyu shook his head and wiped away those thoughts that shouldn't have been there. It's just that his attitude towards Luo Chen was 3 points more important than before. A person who dares to endure great pain in cultivation, even if he has not cultivated for as many years as him, is completely worthy of admiration. In this way, they are fellow travelers. My Kang family doesn't have the method of detoxification. Huh? Luo Chen was puzzled. As an old family in Taishan Fang, And with alchemy as its main business, it actually doesn't have it? In his doubts, King Zongmiao changed the subject. However, I do know about a method to detoxify. News. Yes, and it's in Taishan Square. It will be auctioned in the near future. Auction. Luo Chen was surprised. Auction? But isn't Yuding's sword pavilion already deserted? Is there anyone organizing an auction? He didn't even think about the black market auction. Yuding's sword pavilion is gone, so it's impossible for Luo and Sect's Xianlong black market to still stay here. Organized by the whole family. Strictly speaking, it's a large-scale auction organized by the Yan League supporting the whole family. The whole family of Chichen Mountain? Luo Chen fell into thought. Kang Donggai looked at him thinking and suddenly asked, Luo Xianhu, is this the force you founded? The retreat time at Luofang Mountain has been revised. It is 3 years, not 10 years. 10 years is too exaggerated for a small force like Luo Xianhu. I wrote it too fast at the time, so there are inconsistencies. Sorry. Chapter 207, The Whole Family Gains Power in Chichen Mountain. Luo Chen was not surprised that Kang Donggai could guess his identity. When the words Zongmiao Pill, Dan Chenzi, Foundation Building True Cultivator, and Daofang were linked together, anyone who could use his brain could guess that he was the leader of Luo Xianhu. Nodding, Luo Chen did not deny it. Seeing this, Kang Donggai could not help but admire and nod. It is indeed not easy for a casual cultivator to practice. With such a force at your disposal, many things will be convenient. This time you came to Taishanfang, you should also want to settle down. Luo Chen did not hide it and said bluntly, I have this idea. In that case, you may have to perform well at this auction. Kang Donggai stroked his beard and said meaningfully, perform well at the auction? Luo Chen blinked and fell into deep thought. Kang Donggai did not disturb him, but sent someone to get the medium-grade spirit stone and equivalent resources. The price of the top-grade Zongmiao Pill discussed with Luo Chen was naturally not the market price. It is a purchase price that is much lower than the market price. Only in this way can they ensure that they can also make a profit. However, in view of the current chaotic situation, the two Yuanying upper sects are increasingly incompatible, and the prices of elixirs and magic tools have been rising. Therefore, even the purchase price has soared to 80 lingxi per bottle. After Jinshi Pavilion got it, it marked the price at 90 or 100 and sold it. In and out, it can make more than 10,000 lingxi. It is really a good business. Luo Chen will not lose money. Before leaving Daofang, he spent 3 months refining a large number of high-quality jade pills. For this, he also consumed a lot of Luo Xianhu's inventory and lingxi. If you sell it separately, you will definitely make a little more money, but the time cost is too high. In this situation, it is better to collect funds as soon as possible. 200 medium-quality lingxi, 20,000 low-quality lingxi, plus a large amount of top-quality and high-quality gold jade liquid. This batch of golden jade liquid is enough for Luo Chen to use for a long time, and there is even a surplus to reward some monks of Luo Xianhu. In addition, there are some medicinal materials, mostly gold and stone mineral materials. Huan Hu also provided a lot. The most important thing is that Kang Donggai told him the news of the method of detoxification. Kingdom Mayan Fa comes from Kingdom Valley, one of the 7 sects of Yuding. Kang Donggai did not say how it came from, but it will definitely be useful to Luo Chen. After the goods were handed over, Luo Chen asked Kang Donggai some questions about cultivation. Maybe he admired Luo Chen more, or maybe he had just reached a big business cooperation. Kang Donggai was not stingy and told him some tips for cultivation in the early stage of foundation building. After listening, combined with what Li Yixun said at the beginning, Luo Chen only felt that he benefited a lot. If he practiced again, he would probably take fewer detours and practice faster. Let's stop here today. I'm sorry to bother you, fellow Taoist. No, to be honest, I really want you to stay in Taishanfang. Usually, we can exchange more experiences in alchemy. Whether it will work or not depends on the attitudes of the 3 families. Luo Chen smiled bitterly. He had come to his senses. If he wanted to stay in Taishanfang, it might not be that easy. After saying goodbye, Luo Chen left. Kang Donggai stood in front of the window of the magnificent attic of Jinshi Pavilion, looking at Luo Chen's back as he walked away on the street. Come out. Ah. A beautiful figure walked out of the inner room. Grandpa found me. Not caring about the flattering tone in his granddaughter's words, Kang Donggai stroked his beard and sighed. What a pity. If he hadn't built his foundation, he would have become a powerful helper for my Kang family. Kang Xiangqiang curiously leaned over to the window, but couldn't see the figure in the crowd. He is not from our Kang family, how can he be a good helper? Conquer, win over, explain the reason, explain the benefits. If it doesn't work, we can also arrange marriage. Kang Dongyu said slowly. When he said the last sentence, he looked at Kang Xiangqiang with a smile. Kang Xiangqiang shuddered, I don't want it. People who refine that kind of cheap elixir are not gentlemen at first glance. Kang Dongyu did not speak to explain for Luo Chen. Gentlemen? There may be gentlemen in this world. But they will never come from places like Dahofang. In the middle of the night. On the upper cabin of the Luo Chen ship. A figure floated down like catkins. At the same time, the wooden door seemed to have sensed it and slowly opened. Li Yixun's bright eyes trembled slightly. This Luo Chen has such a keen spiritual sense, I am afraid he has already noticed my arrival. Enter the cabin, close the door, and sit opposite each other. How did you find out, fellow Taoist? Li Yixun asked calmly, and his true mood could not be seen. Luo Chen shook his head. I'm afraid it's not good. Taishan Fang may not be so welcoming to us. Li Yixun looked at Luo Chen and nodded in agreement. Indeed, I have talked to the foundation building cultivator of the Yu family, and she didn't hide too much from us. Taishan Fang has a total of 4 small spiritual veins. Although one of them is a second-level spiritual vein, it is divided by the Kang family and the Ho family. The resources here are far less abundant than those in Dahofang, and the large forces that can be accommodated are limited. 4 spiritual veins. It sounds like a lot, but in fact it is far less than the large first-level spiritual vein in Dahofang. As far as Luo Chen knows, there are as many small branches extending from that large spiritual vein in Dahofang. That is the real holy land for casual cultivators. Moreover, the main vein Luofang Mountain has the potential to be upgraded to the 3rd level. In comparison, Taishan Fang is a little barren. Moreover, this place seems to be affected by the aftermath of the battle between the 2 Yuanying upper sects, and the power structure is gradually changing. Li Yixun said slowly. Luo Chen nodded. This was almost the same as what he had heard from Kang Dongyu. The Ho family. In the past, Taishan Fang respected the Kang family. Even if the Ho family was stronger, they had to respect the Yuding Sword sect behind them. But now, it is obvious that the Yuding Sword sect is gathering strength. The Yanmeng has been a vassal of the Yuding Sword sect for many years. In order to keep them closely tied to their side, they gave up some things. For example, this Taishan Fang. Li Yixun said, maybe it's not giving, but returning. Yet, Luo Chen agreed with her words. Taishan Fang itself is within the territory of the Yanmen. For many years, it has been controlled by the Yuding Sword Pavilion and the Kang family, which has indeed encroached on the interests of the Yanmen. Now that the war has begun, in order to consolidate the alliance, the Yuding Sword sect will naturally give up some things that do not belong to them. The Ho family has been sending young disciples to the Yanmeng for many years. They were originally a member of the Yanmen. Now that the Ho family has taken the lead, the interests of the market will naturally be handed over to the Yanmen. The power status is changing. They came to Taishan Fang at a bad time. So, it seems that the 3 families need to agree, but under the current situation, if you want to stay in Taishan Fang, you only need the Ho family to agree. Luo Chen concluded. And this conclusion made Li Yixun feel quite heavy. It is absolutely impossible for all the 4 major forces in Dahofang to stay. It is very likely that only 1 or 2 families have this opportunity. Li Yixun cheered up. Dan Chenzi, what are you going to do? What should I do? Luo Chen read this sentence and shook his head slowly. While thinking, he finally said, let's talk about it after the auction. 3 days later. Ho family auction. It was not named Yuding auction or Taishan Fang auction, but the name was marked with the word Ho family. Its purpose is self-evident. The Ho family of Chichen Mountain took the opportunity of holding an auction to declare the sovereignty of Taishan Fang internally and externally. From then on, this place was no longer dominated by the Kang family and Yuding Sword sect. As for why the form of auction was used, it was actually very simple. Large auctions have always been held by big forces with the resources. Small forces can only run black markets at most. It is called a black market auction, but it is just a free trading market for independent cultivators. Only large forces can get high-level materials, elixirs and skills, and even magic weapons. Downward, they can rely on their appeal to gather many guests to strengthen their momentum. If there are fewer people, the atmosphere will not be able to rise at all. A few people will discuss the price by themselves. There is no premium that soars all the way, but only bargaining and compromise. Standing at the foot of Chichen Mountain, Luo Chen looked up at the towering mountain with a touch of envy in his eyes. A second-level spiritual vein. Even if it is only half of the profit shared with the Taishan Kang family, it is still a second-level spiritual land. What makes him most envious is that there is a real fire vein here. And after the arrangement of the Anming masters, the ground fire is drawn out, which is a real first-level ground fire. It is said that this mountain is an active volcano, and a first-level demon beast, the Red Toad, was born in it. So it is named Red Toad Mountain. Compared with Xiaohun Mountain, it is really too different. Retracting his sight, Luo Chen looked to the side vaguely. Wang Heichao, Nan Guangjin, and Li Yixin all took their men to prepare to enter the mountain. As for the other endless escape lights, they had nothing to do with him. Let's go. Luo Chen waved his sleeves and drove the white cloud slowly up the mountain. Wang Yuan, Sima Wei Niang, Duan Feng and others followed behind him. In addition to Zheng Wen, Yuan Popo, Sima Wenji and the two newly joined 9th-level key refining cultivators, a total of 5 people were arranged to stay in the garrison. All the remaining 9th-level key refining cultivators of Luo Xian who were brought along this time. A total of 10 people, plus Chu Lingjun, the entry-level disciple. Not to mention how many resources are auctioned, it's okay to see the world. However, when they arrived in front of the newly built palace halfway up the mountain, this world was a bit disappointing. The dense crowd was blocked outside the palace gate. What happened in front? Luo Chen frowned. Sima Wei Niang nodded to his younger brother Sima Wenji, who immediately stepped out of the line and trotted to the front. After a while, he came back quickly. Report to the president. When the casual cultivators in front were offering auction items, there was a little trouble and the passage was blocked. Huh? Sima Wenji immediately explained everything. It turned out that a casual cultivator offered a 1,000-year-old spiritual herb. But because of the self-humiliation of divine objects, the spiritual light displayed by this spiritual herb was extremely dim. As a result, an elder of the whole family only evaluated it for 500 years. The value of a 1,000-year-old spiritual herb and a 500-year-old spiritual herb is very different. Because of this, the casual cultivator made a fuss. At first, the elder of the whole family was still stiff-necked, saying that he had not made a wrong judgment. As a result, a foundation-building true cultivator from the spiritual medicine pavilion passed by, took a glance, and casually told the specific age of the spiritual herb. In this way, the elder in charge of the appraisal made a big joke. Now, the casual cultivator was not willing to give up, thinking that the elder of the whole family deliberately underestimated the value and was suspected of embezzling money. Not only that, some cultivators who had submitted the auction items before also felt that something was wrong and wanted to apply for a re-evaluation. As a result, the passage for casual cultivators was blocked. Now the elder of the whole family was stuck there and felt a little embarrassed. It doesn't matter, you can follow me to the foundation building true cultivation passage. Luo Chen said, unfolding the spiritual power fluctuations of the foundation building period and moving forward. Wherever he passed, the casual cultivators of the key refining period gave way. Many people were curious to look at him, a strange foundation building cultivator. When passing by the passage where the casual cultivators' auction items were collected, Luo Chen took a look and shook his head. Chu Lingjun looked over curiously and said casually, Master, why doesn't the whole family invite a professional appraiser? Is it possible that this is already the most professional appraiser in their family? The speaker was Su Xiaolin. Luo Xian, who is a 9th-level key refining cultivator who has risen in the past 2 years. He is in his 40s, looks very young, and has a lively personality. Just as he was speaking, a handsome young man in a red robe came towards him. He glanced at Su Xiaolin, his face slightly gloomy. The foundation building aura came over violently, showing its edge. Luo Chen frowned and flicked his hand. The sharp aura was like waves hitting a reef, seemingly fierce, but ultimately unable to subside. Dao, there is no need to be hard on the juniors. The young man opened his eyes wide and stared at Luo Chen. Who are you? I am Luo Chen, and I apologize for my subordinate's rude words. As he spoke, Luo Chen cupped his hands. Humph, You should take good care of these miscellaneous cultivators from the countryside. The young man snorted coldly and did not entangle with Luo Chen. He passed by them and went straight to the appraisal hut where the scattered cultivators gathered. Before the person came close, he introduced himself. My whole family doesn't care about this stuff, and it's nonsense to lower the price for no reason. 1,000-year spiritual grass, right? I, Ho-Hu, will buy it for 3,000 spiritual stones. Hearing the voice behind him, Luo Chen couldn't help shaking his head. What a domineering person. 3,000 spiritual stones to buy 1,000-year spiritual grass, it seems generous, but it's actually a bargain. Moreover, other casual cultivators dare not refuse to sell it to him, a foundation-building true cultivator. Don't say that the price will be higher at the auction. This auction is held by the whole family. Casual cultivators must sell. Senior, are you the president of Luo Chen Club? A graceful maid appeared in front of him. Luo Chen nodded. The other party smiled slightly and pointed to the front. Your box is over here, please follow me. Yes. Led by the maid, Luo Chen and his friends soon entered a fairly spacious box. Across the open platform, the situation below the palace was in full view. The location was not bad. It was just that the arrangement for those casual cultivators in the venue was really not in place. The seats were placed randomly. Some of them are of different colors. Moreover, unlike Yuding's Sword Pavilion, they do not provide free fruit tea. After all, it is just a suddenly powerful immortal cultivation family, and it cannot compare with the magnanimity of the sect. Luo Chen shook his head and sat down. At this time, he realized that the atmosphere in the team was a bit depressing. Following Luo Chen's gaze, Chu Lingjin pursed his lips and said regretfully, Master, I shouldn't have said too much just now. Su Xiaolin even half knelt on the ground and apologized directly. President, Xiaolin's words have caused you trouble. Chapter 208, the Kingian magical elixir method is obtained. Trouble? Not really. Luo Chen shook his head and didn't care. This matter is not your fault. The whole family did something unkind, and those who participated in the auction have the right to comment. You two were not the only ones who were discussing it at the time. On the contrary, it was the foundation-building cultivator who attacked the juniors, really. Ho-Hu. Luo Chen muttered this name, revealing a hint of thought. If I guessed correctly, it should be the genius that the whole family sent to the Yan League this generation. He successfully built his foundation at the age of only 50. Because the two Yuanying upper sects were fighting, the Yan League, as a vassal of the Yuding Sword sect, also joined the war. This Ho-Hu did not take the opportunity to shine in the war, but hurriedly fled back to Taishan Square under the pretext of dealing with family affairs. It is said that even his realm has not been stable. I don't know if this person is timid or has mastered the essence of the way of the Gudeo. But judging from the way he showed off his power to the weak just now, I'm afraid it's the former. Looking at the two people who apologized, Luo Chen sighed. But when you go out, you should be careful about what you say and do. This time, take it as a lesson, and never make the same mistake again. Get up. Chu Lingjin nodded repeatedly. Although he was not affected just now, it was because he was standing next to Luo Chen. The momentum of Ho-Hu targeting Su Xiaolin was not friendly at all. Su Xiaolin stood up, and his face was less impetuous due to his promotion to the 9th level of key refining, and he became more stable. He really took this advice to heart. If he makes the same mistake again next time, Luo Chen may not be able to stand in front of him. At that time, he might even die. After this little episode, a lot of time has passed. However, the auction below has not yet entered the process. Luo Chen pulled the corner of his mouth. It is said that the whole family has a deep foundation. But from what he has seen so far, he can't see any of it. What he has is a feeling of nouveau riche. It's so slow to organize an auction. In the auction hall, the noisy sounds are deafening. There's even noise inside. If it weren't for the presence of a foundation establishment cultivator, I'm afraid the casual cultivators below would immediately start a fight because of what are you looking at. Suddenly, Luo Chen's ears moved, and then he closed his eyes slightly. Do you have anything to bid for later? It was Wang Heichao's voice transmission. Nanguangjin, forget it, I don't have many spirit stones on hand, so I'll just be a spectator. Li Yixun, I heard from Taoist Yu Ro that at this auction, the whole family got 2 magic weapons and several top-grade magic weapons from the Yan League. I'm a little tempted. Wang Heichao, magic weapons are not cheap. This voice transmission carried a tone of consolation. Li Yixun said helplessly, "Of course it's not cheap, but this is a different time. If I have a magic weapon in my hand, I can be more confident." At this point, Li Yixun asked curiously, "Alliance Master Wang, do you have anything you want to bid for?" "A low-grade magic weapon called Zongmiao Sword. I must get it." Wang Heichao's voice transmission was firm and unquestionable. In another box, Li Yixun frowned. "Zongmiao Sword?" Listening to the name, it seems to be a magic weapon with fire attributes. But Wang Heichao is obviously good at water-based exercises. Why is he determined to get a magic weapon with fire attributes? "Dan Chenzi, what about you?" Wang Heichao asked. Luo Chen, who had been silent all the time, chuckled and said, "I want a secret technique called Kingaun Myanfa. I hope that when the time comes, fellow Taoists will not raise the price with me." The name Kingaun Myanfa flowed through the hearts of the three foundation building masters. Nang Guangjin asked curiously, "What kind of secret technique is this?" Li Yixun, "I will not compete with fellow Taoist Luo Chen." Wang Heichao, "I have no intention of competing for this technique. However, Dan Chenzi, you have to be careful of other local foundation building cultivators who compete with you in the auction." Luo Chen smiled slightly, "It's okay, I have a small fortune." As soon as these words came out, the three of them were startled. Yes, Luo Chen is an alchemist. No matter who is short of money, he can't be short of money. On the contrary, we have to be more careful. In the box of the Daijiang Gang, Wang Heichao opened his eyes with a serious expression. Luo Chen is quite wealthy. If it is not necessary later, it is better not to offend him. Otherwise, if it affects my bidding for the Zongmiao sword, it will be more troublesome. While he was thinking, Min Longai behind him looked at the noisy scene in the hall, with a hint of expectation on his face. Thank you all for coming from afar to participate in the Ho family auction. I am Ho Hu, an inner disciple of the Yan League. I will host today's auction. The auction finally started after a long delay. It was almost evening. But when Ho Hu said that he was a disciple of the Yan League, the noisy scene became much quieter. After all, as a giant in sect, he still had a certain deterrent power. But Ho Hu's auction level was a matter of opinion. Anyway, Luo Chen was frowning when he saw it. Some conventional resources were priced too high, which caused a cold reception at the beginning. This was really too clumsy. Whether compared with Luo Xianhong of the Yuding Sword sect or Xiang Xingzi of this Hanlong black market, they were not even a little bit worse. Moreover, Ho Hu was not very good at raising the price. A treasure that could have been sold at a higher price, but he did not hide its shortcomings in his mouth. No, why should I worry about him? Luo Chen couldn't help but pursed his lips. He was afraid that he would laugh out loud. This Ho Hu's auction skills are poor. Isn't it just a good bargain for me? The next auction is a second-level secret technique called Kingaun Myanfa. This technique has a unique effect and can resolve the sequelae of elixir poisoning caused by excessive use of elixirs. In addition, it also has a certain effect on poison. The only disadvantage is that it takes a long time to practice this technique. Starting price, 3,000 spirit stones. Each increase in price must not be less than 100. Hearing Ho Hu's voice, Luo Chen's eyes lit up. The three foundation building masters from Daohofang also tacitly focused their attention on him. However, Luo Chen did not bid at the first time. He was waiting. 3,100 spirit stones. Soon, someone called for a price. There was more than one person. 3,002. 3,003. 3,004. The bidding sounds continued to ring out one after another. Each increase in price was not high, but there seemed to be no sign of stopping. Luo Chen's original fluke mentality of bidding at a low price was quickly dispelled. As expected. Because of their excessive pursuit of cultivation speed, casual cultivators often choose to swallow pills without restraint. When they reach a high level, they will find the sequelae of excessive swallowing of pills. At this time, for the sake of the great Dao, there will always be people who are willing to spend money to buy one or two detoxification methods. Although, the disadvantages may be great. The bidding continued. Soon, it reached 4,000. This price is already very high for secret books that are not the main cultivation method and non-attack and defense spells. Daohofang Sanji, who has been paying attention to this scene, can't help but be extremely surprised. In the Li family's box, Liao couldn't help but say, the method of detoxification, if you learn this method, can't you use pills to speed up your practice? And, why don't we buy it too? Li Yixun shook his head, it's not that simple. Didn't you hear that this method is very time-consuming in the mouths of the foundation-building cultivators? The most lacking thing for you key refining cultivators is time. How can you waste it on a secret technique that has no power? That's true. In order to save time and speed up practice, you have to waste a lot of time. Contradictory things only add to the trouble. Seeing Liao wake up, Li Yixun said again, moreover, this is something that Taoist Luo Chen specifically requested. It's best not to compete with him. Liao looked at the Luo Xianhu box curiously. But, he hasn't made a bid until now. Li Yixun was also a little confused. After thinking about it, he hesitated and said, maybe he wants to make a final decision. Such a discussion was also held at the Nanguang family. But Nangong Jin's response was, don't participate in any bidding, prepare your spirit stones, and bid for what we need most. Did Luo Chen want to make a final decision? He had this in mind. But his main concern was to observe the strength of the bidders. Every time the price is raised, it rarely exceeds 500 spirit stones. Sure enough, those who need a method to detoxify are those who often take elixirs. If such people don't have a stable source of income like me, they will definitely be short of money. In this way, it will be easy to deal with. Luo Chen was indeed wealthy. After the transaction with the Golden Stone Pavilion, his total wealth once again returned to 50,000 yuan. And Luo Xianhu still had tens of thousands of spirit stones on its account. For him, a second-level secret technique really didn't put any pressure on him. He was just used to spending every penny on steel blades. His eyes fell in the direction of a foundation-building cultivator. In his ears, he heard Ho Hu's annoying voice of pricing. 4,300 spirit stones once. Twice. 5,000. A loud voice suddenly came out. Ho Hu glanced at the direction where Luo Chen was. Dao Yao from box 9 bid 5,000 spiritual stones. Is there anyone who wants it? There was silence in the venue. The sudden increase of 700 spiritual stones showed that the other party did not take this few spiritual stones seriously. The foundation establishment true cultivator who had been participating in the competition was about to win this method of detoxification. But he did not expect that someone would intervene. He glanced at box 9 with hatred and hesitated. He waved to the maid at the door. Senior 2, what do you want? Tu Sham suppressed his anger and asked in a low voice, who is the person in that box? The maid was stunned and answered subconsciously, we can't reveal. I ask you, who is he? The maid shuddered all over, it's someone from Luo Xianhu. The leader is called Dan Chenzi, a second-level alchemist. Second-level alchemist. Tu Shan was stunned. Then he sighed dejectedly. Such a person, the wealth is definitely not comparable to him. If he continued to argue, he would only bring shame upon himself. He gave up the bidding. 5,000 spiritual stones for the second time. 5,000 spiritual stones for the third time. Deal. Without even a word of congratulations, Ho Hu waved his hand and had the item delivered to the people in box number 9. He was a little dissatisfied with the price. The Kingdom Mayan Fa was a second-level secret technique from Kingdom Valley. It was seized by his senior brother from the body of a Kingdom Valley Foundation establishment true cultivator. He was entrusted to auction it. In the end, it was sold at this price. If Luo Chen knew what he was thinking, he would probably say something. With your ability, you can still bid a high price? Then you must praise this technique to the fullest, saying that it came from a giant sect, was suitable for family inheritance, and had shortcomings that could be improved. It can only be said that Ho Hu's coming to host the auction was indeed a great honor. The cultivators in Taishan Square and nearby all remembered him. But his ability was indeed not suitable for this position. Is this the Kingdom Mayan method? Luo Chen took the jade slip from a cultivator of the Ho family. He was not excited, but he was quite curious. If he could learn this method, he could start practicing at a high speed again. He ignored the auction that was still going on in the venue. Luo Chen immediately put his spiritual consciousness into the jade slip. It was not that he was impatient. But if there was any problem with this method, he could return it in person. Break the one-time restriction. After a check, it was confirmed that there was no major problem. Luo Chen then withdrew his spiritual consciousness. At this time, the auction in the venue finally came to a climax from the tepid state. Because the magic weapon Zhuanghe sword began to be auctioned. And the price of this magic weapon began to soar from the beginning. The price was only 10,000 spirit stones. When Luo Chen noticed it, the price had soared to 50,000. President, something seems wrong. Sima Wei Niang looked suspicious. Luo Chen nodded, he had already noticed something wrong. Because the main force of the auction at this moment is none other than Wang Hechao and Nanguang Jin, two foundation-building true cultivators from Daohufang. Wang Hechao had previously stated that he was determined to win. Although he was a water-based cultivator, why was he so enthusiastic? But everyone was willing to give him this face. But Nanguang Jin was so eager to go to the auction, which was really wrong. This is just a very ordinary low-grade magic weapon flying sword, and it is not suitable for both of them. Why is the bidding so fierce? This is almost tearing the relationship apart. Luo Chen looked surprised and doubtful, and his eyes swept across the two boxes in succession. Finally, he fell on the leisurely host Ho-Hu. He is so carefree, as if he has determined that someone will pay a high price for this magic weapon. 53,000. 54,000. 57,000. The price is still rising. For a low-grade magic weapon that is not very surprising, this price is indeed too much. Its true value should be around 30 or 40,000. Suddenly, a familiar female voice came to my ears. Dao Luo Chen, something is wrong. It was Li Yixuan. Luo Chen remained calm and sent a message back, it's not right, this item doesn't seem to be worth it. Could it be related to the quota for staying in Taishanfang? Luo Chen was shocked, and replied after a while, maybe it is so. Looking at the situation in the venue, Luo Chen was more and more sure of Li Yixuan's guess. The whole family held an auction to show that they had become the master of Taishanfa. In this case, this auction must not be anticlimactic. Apart from anything else, at least a few high-priced treasures must be auctioned off. In this way, people will talk about it with relish and continue to praise it. And it may be a little difficult for the whole family to take out the real good things, and they may not be willing to give them up. In this case, why not take out a cheap? And now, there are just a few suckers for them to kill. To enter Taishanfang, you have to show some expression. In other words, it is a letter of surrender. Kang Donggaiu had also reminded him to perform well at the auction. As expected, Luo Chen looked at Ho-Hu, and that man's eyes frequently fell on the two boxes of Luo Xianhu and Li's family, which had not bid. Is it waiting for us to bid too? Luo Chen thought so. Li Yixuan's worried voice came to his ears. Dao Luo Chen, do you want to bid? Thanks to Dark Knight Starry Night for the 3,500 starting coins reward, and thanks to book friend 20210301105262053253256 for the 500 starting coins reward. Thanks to Wu Iok for his continued support. Chapter 209. Some people have changed, some people cannot change. Bid? Be a sucker? Luo Chen sneered in his heart. No, I won't wade into this muddy water. But, don't you want to stay in Taishanfang? Luo Chen hesitated for a moment, but decided to tell him frankly. I really don't want to. In the Li family's box, Li Yixuan couldn't help but show surprise on his face. Why? Do you want to stay here? Stay in a market that has been run by the Kang family for hundreds of years, stay in a place where power changes and the new owner is extremely powerful in both strength and background? I'm afraid that many years later, they will swallow it up completely. Li Yixuan frowned, but. There is no but, maybe you will consider the family and seek a safe place to grow without too much fighting. But my heart is towards the avenue, and there is only one second-level spiritual vein here, and it is divided by the two families. Finally, Luo Chen sent a word faintly. If you want to fight, Luo doesn't mind lending you 10,000 yuan. After the words fell, there was silence for a long time. Only the increasingly strenuous bidding echoed in the palace hall. Ho-Hu was in the middle, listening to the bids from both sides with a smile. Even though there was a long gap in between, he didn't say anything about the first time or the second time. However, looking at the private rooms of Luo Xianhu and Li's family, they looked a little unfriendly. Don't give face. Without the two bidders, the atmosphere is still not lively enough. In the private room of Li's family, Li Yixuan's cherry lips once wanted to open and participate in the auction. However, Luo Chen's words kept coming back to her mind. For the sake of the family, Taishanfang seems to be able to develop steadily, but in the long run, it is definitely not a good place. After all, If Yuding's sword pavilion leaves, there will be no relatively large force to balance the middle. As the local overlord, the whole family will sooner or later not be able to accommodate other family forces. The two old friends, Kang and Yu, may be able to tolerate it, but the newcomer. And for her own sake, she also felt that not having a second-level spiritual land was really a burden to her cultivation. In the end, she gave up bidding for the Zhuanghe sword dejectedly. When she gave up, the auction in the venue had been silent for a long time. The price stopped at 83,000 low-grade spirit stones offered by Wang Hechao. Nanguangjin had a bitter look on his face. He couldn't continue to bid. This was already beyond the limit of the Nanguang family. If it went any further, the entire family would not be able to bear it. However, he failed in the auction and lost the opportunity to stay in Taishan Square. Looking back at the several Nanguang family key refining level 9 cultivators who followed him, he sighed. Perhaps, we will have to wonder again. Wang Hechao's face was equally gloomy. 83,000. Buying an ordinary low-grade magic weapon flying sword, this is too much of a rip-off. I'm afraid that at this time, many fellow foundation builders in the venue are looking at him like a fool. Nanguangjin, you are too mean. What about the promise to be a spectator? The three foundation builders and Dao Feng were not in a good mood at the moment. However, the auction venue had already been noisy. An ordinary low-grade magic weapon was sold at a high price of 83,000, which really shocked these casual cultivators who had never seen the world. This price should be what those defensive magic weapons or strange magic weapons should have. Amidst the noise, gradually, some people came to their senses. These are the foundation building true cultivators who are giving face to the whole family. Luo Chen watched the farce quietly. Nanguangjin could not compete with Wang Hechao. When the other party left Dao Feng, he made a lot of money from those casual cultivators. 50 yuan a ticket. There were 2,000 to 3,000 people on the boat at that time. This is a huge sum of money. Moreover, all of them were in the hands of Wang Hechao. Nanguangjin was dragged down by his family, so he had to fight for it with his head. Master. Suddenly, a voice came from his ear. Luo Chen turned his head and saw that Chu Lingjun was just waking up from the shock. But there was still confusion in his eyes. What's wrong? Chu Lingjun asked in confusion. Why did Boss Wang spend so much money to buy this magic weapon? I heard from others that this magic weapon is not suitable for him. Luo Chen smiled slightly, because he wants to stay in Taishanfang. Why does he want to stay in Taishanfang so much? Chu Lingjun was still puzzled. I heard from Aunt Gu that he earned more than 100,000 spirit stones. With this money, wouldn't it be good to find a second-level spiritual land to practice hard? Luo Chen was stunned, and a look of doubt appeared on his face. Hundreds of thousands is a bit exaggerated. In order to fill the belly of the swallowing river toad, he distributed a large amount of spirit stones to the two major families to buy domesticated spirit beasts. But the remaining amount should be at least 110,000 or 120,000. With such a large amount of funds, he can live happily anywhere? A generous chuckle sounded. It was Wang Yuan. However, the chuckle gradually turned into a sneer. Some people have changed. It's that simple. Changed. Chu Lingjun was still puzzled, looking at Wang Yuan with eyes full of curiosity. He didn't notice that Luo Chen's face beside him changed drastically, and his expression was shocked. Yes. Wang Hechao has changed. Wang Yuan glanced at Luo Chen and said to Chu Lingjun casually, in addition to the immortal cultivation families and sects, why do independent cultivators form forces? Chu Lingjun replied as a matter of course, it is to use sufficient manpower to collect cultivation resources. This is the original intention of all independent foundation building cultivators, to spend a lot of energy to form forces. Wang Yuan nodded, and then said, but when a person is used to being the center of attention, used to holding the power of life and death, and used to commanding thousands of cultivators, you let him take sufficient resources and hide in a quiet cave, deep in the mountains and old forests to practice. Will he still get used to it? Chu Lingjun was stunned and answered naturally, what's wrong with this? Yes. For Chu Lingjun, who is not very experienced in the world and only understands family affection and love, what's wrong with this? Now that the goal has been achieved, shouldn't he pursue immortality? Luo Chen smiled bitterly at the boy whose height has gradually caught up with his own. Disciple. You don't know that in this world, there is something called power. It is a terrifying existence that can make a man give up countless things. His eyes wandered to Wang Yuan, and he looked at him gratefully. Wang Yuan nodded indifferently, and his eyes continued to fall on the auction. The reason why Luo Chen was grateful to Wang Yuan was because the other party was deliberately trying to point him out. Wang Hechao was willing to stay in Taishanfang at a great cost, just to have a piece of land where he could continue to control the Daijiang gang. If he changed to another place, would the Daijiang gang still exist? How many of these casual cultivators from Daohofang were willing to leave their hometowns with him? Without the bloodline and Luo Chen's prestige, it was not easy for him to wrap these people up and bring them to Taishanfang. So, if he wants to enjoy the taste of power, he has to stay here. Perhaps, his original intention was just to use the Daijiang gang to collect resources for himself. But gradually, he became addicted to it. He changed. In contrast, isn't it the same for me? Or, isn't I in the early stage of Wang Hechao now? At this stage, Luo Chen who is indeed useful to him, and very useful. But what about in the future? When he earns enough wealth and can go to meditation, can he still let go of the habit of enjoying power? Luo Chen, it is hard to imagine whether he will change in the future. Wang Yuan, however, has already prepared for the rainy day and thought of that moment. People are different. Luo Chen was just a social animal in his previous life. Except for the experience of commanding teammates in the game occasionally, he rarely enjoyed the taste of power. But now, he really likes to wave his hand and hundreds of people pay respect to him. He enjoys the feeling of the moment when all the cultivators of Luo Chen who shouted to him in unison, "President, get on board." So, in the future, he is really likely to be addicted to it. But Wang Yuan is different. He came from the rivers and lakes, fought all the way up, and once established a martial arts sect in the rivers and lakes. But for the immortal way, for strength, he still resolutely abandoned his top position in the secular world and chose to come to Daohofang, starting from the lowest level of casual cultivator. Once Luo Chen asked him to manage Luo Xianhu on his behalf, he also showed impatience. It's not that he doesn't know how to manage, but he thinks it will affect his own practice. He is a veteran. He is a friend, a big brother, and a teacher who always reminds me on the road of practice. Luo Chen suppressed his complicated emotions, looked at Wang Yuan gratefully, and also drew his attention back. Next, it's the auction stage of the spiritual medicine pavilion. What they want to auction is the foundation building pill. Whose voice was very long. However, at the moment of falling, thousands of casual cultivators in the venue held their breath. The burning eyes seemed to melt him. Who pursed his lips, waved his hand, and the red cloth on the table was removed, and 3 jade bottles were extremely eye-catching. A total of 3, auctioned separately. The starting price is 1,000 spirit stones per bottle, and each increase in price must not be less than 100. Everyone, please. As soon as the words fell, the surging bidding sound, like a raging sea, came crashing against the shore. 1,001. 1,002. 2,000. 3,000. Without any hesitation, the price soared wildly. Not only the casual cultivators, but also the boxes of the major foundation building forces, heavy gasps were heard. In the box of the Daijiang gang, Min Longayu's eyes lit up. "Boss." Wang Hechao glanced at him. "Wait and see, I don't recommend taking action on the first pill, the price will definitely be driven up very high." Min Longayu opened his mouth, trying to suppress his urgency. The other party was right. In the box of the Luo Chen Club, Luo Chen's heart moved. The whole family is indeed extraordinary. The spiritual medicine pavilion gave face to the first auction. Although it is not as good as the Daohofeng Yuding Sword Pavilion, which casually took out 5 foundation building pills, but 3 pills are indeed not a small number. What made him slightly moved was that the number was so small. This means that there is no possibility that the major foundation building forces will communicate and divide the cake. Then, it means, first come first served. Turning back, Luo Chen looked at the Luotian Association cultivators. 10 key refining 9 levels. Those close to key refining great perfection include Sima Wei Niang, Muren Qing Lian, Duan Feng, and Bian Zhen, a casual cultivator who joined 3 years ago. In addition, Qin Liangjin and Sima Xian are only a few years away from key refining great perfection. In addition, Gu Kai, Zhou Yuanli, Liu Kaiyang, and Su Xiaolin are also young. In the future, there is also a possibility of building a foundation. These people should all want a foundation building pill. Even Qin Liangjin and his wife, who already have one, will never think it is too little. Facing Luo Chen's sweeping gaze, the 10 people's breathing became heavy. They looked at Luo Chen, one by one, their lips opened and closed, but they held back. Luo Chen smiled. Don't make a move, you can't get it. 3 foundation building pills, I'll buy one for you. When the time comes, whoever reaches key refining great perfection first will come to me to buy it at the original price. After saying that, he turned around suddenly. He shouted loudly to the heated bidding scene below. 5,000 low-grade spirit stones. The scene was quiet for a while. Then, a cultivator who had reached the great perfection of key refining gritted his teeth and shouted, 5,001. Luo Chen glanced at him and said slowly, 5,002. The man gritted his teeth again, 5,003. 5,004. According to this calm momentum, it seems that I will bid as much as you offer. The man wanted to bid again, but was stopped by his companion. His companion shook his head solemnly at him, but he was still unwilling. But in the end, he gave up dejectedly. After all, he was facing a foundation-building cultivator. 3 times is the limit. If he continues to argue, he is afraid that he will have the life to buy it, but not the life to use it. Moreover, there are 2 more next. The fear of the foundation-building cultivator and the subsequent fluke made him give up in the end. The first foundation-building pill, 5,400 spirit stones for 1 time. 5,400 spirit stones for the 2nd time. Ho Hu frowned, his face full of dissatisfaction. The price of the foundation-building pill in the public auction should not be so low. Moreover, the current price of pills is rising, so it should not be so low. Today is the day when his whole family claims the sovereignty of Taishan Square, and it should not be so low. He dragged the 3rd time, and it was delayed. Facing him, it was Luo Chen's lofty and calm eyes. Finally, he said hatefully, 5,400 spirit stones, the 3rd time. Deal. Without saying congratulations, he directly asked someone to send the pill to Luo Chen. This ungraceful scene was seen by many people. In the Kang family's box, Kang Dongyu shook his head. The whole family's auction was really not well organized. Claiming sovereignty, that's nothing. The rush to promote Ho Hu, the new genius foundation building, is very questionable. Invite a respected predecessor to preside over this auction, which can not only obtain high profits, but also avoid bad reputation. Why bother? In the Yu family's box, a young woman in palace dress also frowned. An old man next to him whispered, Ho Hu is like his father. He is domineering but narrow-minded. If Chuchu marries him, she may not have a good life in the future. The young woman in palace dress smiled bitterly. Elder, what can I do? I am afraid that old guy Ho Quan will be in the late stage of foundation building after he comes out of retreat. In this way, he is stronger than us, and there are 2 foundation building people in 1 family, and the support of Yanmeng behind us. We are not like the Kang family, who have the support of Yuding Sword sect. If we don't marry him, will we be beaten in the future? The elder was silent. He just looked at Ho Hu's eyes, and he was not satisfied after all. In the future, I am afraid that Yu Chuchu will suffer. The first foundation building pill was sold at this low price of 5,400. The casual cultivators who did not participate in the auction were envious. Especially some of those who could afford this amount of spirit stones regretted it. But, he was a true foundation building cultivator. The Daijiang Gang. Min Longai looked eagerly at the foundation building pill, which was sent to the 9th box through the backstage. He knew that Wang Heichao would not be able to compete with Luo Chen. After all, the other party did not trip him up at the auction of the Zhuanghe sword, and his wealth was extremely strong. If you were in his place, he would also be like this. He licked his dry lips and reminded carefully, Boss, the auction of the 2nd foundation building pill has begun. Wang Heichao nodded. No hurry, let's wait and see, and then make the final decision. Min Longai hesitated for a moment, and then nodded heavily. Yes. Make the final decision. Didn't Luo Chen make the final decision to buy a 2nd-level secret technique before? It doesn't make sense, he can't do it on his side. When he joined Wang Heichao, the other party promised him solemnly to find a foundation-building pill for him. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 210 must be 1. 1,000. 1,500. 3,000. 5,500. The second auction of the foundation building pill was extremely fierce. Almost in an instant, it exceeded the transaction price of Luo Chen's last bid. There were 3 parties participating in the auction. A family from Zulianfang who was building a foundation. The key refining great perfection casual cultivator who had previously bid with Luo Chen. And the Li family. Zioao, although I have prepared a foundation building pill for you 8 years ago, one is still not safe. With a previous experience of Duan Rui of the Duan family, you must not take it lightly. So, I will definitely bid for this foundation building pill for you. Li Yixin said to Liao. Then he turned around and quoted a price of 6,000 spirit stones. And this price was obviously the price that Dao Hofang had offered to casual cultivators. 6,001. Zulianfang's foundation building did not give in. 6,002. The key refining perfection casual cultivator's eyes were red. Li Yixin's face was stern. She did not participate in the auction of the Zhuanghe sword. The Li family has a deep heritage over the years. It's just a foundation building pill. 6,005. 6,006. 6,007. 7,000. When Li Yixin called out the price, Zulianfang foundation building hesitated for a moment, and finally chose to give in. The casual cultivator who had reached the great perfection of key refining wanted to bid. However, a spiritual consciousness crossed hundreds of meters and stared at him. His red eyes disappeared instantly. His face was as pale as paper. With his mouth open, he finally collapsed on the chair. His companions hurriedly comforted him. It's okay, there's still a third chance, don't be discouraged. He forced a smile with difficulty, but said nothing. In the box of the Daijiang gang, Min Longyu trembled all over and watched the foundation building pill being sent away. Boss. Wang Heichao shook his head. Li Yixin didn't compete with me for the Zhuanghe sword before. This time she is so determined to get it, I must give her face. But don't worry, there's still a third chance. Is there really a chance? This time, I will take the initiative and win. Min Longyu nodded repeatedly like a drowning man grabbing a life-saving straw. Yes, take the initiative. Wang Heichao is a true foundation building cultivator, and he is still at the 3rd level of foundation building, only 1 step away. If he speaks first, which insect dares to make a sound? Must win. 7,000 spirit stones for a foundation building pill. Ho-Hu is very satisfied with this price. This is right. This is in line with the market situation during wartime, when supplies are scarce and prices soar. The previous pill, the transaction price of 5,400, is nothing. I really don't want Luo Chen to participate in any auctions again. Every time the price is tightly controlled, leaving him with no profit margin. If it gets out, people who don't know will think that Ho-Hu is incompetent and can't even handle an auction. With a slight smile, Ho-Hu held the last jade bottle in his palm. The 3rd foundation building pill, the same old rules. Everyone, please. Before he finished speaking, Wang Heichao's voice came rolling in. 5,000 spiritual stones. Another foundation building true cultivator participated in the auction. The casual cultivators who were ready to make a move had tears on their faces. The casual cultivator who had reached the great perfection of key training was about to speak when he heard another clear and crisp voice, like a phoenix's cry. 6,000. The casual cultivator had just sat up straight and stretched his neck. This time, he closed his mouth and slowly curled up back on the hard and cold chair. This world is too unfriendly to casual cultivators. In the box of the Daijiang gang, Wang Heichao hesitated. Min Longyu was anxious. Boss. Wang Heichao said with a sad face, the one who bid just now was Yurao, the head of the Yu family in Yehu Mountain. Boss. Min Longyu looked at him, his tone seemed to be begging. Alice, idiot. Wang Heichao sighed, well, I'll bid for you again. Whether it succeeds or not depends on fate. 7,000. He said slowly. But he no longer had the momentum of taking the lead before, as if he was just struggling to survive. On the Yu family side, the elders looked at the young woman in palace dress with a determined look. Chief, you can't give up. Even if it's a marriage, it should be on a relatively equal footing. If you take this foundation building pill, Chuchu's chance of building a foundation will be 3 times greater. You can't just put your hopes on the emperor. If Chuchu builds a foundation, at least she can have a say in the whole family. Yurao listened to him patiently and nodded. You are right. I really didn't consider it before. 7001. A crisp female voice came out. Although it was only 100 more spirit stones, he was very firm, as if he was saying, if you raise the price, I will continue to bid. Wang Heichao heard it and decisively chose to give up. Turning back, he looked at the desperate Min Longyao and said earnestly, it is well known that the Yu family is going to marry the whole family. We cannot offend any of them, let alone both at the same time. Besides, it doesn't make sense that all 3 foundation building pills were bought by the people from Dahufang. Xiaoyu. Min Longyao leaned against the cold wall with his eyes dull. I want to be quiet. Well, it's good to be quiet. Some things can't be forced. It depends on fate. This is how cultivating immortals is. Don't be discouraged. As long as you stand firm, the small auction is once a year, and the big auction is once every 10 years. We have plenty of opportunities. And Wang Heichao talked ramblingly. It was a rare time for him to say so much. If it was Gao Tingyun or Li Da, he wouldn't be so patient. But Min Longyao was different. This person is good at formations, and has no roots, so he must be won over. He thought he was kind to him, and he did offer a price just now. But there was nothing he could do, the situation was stronger than the person. That's how it works in cultivating immortals. I bid for one, and Li Yixin bid for another. Fortunately, the 3rd foundation building pill was bid for by the Yu family of Yihu Mountain, otherwise it would be easy to cause unnecessary trouble. Luo Chen nodded. He was very satisfied with this result. I believe that the major forces in Taishan Square can also accept it. Perhaps, the only ones who can't accept it are those casual cultivators in the late stage of key refining. But, who cares? No one will care. The Jade Ding Sword Pavilion is far away, and the Yan League has entrusted the whole family to manage the market. The rest, such as the Spiritual Medicine Pavilion and the Wanbao Building, are the industries of foreign sects. In this way, many default rules will not be recognized by anyone. What? Take out a foundation building pill to give casual cultivators a ray of hope? What a joke! Which immortal family is willing to sell such a precious resource as the foundation building pill at a low price? If they really sell it at a low price, who will be the first to be scolded is a spendthrift. Different standpoints lead to different perspectives on the problem. In the end, it has become the current situation. His eyes fell on the lifeless and seemingly hopeless casual cultivator who had reached the great perfection of key refining. Luo Chen had no sympathy or pity. If I had chosen to be a casual cultivator, I would have faced such a dilemma at auction after auction. I have a lot of spirit stones, but I can't spend them. How can key refining compete with foundation building? After sighing for a while, Luo Chen paid attention to the continuation of the auction. The Spiritual Medicine Pavilion is worthy of being the property of the Medicine King sect. The pills put up for auction are all good stuff. Luo Chen couldn't help but buy the 2nd-level spirit pills and a large number of high-quality tranquilizing incense. For this, he spent a lot of spirit stones. Every time he made a move, he could always get the price right. It was okay once or twice, but after several times, a group of key refining level 9 cultivators from the Luo Chen who were very surprised. It just so happened that the next part was the auction of the items provided by the casual cultivators. There were not many fine resources inside, so Luo Chen didn't take them seriously. He casually chatted with the people he brought with him. In the world of immortal cultivation, auctions, black markets, and independent cultivator markets are very common trading links. Each place has different trading techniques. Today is a good opportunity, so I will tell you about bidding techniques at auctions. First of all, we have to measure our own actual situation, such as. He spoke very carefully. The monks of Luo Chen society also listened very seriously. Even Chu Lingjun, the child, was fascinated by what he heard. After all, what Luo Chen said was not just theory. He had already practiced it several times in the previous auction. Observe the opponent and make the final decision. Slowly increase the price to put psychological pressure on the opponent. Seize the starting price and take the lead. While everyone was listening carefully, Wang Yuan couldn't help but take a deep look at Luo Chen. At this moment, he seemed to see the shadow of someone in Luo Chen. The last auction slowly ended with the auction of a magic weapon called Yanhansha. The one who won the bid for this magic weapon was none other than Li Yixun. It has to be said. At this auction, the four great foundation builders from Daohofang really stole the limelight. Both magic weapons were bought by Wang and Li. And the prices were very high. Luo Chen was not idle either, and he made frequent bids. Although the items he bought were not the top ones, they were also extremely valuable. Only Nangong Jin fell into silence after failing to compete with Wang Hao for the Zuanhe sword. The local cultivators in Taishanfang were kind to the high-profile actions of the several great foundation builders in Daohofang. This meant that they really wanted to integrate into Taishanfang and were actively consuming. In particular, this auction was held by the whole family of Chichjin Mountain. The high-priced bids by Wang and Li really gave them face. Horizontal ellipsis. The end of the auction does not mean that the place is empty. Looking at the big red invitation in his hand, Luo Chen pondered in his heart. Looking up, Li Yixun, who had just come out of the box in the distance, nodded to him. It seems that they have also received invitations. This dinner party is not a good one. Shaking his head, Luo Chen put away the invitation. Wei Niang, you go back immediately. Pack up your things and make sure the Sky Eagle flying boat is ready to start at any time. The voice was heard. Sima Wei Niang looked at Luo Chen in surprise, and then realized something. She nodded heavily and immediately led people away. Wang Yuan paused. Do you need me to go with you? Luo Chen smiled slightly. That's not necessary. It's not a dangerous place. The whole family also has to save face. You go back first and take charge of Luo Xianhu for me. Wang Yuan nodded. Since the other party had this confidence, he didn't need to say anything. Moreover, Luo Chen's strength is not inferior to his now. There is no need to treat him as he did at any time. After all the cultivators of Luo Xianhu left, Luo Chen shook his hand and strode to the depths of the palace. Soon, the four foundation building masters of Daohofang gathered together tacitly. Although they were in tacit understanding, the atmosphere was somewhat tense. Luo Chen took a step behind and looked at the two people in front with a smile. Fellow Taoist Nangguang, you really gave me a big surprise without saying anything. Wang Hao's calm voice was filled with countless sarcasm. Nangguang Jin smiled bitterly. Fellow Taoist, since you have achieved your wish, why should you be so unreasonable? Humph. With a cold snort, Wang Hao stared at Nangguang Jin. I originally didn't have to pay such a high price. Nangguang Jin put away his bitter smile and said seriously, you don't have to stay here by force, why bother? Indeed. Wang Hao is different from Nangguang Jin. The latter has a family burden and urgently needs a place to recuperate. Taishanfang is undoubtedly the best. Staying here, the environment is familiar, and the nearby foundation building true cultivators also understand their temperament. It is of great benefit to the development of the Nangguang family. But Wang Hao is alone and it is unwise to force himself to stay. Wang Hao glared at him fiercely and said no more to him. He left immediately. He left the three foundation building groups in Daohofang in a flash. Li Yixun looked at this scene and couldn't help but sigh. At this moment, the nominal Day Alliance collapsed. She glanced at Luo Chen, but found that he had a playful smile on his face, as if he had known that this would happen. Dao Luo Chen, where should we go next? Hearing this voice transmission, Luo Chen's face did not change, and his eyes still followed Nangguang Jin's slow steps. He replied with 4 words softly. Xianlin Immortal City. Li Yixun was shocked. He paused and let Luo Chen pass him and walked to the front. Looking at the comeback, Li Yixun's heart was stirred. Xianlin Immortal City, one of the 10 immortal cities in Yuding Domain, is located in the 3rd level spiritual land. It is extremely far away from here. Even if you use a flying magic weapon to travel, it will take at least dozens of days. Generally, cultivators rarely travel such a long distance to a strange place. Luo Chen wanted to, because he couldn't stay in Taishanfang. No. Li Yixun's heart trembled, and she remembered the scene in the hall of Xiaohun Mountain. At that time, Luo Chen gave several destinations, and the one left at the end was obviously Xianlin Fairy City. In other words, he had already made up his mind. It was not a sudden impulse. That's right, he has no family burden, and everything he does is to seek immortality. In that case, how could he take Taishanfang seriously? It's just such a long distance, how many twists and turns will happen along the way? Can Luo Xianhu really gain a foothold there? It's indeed a good place. If my Li family also goes there. Dao Li. A doubtful voice came from the front, interrupting Li Yixun's thoughts. She looked at Luo Chen, who looked back at her doubtfully, and hurried to catch up. Why think so much? She is not as good as Luo Chen, who has just established his foundation, looking ahead and behind. It's better to take it one step at a time. Chapter 211 Kingaun Magic Pill, Detoxification and Beauty. In the hall, which was red in color, there were square tables and soft couches. Luo Chen looked at the participants calmly. Except for the maids, all of them were foundation-building cultivators. Opposite them were two local cultivation families, Kanggongaiwan Yuro, and two foundation-building cultivators from Lingai-ao Pavilion and Wanbao Tower. The foundation-building cultivators from other foreign sects were not seen. In other words, they did not arrange foundation-building cultivators in Taishanfang. After all, Taishanfang was not as important as Dahofang, and those big sects did not have so many foundation-building cultivators to arrange outside. The old cultivator with white hair should be from Zulianfang. There was another foundation-building cultivator with a sallow face, whose origin was unknown, and he should be a casual cultivator nearby. If the four foundation-building cultivators from Dahofang were added, there would be as many as two hands. This number was a bit too much for a mere market. But this was after the auction. Compared with Dahofang at the beginning, it was a bit dwarfed. Luo Chen, who was looking at the others, suddenly noticed a gaze staring at him. He glanced at the source of the gaze with a corner of his eye, without leaving a trace. It's that sallow-faced foundation-building cultivator. Why is he staring at me? Although it was a quick glance. But the sinister look on that person's face still caught Luo Chen's eye. Since I built my foundation, I haven't made many enemies. Why did he show that kind of expression to me? Kingaun Wonderful Pill method? Yes. In a flash, Luo Chen guessed why the other party was so hostile to him. It was this person who competed with him for Kingaun Wonderful Pill method at the previous auction. Judging from this person's complexion, it was not as ruddy as a normal foundation-building cultivator. I think he was injured when he was young, or when he broke through the realm. The other party was so eager for Kingaun Wonderful Pill method, so this injury might also be related to the pill poison? But in an instant, Luo Chen's mind was full of thoughts, but he didn't make any moves. He waited quietly. After a while, Ho Hu, with a red face, appeared on the main seat. Thank you very much for coming to support the whole family today. We have this dinner as a token of our gratitude. Please take a seat. Wang Heichao, who was standing and chatting before, left Kanggongaiwan Yuro and sat back at Dahofang. However, his seat was closer to the front and further away from Luo Chen and the other two. This scene caught the eyes of the three cultivators at Dahofang. Everyone knew what it meant. After 3 rounds of drinks, Ho Hu said some polite words, which were roughly about how Taishanfang would develop in the future and that he would need everyone's care. Finally, the topic fell on the 4 major forces at Dahofang. Looking at Wang Heichao and the other 3, Ho Hu restrained his smile. Our Taishanfang is small and poor, and we really can't afford to support too many foundation-building cultivators. So this time, we can only accommodate one of your families to settle here. After thinking it over, my whole family has made a decision on behalf of Taishanfang. Dao Wang's Dajiangang is good at water transportation business and can make good use of the geographical environment of the Langkang River. Therefore, we can only allow the Dajiangang to stay. After the decision was made, Ho Hu said no more and looked at everyone with a smile. Nang Guangjin's face suddenly darkened. Wang Heichao did not hesitate and stood up immediately, saying that he would live in harmony with the 3 major families of Taishanfang in the future and develop together. Even though it was expected. But this scene really made Li Yixun feel sad. She couldn't help but glance at Luo Chen from the side, but saw that the other party was calm and composed. That's right, after all, we already knew the result, and luck is just deceiving ourselves. After confirming that the Dajiangang would stay, this dinner basically had no meaning to continue. Ho Hu changed the subject and asked about where Nang Guangjin and the others were going. Actually, if there is no good place to stay, I can recommend a place. Liu Guangfang. It was a prosperous market 100 years ago. Although it has fallen into decline after being tossed around by the Yuding Sword sect, the foundation is there. Now there is only the Bai family, so there is enough space to accommodate you. Nang Guangjin was moved. Li Yixun was hesitant. The atmosphere in that place is not very good. Of course, I am just making a suggestion. You can decide whether to go or not. But you can't stay in Taishanfang for long. Li Yixun and Yang Guangjin looked at each other. This is an order to expel guests. Ho Hu was very satisfied with the current result. The auction ended successfully, and the Daijiang gang stayed to become the whole family's arm. And he himself avoided the vortex of the Yan League's participation in the war between the two Yuanying upper sects. In a few years, when the whole family grows stronger, he can also return to the Yan League to continue his practice, and everything will be in order. His eyes swept over the worried Yang Guangjin and the thoughtful Li Yixun, and he couldn't help but smile. They are just a few stray dogs. They still want to squeeze into Taishanfang. Although this place is not a holy place for cultivation, it is the foundation of his whole family. However, when he saw Luo Chen, who was silent and calm, his smile froze. He didn't like this man very much. After the dinner, the foundation building monks went down Chichen Mountain. Luo Chen and Kang Dongai walked aside. The old man took out a map from the storage bag and handed it to Luo Chen. This is the map you want. There are 3 safe paths to Xianlan Fairy City. Luo Chen's eyes lit up and he clenched the map in his hand. Thank you, fellow Taoist. Kang Dongai waved his hand. It's too formal to thank you. I was thinking that after you settle down, you can continue to refine a large number of pills and continue to cooperate with my Kang family's Jinshi Pavilion. Sure. In addition, I need to remind you. These 3 paths are only relatively safe. I marked a few places where robbery cultivators often appear. You should also pay attention to them when the time comes. Luo Chen nodded heavily. He paid a heavy price for this map. In fact, he also has a fragmentary path to Xianlan Fairy City, which was included in the autobiography of Lianhun Sanrun. But that road has been 100 or 200 years, and I'm afraid it has long been changed. The Kang family has been operating nearby for many years, and they will definitely update maps and other things in real time. Therefore, it is still necessary to get a new one. Fellow Taoist Kang, I hope we can meet again someday after a long journey. Luo Chen bowed his hands with a sincere face. Kang Dongaiyu smiled slightly and bowed in return. Good luck, I wish you a bright future and longevity. Kang Dongai was filled with emotion as he watched Luo Chen leave on a cloud. It's good to be young. After building the foundation, you have nothing to worry about and can leave whenever you want. Unlike me, I am trapped in one place and I don't want to toss around as I get older. Friend Kang, are you familiar with the Daofang Foundation builder? A soft voice came from my ear. Kang Dongaiyu smiled and said, not very familiar, but he is indeed a very interesting person. Yu Ro stood by, with a thoughtful look in her eyes. Do you want to meet him? Kang Dongaiyu asked curiously. Yu Ro shook her head quickly. No, I'm just curious. Kang Dongaiyu frowned. Just curious? When they returned to the boat, it was already late at night. But the Luoxiano boat was still brightly lit. President, when are we leaving? Sima Wei Niang asked curiously. Luo Chen took out the map and put it in her hand. Early tomorrow morning. Sima Wei Niang was surprised. So hurried? But she did not raise any objections. In the meeting, Luo Chen's words were as good as gold. Since they were determined to leave tomorrow morning, they had to get busy tonight. After Sima Wei Niang went down, Luo Chen took out the Kingaon Mayadan method. Settling in Taishanfang? From the beginning, it was not his first choice. The land is small and the resources are limited, which is far inferior to Daofang. The most important thing is that there is no excellent cultivation environment here. His qualifications are so poor. If he wants to form a pill as soon as possible, he must have a 2nd level or even 3rd level spiritual land. Taishanfang cannot satisfy him. It can even be said that most of the owner's market cannot meet this condition. Only Xiancheng, Daxancheng. Coming here is just to safely pass the first stage of leaving Daofang, and to practice the monks of Luoxiano along the way. After all, the beginning of a long journey is often the most troublesome time. If you can be a rope in the early stage, it will be easier to do anything later. In addition, Luo Chen's most important goal is the volume of poison transformation method in his hand. Kingaon Wonderful Pill method. According to Kang Dongaiyu, it was obtained from the legacy of a foundation-building disciple of Kingdom Valley during the initial friction between the two Yuanying upper sects and the war between their respective allies. Kingdom Valley. Luo Chen was very interested in the name. Most of the casual cultivators in Daofang only knew about the miraculous medicine of Yao Wang sect. However, almost all sects are involved in pill refining. After all, Some auxiliary pills related to their own magical skills and methods are considered lifeblood, and naturally cannot be manipulated by others. Just like the specialty of Yuding Sword sect, the clear liquid. This Kingdom Valley is a major golden elixir sect in Yuding domain that is very good at refining pills. Especially for the elixir of the foundation building period, there are several special products. However, due to the limited strength of the sect, it is impossible to spread the industry throughout Yuding domain, so it is not well known among low-level casual cultivators. This kind of sect has studied all aspects of pills to the extreme of its ability. Dan poison, which seems inconspicuous but actually greatly affects the value of elixirs, must be studied vigorously. According to what is said above, you can slightly dissolve trace amounts of Dan poison after getting started. It takes 3 years to achieve minor success, and at this time, the growth of Dan poison can be suppressed. To completely solve Dan poison, it will take at least 5 years. If you want to achieve great success in this method, it will take at least 10 years, and it also depends on whether the cultivator is good at practicing spells. However, after achieving great success, there are many benefits. While taking elixirs, regularly practicing this method can eliminate Dan poison at any time. It can even convert some of the essence of the medicinal power into spiritual power that can be absorbed, which has the effect of clearing the meridians and consolidating the foundation. Time. After a little study, Luo Chen came to the realization that this technique requires a lot of time to practice. No wonder this technique cannot be widely circulated among low-level cultivators. For low-level cultivators, the most important thing is time. 10 years. How many decades can a low-level cultivator have in his life? Moreover, even if he mastered this technique, where would he get a large supply of elixirs? Not to mention key refining cultivators, even for foundation establishment cultivators, this technique seems a bit useless. Anyone who can cultivate to the foundation establishment stage, even if they are casual cultivators, will not have particularly bad qualifications. Instead of spending time to solve the elixir poison, it is better to strictly control the frequency of elixirs and cultivation from the beginning, so that elixir poison will not occur naturally. But I really need this technique, which can help me eliminate the elixir poison in my body. And my talent for magic cultivation is far superior to my cultivation aptitude, elixir talent, etc. It's hard to say whether I can achieve great success, but it must be easy to achieve small success. At the small success stage, it is already possible to suppress the production of new elixir poison. By then, he can take elixirs to speed up his cultivation. Given a dozen years, with the blessing of the proficiency system, great success is not a problem. In a dozen years, he will not face the dilemma of forming elixir. After solving the elixir poison, there will be enough time to prepare resources for forming elixir. Luo Chen has a long-term vision. He did not choose to give up because of a temporary predicament. He was able to spend a lot of time studying the fireball technique, bringing it out from the old to the new, and even after he had reached a great perfection, he could still continue to deduce it. It can be said that he never lacked patience and determination. After browsing it again, Luo Chen immediately began to practice according to the above method. The sea of qi cannot be polluted, and the foundation of the Tao cannot be stained. There is no early or late return, and there is a clear source to detoxify. Mobilizing a weak spiritual power in the body, trying to form a small vortex. Luo Chen groaned, and his face turned pale for a moment. The first time, he failed. Wanting to form a spiritual power vortex in the calm sea of qi is bound to disturb the quiet internal environment. That moment of turbulence caused his sea of qi to turbulent for a moment. The consequence was that countless tiny meridians connected to the sea of qi were damaged. Fortunately, I have completed my physical training, and this little damage will not affect anything. If it doesn't work, I can still take the meridian replenishing and meridian moistening liquid. But that would be like drinking poison to quench thirst. The medicinal power of the meridian replenishing liquid must circulate through the meridians and sea of qi to have a repairing effect. Naturally, a trace amount of poison will be produced. This is almost equivalent to taking poison while detoxifying. But this is also a last resort under the current circumstances. Taking a deep breath, Luo Chen tried again. I have to say, Luo Chen's talent in magic is really good. After several failures, a tiny spiritual power vortex suddenly took shape. Luo Chen infused his mind and controlled the spiritual power vortex to rotate continuously. A night passed, and the white mist was hazy. Luo Chen came out of the state of hard practice of Kingaden Mayanfa. In just a moment, he smelled a disgusting strange smell. Huh? Luo Chen stretched out his finger, reached into his clothes, and wiped it on his lower abdomen. A thin layer of wet black dirt appeared on the tip of his finger. There was an uncomfortable feeling on his body. The spiritual eye technique was running, and there was a thin layer of dirt all over his body, especially the belly button, which was even more disgusting. It turns out that there is really a saying that pours poop. Luo Chen chuckled, not annoyed, but very happy. This means that the Kingaden Mayadan method is indeed effective. Now it is only the initial entry stage, and the excess Dan poison in the body has been eliminated. If it can be practiced to the point of mastery, it will be possible to dissolve the Dan poison barrier solidified on the inner wall of the key C. Take out clean water from the storage bag. Take off your clothes and wash them from head to toe. Then put on new clothes. Psychological factors are at work. Even if you can't smell anything, Luo Chen still habitually performs a cleaning spell on himself. In this way, you can be considered clean and free of dust and dirt. Not to mention, after a night, Luo Chen's complexion has improved a lot. Even the skin of middle-aged people has become whiter, tenderer and smoother. This Kingaden Mayadan method actually has the effect of detoxification and beauty. Luo Chen shook his head and walked out. At this moment, the white mist was hazy, and a huge flying boat was hovering over the Langkang River. Luo Chen moved and landed on the flying boat. Looking around, 3 mountains stood on the midst of white clouds, which looked like a holy land of immortals. Luo Chen curled his lips and looked towards the shore. Li Yixin and Nanguangjin, with their respective family members, were looking up at him. Luo Xian, whose movements last night could not be hidden from anyone. So, this scene happened. With his hands behind his back, Luo Chen looked at the 2 foundation builders. There was no word between them. Finally, Luo Chen nodded gently. Between heaven and earth, a golden light emerged from the distance of the river. Let's go. Chapter 212 Conspiracy. After a night of research, Sima Wei Niang, Qin Liangjin and his wife came up with the idea of taking the conventional route. They would go to Liu Guangfang, pass Gaolingin on the way, head north, and go straight into the edge of the hinterland of Yuding Domain. According to the speed of the Sky Eagle flying boat, it would travel during the day and rest at night. The whole journey would take about 2 months. The premise is that there would be no mistakes in the middle. This conventional route was also discovered by the Liaonian Business Alliance after years of exploration. Although it was a bit troublesome, it was definitely much safer than the other 2 routes. The speed of the Sky Eagle flying boat was not fast, far from being comparable to the full-speed flight of the foundation building true cultivator. Luo Chen stood on the deck of the flying boat, looking at the rushing Langkang River below. It was not until this moment that he really felt the sadness of leaving his hometown. In fact, it is not considered leaving my hometown, it should be considered returning home. Luo Chen's mouth slightly raised. According to memory, not far after Liu Guangfang is the location of Yuanshao country. The original owner had traveled all the way from Baixiu Mountain in Yuanshao country to Dahofang. The reason why he didn't go to the closer Liu Guangfang was because he took the water route and didn't run into them. Otherwise, the Luo Chen who came through might not be Luo Chen, the casual cultivator of Dahofang. It is very likely that he would become Luo Chen, the robber cultivator of Liu Guangfang. Thinking of the huge gap between the two, Luo Chen couldn't help but laugh. President, the Li family and the Nanguang family have caught up. Sima Wei Niang stepped forward to report the situation. Luo Chen looked back from a distance. The excellent vision allowed him to see a huge crowd several miles away. There were cultivators in the late stage of key refining who controlled the escape light, and a large number of mortals sitting on flying boats. On the ground, there were also cultivators in the early and middle stages of key refining, protecting the strong mortal warriors, riding camels and dragon horses, rolling up dust and smoke, and shouting to follow the large group. Family migration is like this. The realm gap is too large, there are too many trivial resources, and there are a large number of mortals who cannot fly. The migration speed cannot be accelerated at all. In short, the word trouble is highlighted. At the current speed of both sides, the distance between them and Luo Xian will only get farther and farther. Luo Chen hesitated for a moment, and just wanted to ask Sima Wei Niang to slow down the flight speed, keep a certain distance from them, but not leave the large range. But in an instant, his face changed drastically. He looked far away at the upper reaches of the Langkang River rushing in the distance. A looming huge breath was like a wild beast swallowing the river. Move to the land and speed up. Sima Weinyang was a little confused, but she did it immediately. Under Duan Feng's control, the Sky Eagle flying boat gradually deviated from the direction and completely left the sky above the Langkang River. The river swallowing toad is full, but still restless. Luo Chen was sure that he was not wrong. The huge breath that came from the upper reaches was indeed the river swallowing toad, the third-level monster that blocked them before. But it doesn't look like it's looking for food now. Could it be? Luo Chen had a vague guess and even began to get excited. He used a lot of jade marrow pills to feed the river swallowing toad just to make it completely full. Even, in order to prevent the monster from killing people for fun after eating, he added ingredients to it. Top-grade Zongmiao pills. Yes, he threw 3 top-grade Zongmiao pills in it. As the saying goes, when you are full and warm, you will think about sex. After eating so much, you have to find something to digest the food. Luo Chen just had a sudden idea at the beginning, but he didn't expect that after many days, it really worked. A first-grade top-grade elixir can actually work on a third-grade monster with thick skin and flesh. This made Luo Chen very excited. However, excitement is excitement. He has no intention of meeting this river swallowing toad. As the Sky Eagle flying boat deviated from the main direction, Li Yixun and Nang Guangjin in the back were stunned for a moment. However, there was no doubt, but they felt a little grateful to Luo Chen. Before, the Sky Eagle flying boat had been flying over the Langkang River, and they were walking on land, so they couldn't take care of each other. Now it has deviated to the land, which is more suitable for them to chase. It's just that the speed is a bit fast. Nang Guangjin took a deep breath. Kiner, tell the people below to speed up. Yes. Nang Guangjin immediately bowed and passed the order. Soon, the Nanggong family's speed also increased. It was the Li family's side that could not speed up. There was no way. The Nanggong family had experienced 2 migrations and many battles in the middle. The weak ones had long been eliminated. Now those who are left, even if they are mortals, are the kind of people who have learned some secular martial arts and are strong and healthy under the influence of spiritual energy. The Li family is not so good. There have been many years of peace in Daohofang, and there are many old, weak, women and children. Seeing this, Li Yixun could only let immortal warriors riding dragon horses catch up as soon as possible. His Li family is famous for raising dragon horses. This kind of animal between wild beasts and first-level monsters is still fast. After barely catching up, he could see the shadow of the large army in front. Li Yixun looked at the family troops behind him and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Even though I have already established my foundation, I don't feel the pleasure of flying on the wind and roaming freely between heaven and earth. Family. The Daijiang Gang's headquarters is still at the dock. In the future, we will mainly do business in Liu Guangfang and Yulangfang. We don't plan to go to Daohofang. The water route to Zulianfang is blocked. We have to consider opening up a land trade route. Spiritual land. On Chixin Mountain, Wang Heichao talked to Ho Hu about the Daijiang Gang's next plan. It seemed to be an equal conversation, but in fact it gave people a sense of reporting. The status of the two was very obvious. Ho Hu chuckled, don't worry about the spiritual land. Taishanfang seems to have only one second-level spiritual vein. In fact, there is another second-level water vein under a turbulent river of Langkang River 500 miles away. It is a very small second-level spring, enough for you to use. After he said this, Wang Heichao was really relieved. Others thought he was timid and didn't dare to go to Daxin City to fight. But who knew that Taishanfang also had the opportunity to become a Taoist? A second-level spiritual land would undoubtedly be of great help to him. And this was not only the reason why he paid a great price to join the whole family. Yanmen. The opportunity to form a golden elixir. This was his goal. Lianan Merchant Alliance was unreliable. As early as the late period of Daohofang, he had parted ways with Lianan Merchant Alliance. He even poached Min Longgao, a genius of formation, from Zhou Qing. Only a major golden elixir sect like Yanmeng had a mature method of forming a golden elixir. The whole family had a close relationship with Yanmeng. Joining them would really give them a chance to peek into the golden elixir stage. Do a good job for my whole family, and I will not treat you unfairly in the future, fellow Taoist Wang. Ho Hu's arrogant voice came, and Wang Heichao nodded slightly. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something. He deliberately said, "Those three families left early this morning." Ho Hu's eyes lit up instantly. Leaving? What direction? Towards Liu Guangfang, but according to my guess, their destination is most likely Xianlin Immortal City. Ho Hu was puzzled. Why go to Xianlin Immortal City? It's very troublesome there. A group of rural cultivators are going there to mine. Rural cultivators. These four words made Wang Hechao's face stiffen for a moment. He also came from Dahofang. Suppressing his displeasure, he whispered, "It's hard to say about others, but I know Luo Chen very well. He is a bold and careful person who is unwilling to be ordinary. When he was refining qi, he dared to use the tiger skin of Yuding Sword Sect to deceive me. Now that he has established his foundation, he will definitely dare to go to a city of scattered cultivators." Ho Hu sneered, "He just doesn't know the immensity of the world. Xianlin Immortal City is not just a city of scattered cultivators. The number of sects stationed there to establish their foundation is 10 or 100 times that of Taishanfeng and other places. This group of rural cultivators has no idea of the gap between scattered cultivators and sect cultivators. Once there, even he had to control his temper and not act as arrogantly as he did in Taishanfeng. If this group of miscellaneous cultivators went there and offended someone, they would be dead. Mr. Ho is right, they are indeed a little ignorant of the world." Wang Hechao sneered, remembering Nang Guangjin, who made him bleed a lot, and what he said later. He remembered the way Li Yixun and Luo Chen looked at him. These people have already chosen death. "When are we going to start?" Ho Hu suddenly said. The implication was that they were going to target the three families in Dahofang. This should have been a shocking question, but Wang Hechao seemed to have known it for a long time and was not surprised at all. He said in a steady tone, "It is not suitable to be near Taishanfang. It is too easy to arouse others' associations. My opinion is that it should be Gaoling Plain after Liu Guangfang." Gaoling Plain. Ho Hu was stunned. So far? But then, the corners of his mouth could not help but rise. Yes, if they start fighting in that place, others will only think that it is the work of the robbers from Liu Guangfang, and will not suspect the whole family from Chichen Mountain. "Okay, I agree with your plan. I must get the defensive magic weapon, Zeguogitu." Ho Hu showed his desire. Now is the time when the two Yuanying upper sects are in fierce friction. The situation is changing, and the world is unpredictable. The scope of the impact is no longer limited to Yuding Sword Sect and Luoyan Sect. Even the Jiandan sects such as Yanming and Kingdom Valley have been swept into it. Even in places like Taishanfang, although there is no fighting, from the fact that Yuding Sword Sect handed over Taishanfang to the whole family of Yanmen, it can be seen how far the real battle center has reached. Under this situation, if they are not careful, they will easily die. Ho Hu has only been building his foundation for a short time, and it is impossible for him to rely on breaking through the realm to improve his strength in a short period of time. In this case, he can only rely on external objects. Magical weapons. Ordinary magic weapons, even top-grade ones, are no longer enough for him. Only magic weapons can maximize his strength. Now he already has an offensive magic weapon given to him by Ho Quan. What he still lacks is a defensive magic weapon. But as everyone knows, defensive things, whether they are magic weapons or magic weapons, are extremely precious. Even the Yanming is a sect famous for its skill in casting, but there are not many defensive magic weapons in it. Most of them are used by Jiandan masters. Some of them are distributed to foundation-building cultivators, but it is not the turn of Ho Hu, a mere inner disciple. Only Daozhong disciples are qualified to use it. This time when he returned to Taishanfang, he found out the whereabouts of a defensive magic weapon from his grandfather Ho Quan. That's why he came back in a hurry. Others only think that I am afraid of the sect war, but who knows how far I think. Take down this Eguogitu and refine it to perfection. Not only can I make a big splash in the future sect war, but I will also have the opportunity to compete for the true teachings of the Yanmen, and even the position of Dao Seed. Looking at Ho Hu's eager expression, Wang Hechao sneered in his heart. Nanguangjin. A man is innocent, but he is guilty of possessing a treasure. In the past, you betrayed your loyalty to Duan Kaiankin, who had once been in alliance with you, for the sake of this Eguogitu. Then don't blame me for diverting the trouble to you. But there is one thing, Mr. Ho, you have to pay attention to. Ho Hu looked puzzled. Wang Hechao talked freely, the three of them are traveling together. In the early stage of the battle, they will definitely advance and retreat together. So, don't worry about that. There will only be more foundation building cultivators on our side, not less. Ho Hu was full of confidence, with wisdom in his eyes. I am not that kind of stupid person. What I do is not fair and upright. I will definitely choose to fight with more people against fewer people. There is another person in Luo Chen Club. His name is Wang Yuan. He is a physical cultivator and his combat power is quite good. He can fight against foundation building cultivators and will not lose in a short time. Wang Yuan? Physical cultivator? He asked curiously, the second stage of physical cultivation. Yes. Have you ever built a foundation? No, he also participated in the auction, you should have seen him. At present, it seems that he is only in the state of great perfection of key refining stage. Tisk. Key refining stage. Ho Quan sneered, and then waved his hand. Don't worry, let me deal with this person. Oh. Wang Heichao was stunned for a moment. You are really a wise and smart person. He didn't want to deal with Nanguang Jin who had defensive magic weapons, nor did he want to deal with the Li family who had a deep foundation. He didn't even want to deal with Luo Chen who had just been promoted to the foundation building stage. He directly named Wang Yuan. This is a persimmon that should be picked on the weak. But his tone was so grand, as if he had a heavy burden on his shoulders. He said helplessly, but if you calculate it this way, the other party has 4 foundation building forces. Where can we get so many? Could it be that you want to ask Senior Ho Quan? What are you thinking? Ho Quan glanced at him. My grandfather is in seclusion to break through to the late stage of foundation building. Even the auction was handed over to me to handle. How can I ask him to do it? Besides, this matter is not very glorious after all, and he must not know about it. It turned out that you also knew it was not glorious. Wang Heichao took a deep breath and asked, then who are the Taoist friends on our side, so that I can arrange a battle plan? You, me, and Taoist friend Tushan. As he spoke, he clapped his hands. A figure walked in from outside the hall. With a hunched body and sallow complexion, he didn't look like a true cultivator of foundation building with an air of immortality. Instead, he looked like a consumptive ghost. I want a buck Kingaden Mayan Fa on Dan Chenzi. As soon as he entered the hall, he decided on the spoils. Wang Heichao raised his eyebrows and looked at Ho Hu, who nodded to him in approval. A large secret technique like Kingaden Mayan Fa cannot be copied casually to prevent large-scale leakage. Every jade slip must be carefully examined by spiritual consciousness. Unless you have learned it completely, even if you copy it out from memory, there will often be omissions. Otherwise, this world would have been flooded with high-level skills. The organizer of the auction can even sell one method for multiple times. The cultivators who took the bid will also suffer a great loss. Therefore, most of the secret techniques above the second level are stored in jade slips. It is difficult to copy a copy without spending a long time and a lot of effort. Tu Sham couldn't buy a copy from the Ho family, so he could only fight for the original Kingaden Mayan Fa from Luo Chen. Ho Hu relied on this point to win him over. Since Ho Hu had agreed, Wang Heichao had no objection. However, he still said bluntly, I can give you the secret art of detoxification, but the other things on Dan Chenzi must all belong to me. Tu Sham frowned, somewhat unwilling. Dan Chenzi is a second-level alchemist, and his wealth must be rich. This can be seen from his big purchases at the auction. Although his goal is the secret art of detoxification, he has plans to covet other things. Wang Heichao's face was solemn. In order to stay in Taishanfang, I paid a great price, and I need those things to supplement 1 or 2. Tu Shan was still not satisfied and looked at Ho Hu. Ho Hu chuckled, don't we still have 2 pieces of fat meat from the Li family and the Nangong family? You guys, your vision is really too narrow. Wang Heichao and Tu Shan were both stunned. Then he realized that although Dan Chenzi was a second-level alchemist, he had only been practicing for a short time. In terms of wealth, how could he compare with the profound cultivation families? I have also made arrangements to deal with the 2 foundation-building cultivators from these 2 families. When the time comes, we will definitely take them all down. Tu Shan nodded heavily. This way, there will be 5 foundation-building cultivators. It will be absolutely foolproof to deal with 3 foundation-building cultivators and a mere body cultivator. Wang Heichao was also full of confidence. He alone was at a higher level than Luo Chen and the other 2. Ho Hu was also a sect foundation-building cultivator with attacking magic weapons and extraordinary means. With just the 2 of them and the power of the Daijiang gang, they already had a great chance of winning. If the 3 foundation building cultivators were added, he didn't know how to lose. The only thing that made him a little uncomfortable was probably Hohu's last sentence: they would definitely take them all down. He always felt that he seemed to have said this once not long ago. Thanks to Xinghei Xingquang for the 1,700 starting coins reward. Chapter 213 Battle of Gaolingyuan. A few days later, a flying boat slowly flew over the mountains and wilderness. It was the height of summer, and the mountains that should have been lush with trees were now bare. Luo Chen, who was out for a walk, shook his head as he looked at the jagged, high and low mountains. This was already the territory of Liu Guangfang. However, the vast territory of the market town did not have the aura of the immortals of Daofang and Taishanfang. It seemed that the rumors that the Jade Tripod Sword sect had dug the mines here and destroyed the spiritual veins of Liu Guangfang were not false. Now the ore was mined out. The Jade Tripod Sword sect waved and left without taking a cloud with him. What was left to the local cultivators was this devastated land. No wonder Liu Guangfang has so many robber cultivators. In such a resource-poor place, if you want to survive, do you have to rely on fighting or robbing, or just practice honestly? Luo Chen sighed, and was about to go back, but his eyes stopped in one direction. Xiao Duan, is the Bai family in that direction? At this time, the Sky Eagle flying boat was controlled by one of Duan Feng's casting apprentices, so the flying speed was a bit slow. Duan Feng also took this opportunity to come out and rest. Hearing the name of the Bai family, his indifferent expression suddenly collapsed. A trace of hatred hidden deep in his heart emerged in his eyes. Nodding, Duan Feng said coldly, if the president sees a mountain with huge cypress trees, it must be the land of the Bai family. Luo Chen raised his eyebrows. As far as he could see, there was indeed a mountain covered with verdant cypress trees. Especially in the center of the mountain, a huge cypress tree rose from the ground, thousands of feet high, and reached the sky. The entire mountain was covered in it, and there was almost no sunlight. The cypress is a first-level spiritual wood. But when it grows to this extent, it has surpassed the first level and reached the second level. Even, it is faintly reaching the quality of the third level. There is a huge yew cypress. That's right. Duan Feng said with hatred, most of the spiritual veins in Liu Guangfang have been destroyed. Only the Bai family, relying on a second-level yew cypress, locked the spiritual energy of the ground veins and made their Bai family famous for 200 years. Not only that, yew cypress can also produce asphalt, which is very suitable for casting. In addition, Liu Guangfang was rich in mineral materials in the past, so the Bai family became a casting family. Luo Chen suddenly realized, and then curiously asked, so, there was a cross-fang war between your Duan family and the Bai family back then? It's like this. The cultivators in Liu Guangfang have limited consumption capacity. The Bai family produced too many low-level magic tools that could not be consumed locally, so they tried to break into the market of Daofang. As a result, a war between the two major casting families broke out. He spoke in detail, almost word for word. Luo Chen looked at his hateful face and understood. It was also in that war that his father sacrificed his life for the family and died at the hands of the cultivators of the Bai family. Don't worry, although I hate them, I won't ignore the overall situation. Duan Feng pursed his lips, and his voice came out from his teeth one word at a time. After I build my foundation, I will personally avenge this hatred. Luo Chen patted his shoulder. Little Duan, don't worry, the time is not far away. Luo Chen frowned slightly and twisted his body uneasily. He looked around with suspicious eyes. He suddenly felt a sense of being spied on. I'm going to take over the shift, call me if you have anything. Duan Feng didn't want to stay outside anymore. He took a deep look at the direction of the Bai family and went into the lower cabin. Luo Chen hummed lightly, still looking around in confusion. No more. This abruptness makes me more certain that someone was secretly spying on me just now. Who is it and where's it? Suddenly, his eyes were bright, and the great perfection spirit eye technique suddenly broke out, staring at the huge cypress tree thousands of miles away. Horizontal ellipsis. Such a keen perception. Above the yew cypress, a middle-aged man with a red face, even greasy, changed his expression slightly. He held the array plate in one hand and said in a low voice, his domineering aura is exposed. This boy is extraordinary. Just now, he was the one who used the huge yew cypress under his feet to spy from a distance. Unexpectedly, he was almost discovered. No. It should be said that he had been noticed by Dan Chenzi. A cultivator of the Bai family at the 9th level of key refining nearby asked curiously, Patriarch, if we are discovered, do we still need to take action? Bai Lun, the head of the Bai family, sneered, so what if we are discovered? It would be the most suspicious if we pretended not to know when we arrived at Liu Guangfang. Besides, if we pass by here and don't leave something behind, it's not justifiable, the key refining cultivator worriedly said. This Luo Chen society is not easy to mess with. Although the Luo Chen society was established only a few years ago, its reputation is not weak at all. The fact that the Duan family was destroyed is enough to make the Bai family remember them. In the crosstown war, the Bai family and the Duan family fought to the ground, and blood flowed like a river. The Duan family once killed their way to the foot of Yubei Mountain. If it weren't for Yubei, they set up a second-level formation and severely damaged the Duan family. In that battle, the Bai family would have to be expelled from the world of immortal cultivation. The Luo Chen who was able to destroy the Duan family, which shows that they are extraordinary. Bai Lun sneered, I naturally know that the Luo Chen who is not easy to mess with, so I won't touch them at all. Naturally, someone will take action. Then us. The Nanguang family is our target. Bai Lun's face showed a fierce look, mixed with a trace of greed. He knew that Nanguang Jin had fought with Wang Heichao for a low-grade magic weapon at the Ho family auction. No surprise. Nanguang Jin must have a lot of spirit stones on him. That defensive magic weapon has been reserved, but these spirit stone resources will all belong to them at that time. Hearing that they were going to deal with the Nanguang family, the Bai family refining couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Both the Luo Chen and the Li family are not easy to mess with. But the Bai family still has no problem dealing with a mere Nanguang family. Huh? Suddenly, Bai Lun exclaimed. Patriarch, what's wrong? Bai Lun raised his eyebrows and said softly, it seems that Dan Chenzi is still a cautious person. My spying made him alert and he turned directly. Adjust the direction and don't enter Liu Guangfang. Luo Chen gave an order. Even though Sima Wei Niang was puzzled, she still gave the order. Soon, the Sky Eagle flying boat turned the bow and slowly bypassed Liu Guangfang. What's wrong, Luo Chen? Brother Wang, something is wrong. It's okay, I'll keep an eye on it. Luo Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, and his pair of smart eyes swept around sharply. The spying just now came from the Bai family. There is nothing wrong with this. If anyone enters someone else's territory with a bunch of people in a big way, they will attract spying. But after he found out, the other party did not reveal his identity and leave a message immediately. This is very suspicious. Whether it is a welcome, an admonition, or a warning, it is not necessary to hide so much. Doing so shows that the other party has bad intentions. The road to Xianlan Fairy City is long, and any danger, as long as it shows signs, must be avoided as much as possible. Besides, bypassing Liu Guangfang does not mean deviating from the direction. It just takes a little more time. The Sky Eagle flying boat is easy to turn, but this is a bit unprepared for the Nanguang family and the Li family in the back. The back. Father, do we still want to follow? Nanguang Qin asked curiously. Looking at the direction that was gradually deviating in the distance, Nanguang Jin hesitated. He thought for a while and shook his head slowly. Let's not follow. We are not suitable for trekking too far. Although Liu Guangfang is barren, it can barely accommodate our family. This is to settle in Liu Guangfang. However, Luo Dian suddenly turned around. Something must have happened. We must not take it lightly. Let everyone stop and rest for a while. After he gave the order, the Nanguang family began to rest on the spot. After a while, the large army of the Li family caught up. Nanguang Jin flew out and looked at the Li family's flying boat from afar. On the slowly flying boat, Li Yixun looked at him. It seems that the Li family is planning to join forces with Luo Chen. Nanguang Jin sighed. In this way, everyone will go their separate ways in the future. Without Luo Chen and Li Yixun, two true foundation-building practitioners from Dahofang, he inexplicably felt the pressure getting bigger. Is Liu Guangfang really a good place? No one told him the answer. He planned to visit the local Snake Bai family in Liu Guangfang to build a foundation early tomorrow morning. It would be best if he could convince them, but if not. The afterglow of dusk gradually spread, dyeing the sky and the earth golden. Luo Chen looked around and never found anything suspicious. Could it be that I am overthinking? Sima Wei Niang walked up from behind. President, Let's camp in Gaolingin tonight. Gaolingin. Yes, that area is high and has many stone pillars. If we camp, it will be very concealed and can effectively prevent sudden attacks from the enemy. It is also suitable for patrols and guards. That's fine. Luo Chen nodded. The Sky Eagle flying boat slowly flew towards a high plain. After a while, you can see jagged rocks on it, and hundreds of huge stone pillars standing. It looks like the beams and pillars of a collapsed palace are still there. However, the closer the distance is, the more Luo Chen feels something is wrong. High and low, very concealed, not right. Suddenly, Luo Chen stared at the huge plain under his feet. At the same time, 3 attacks suddenly broke out in the air. They all bombarded the Sky Eagle flying boat. Damn it! Duanfeng, activate the defense formation. Buzz! Exclamation mark. The buzzing sound sounded instantly. A cyan defense shield spread out, covering the entire huge flying boat. This is the defense formation of the Sky Eagle flying boat. It can barely resist an attack from the foundation building period. However, there are 3 attacks coming. Luo Chen did not hesitate, and shook his sleeves. Surging spiritual power flicked out. Facing the most powerful of the 3 attacks, a blue dragon coming towards him, under his flick, immediately wailed and disintegrated. Even if there were aftermath, it was just a light breeze and drizzle under Luo Chen's continuous flick of his sleeves. To Luo Chen, it did not cause any harm. However, this familiar attack method made Luo Chen vaguely think of someone. At the same time, a blood-colored tornado rushed out of the flying boat and pounced on a black and red light beam. Boom! The two crossed each other, and Wang Yuan's face was slightly condensed. Several shrinking black and red light beams around kept flowing back, and finally drilled into Gaolingyan. These were just 2 attacks. The third attack, without anyone blocking it, was about to land on the Sky Eagle flying boat. Duanfeng, who was controlling the flying boat, had a changed expression. Foundation building means full defense formation. The azure light shield kept shaking and became thicker. Bang! It was like a mountain crashing. The last ochre yellow stream of light hit the Sky Eagle flying boat. After the hit, the ochre yellow stream of light flew back, and it turned out to be a small seal. It was blocked. However, Duanfeng and others didn't have time to be happy. The Sky Eagle flying boat trembled and fell down. President, the center of the flying formation has been destroyed. Land, prepare for battle. Luo Chen said without looking back. Standing in the sky, with a gloomy face, he looked down at the 3 people on the 3 huge stone pillars, who gradually revealed their true bodies. Ho Hu. Tu Shan. Wang Hechao. When he said the last name, Luo Chen almost gritted his teeth. A treacherous villain. Even if they parted ways, they were still like vicious dogs, disgusting. As if he could not see Luo Chen's disgusted and disdainful look, Wang Hechao laughed and said, "What kind of magic is this flick of yours? You have been the last to attack and broken my water dragon twice in a row." Luo Chen glanced at him coldly and did not answer at all. His eyes fell on the other 2. I can understand that Tushan attacked me, but it was just the Kingitan Mayadan method. But Ho Hu, aren't you afraid of making enemies for the whole family by doing this? As soon as these words came out, Wang Hechao and Tushan, 2 of the 3 foundation building masters, changed their faces slightly. Generally speaking, family foundation building rarely conflicts with foundation building of the same level of individual cultivators. Because the other party is alone, if he cannot be killed, there will be endless troubles. Moral quality is a little low. In the future, don't look for the family's foundation building true cultivators, and focus on killing the cultivators in the key refining period who are out. Who can defend against it? It doesn't take 100 years for such a large family to be tossed around and seriously injured. The threat in Luo Chen's words is beyond words. If Ho Hu is intimidated by him, then the 2 of them will be embarrassed. However, Ho Hu's next words instantly put their hanging hearts to rest. Ho Hu pulled the corner of his mouth. If I kill you, won't I have no enemies? That makes sense. Don't waste time talking to them. Fight quickly, or else things will change. Ho Hu shouted, and immediately bumped his fists together. There was a wrist guard on each of his left and right hands, and when they collided, 2 black and red attacks that looked like Yankee and evil spirits were launched. And this attack was clearly directed at Wang Yuan. Was he targeting his opponent? Wang Yuan didn't look at the attack that was coming, but looked at Luo Chen. Luo Chen nodded to him. Don't worry, I'll get rid of Ho Hu and help you soon. Wang Yuan roared, turned into a blood-colored tornado, and rushed towards the attack without dodging. The speed was almost as fast as the flight of a foundation-building cultivator. Ho Hu was stunned for a moment. It's better not to get too close to a physical cultivator. As he hurriedly retreated, his hands kept colliding. Black and red beams of light burst out from the two wrist guards. Every time a beam of light burst out, Wang Yuan also threw a punch. The two chased and fled, and soon they entered the depths of the stone forest. In this way, only Luo Chen, Tu Shan, and Wang Hao were left. Luo Chen ignored Wang Hao's playful eyes, but looked down at the Sky Eagle flying boat that fell into the stone forest. Hundreds of Luo Xianhu cultivators have rushed out. They were greeted by thousands of scattered cultivators from the Daijiang gang. There was also a humming formation, dragging the stone pillars to start the layout. Min Longgao, these people are all handed over to you. If you do well, Mr. Ho will naturally reward you with a foundation-building pill. Wang Hao said leisurely. In the stone forest, Min Longgao hummed in a muffled voice, but he disappeared. At the same time, Sima Wei Niang's sharp voice burst out. All cultivators of Luo Xianhu, listen to my orders. Sima Xian, Zhou Yuanli, led the team to charge. Gu Kai, open a passage out of the stone forest. Gu Kai is the main attacker? It sounds incredible. However, when a 3-meter-tall giant bear puppet ran in front of her, everything became logical. A puppet comparable to the great perfection of the refining key stage. It was obtained from the trophy of the battle at Xiaohun Mountain. Luo Chen later gave it to Gu Kai as the treasure of the Golden Hall. At this moment, under Gu Kai's control, wherever she went, she was invincible. Sima Xian and Zhou Yuanli, with the masters of the War Hall and the Law Enforcement Hall, followed closely behind, constantly bombarding and killing nearby cultivators. At the first moment of the battle, blood spurted like rain, and wailing was everywhere. The momentum and fighting power of the cultivators of the Luotian society were so fierce that it was astonishing. However, there were too many enemies, and this impact would not last long. What's more, there was Min Longgao, a master of formations, watching from the side. Luo Chen's eyes flashed with brilliance, and he kept shooting in the stone forest, trying to find Min Longgao's position. Don't waste your energy. Wang Hao said with a smile. In order to ambush you, Master Ho borrowed the whole family's top-grade concealment formation. You can't find Min Longgao. Besides, instead of worrying about those subordinates, you might as well worry about yourself. Luo Chen raised his head and looked at the two people who were slowly flying towards him. Wang Hao, a third-level foundation-building cultivator, was surrounded by top-grade water-based flying swords. He has been in charge of a gang for many years, so I'm afraid his methods would not be so bad. Tu Shan, a first-level foundation-building cultivator, held the small earth yellow seal in his hand, and its grade was at least top grade. Take a deep breath. Just as he was about to speak, a breeze suddenly blew into his ears. He glanced at a certain place without leaving a trace, and then stared at the two people in front of him coldly. Luo Chen's spiritual power surged all over his body, blowing up his white robe. He said coldly, "Are you so confident that you can defeat me? I know you." Whoosh! As he spoke, the flying sword burst out. Your fighting ability is very strong. I can't underestimate you. Wang Hao said while controlling the top-grade flying sword to attack. Facing the explosive top-grade flying sword, Luo Chen opened his mouth and spit. A sword ball flew out of his mouth. It turned around and turned into thousands of golden sword lights, constantly intercepting the flying sword. But he himself pulled back. Extreme speed. Sudden explosion. Huh? Wang Hao was stunned for a moment. He wants to run away. Tu Shan was about to sacrifice the seal, and he was also stunned when he saw this. Just now, he looked like he was concerned about his subordinates and wanted to fight to the death with them. How could he run away before the fight started? In the distance, a fierce shout sounded. Don't let him run away, otherwise my whole family will never have peace. It was Ho Hu. It seems that he had the upper hands in the battle with Wang Yuan from the beginning. There is still energy left, pay attention to the battlefield here. Wang Hao and Tu Shan looked at each other, and then nodded tacitly. He can't run away. Tu Shan suddenly landed. Although the speed is fast, it is still in the realm of foundation building. Let's see my earth escape technique. The next moment, a yellow light enveloped him. Then, he escaped into the depths of the earth. A spiritual light chased towards Luo Chen at a high speed. From Wang Heichao's perspective, it seemed as if there was an earth dragon, running rampant deep underground. 5 elements escape technique. Muttering silently, Wang Heichao also took a step, and the flying sword landed at his feet, taking him to chase and kill at a high speed. Chapter 214 The Rule Breaker, Crazy Nanguangjin. And, something seems wrong ahead. Li Ao knocked on the door of a quiet room on the flying boat. The door opened and Li Yixin walked out. She raised her head slightly and looked at the towering plane with her bright eyes. The huge stone pillars seemed to have turned into stone dragons, very vivid. The sound of fighting that soared into the sky sounded almost instantly. Li Yixin frowned slightly, wondering. Luo Chen and the others seemed to be in trouble. Li Ao was stunned. Should we go to support them? Li Yixin pursed his lips and looked at the Li family monks who were camping nearby. He took a deep breath and looked at Li Ao with burning eyes. You stay here and take people to patrol the surroundings. Don't relax. I'll go and see what's going on by myself. Yes. Li Yixin no longer hesitated, jumped up and flew high into the sky. During the high-speed flight, his figure gradually became nothingness under the operation of the spiritual formula. Huayan formula. One of the 3 major inherited second-level skills of the Li family, it can only be practiced by a Huayan body. Li Yixin is in existence with a Huayan physique. Relying on this spell, she reached the great perfection of ki refining at the age of 42. However, although the speed of cultivation is fast, it is extremely difficult to break through the realm. It took a long time to barely build the foundation. After building the foundation, the demand for resources is even greater. Although the physique is good, the spiritual root aptitude is not good after all. Now, after several years, it is only the second level of foundation building. However, fortunately, this skill is extremely mysterious. Especially in hiding, saving lives, and speed, it is a unique one. As long as she enters that hidden state, few people can see through her disguise. The reason why Luo Chen was able to see through her figure at the beginning was because he was too close and his perception was too strong. Just when Li Yixin was about to approach Gaolingyan, suddenly, she stopped abruptly. A pair of sharp eyes like an eagle stared at her from high in the sky. No, it was Hawkeye. Sister Xian, stop. A soft voice came, and the black clouds in the sky dissipated. A beautiful young woman in a gorgeous palace skirt stood on the back of a huge flying eagle. The flying eagle was cute and well-behaved, with green feathers and a touch of snow white on its head, like a fairy beast. Foundation building true cultivation. Second-level demon beast. Li Yixin's face was pale, and he escaped from his hidden state. Looking at the beautiful young woman, she said in a bitter voice, Sister Ro, you deliberately brought this inherited spiritual beast, the green-feathered white eagle. Are you going to deal with me? The beautiful young woman was Yu Ro, the head of the Yu family of Yihu Mountain. She sighed, I don't want to, but you know that the Yu family is about to marry the whole family. He who has something to ask of me, how can I refuse? Besides, it's not about dealing with you. Glancing at the war that broke out in the distance, she whispered, as long as you don't participate in this battle, and hand over the magic weapon you got at the auction later, I can guarantee that Ho-Hu and others will not attack your family. Li Yixin sneered, Ho-Hu is so mean, he has the nerve to rob the magic weapon sold at his own auction. Yu Ro shook her head and just sighed. This matter is indeed a bit mean. If the ancestor of the whole family had not been in seclusion, he would definitely not allow such a thing to happen. But who made Ho-Hu in power now? Seeing that Yu Ro did not give in, Li Yixin said stubbornly, what if I don't? For that magic weapon, she used the family assets accumulated by the Li family for many years. It was so that after it was nurtured, it could better protect the family in the future. Now, she has to give it to someone else. Who is willing? Who is willing? Yu Ro shook her head, you have only got that magic weapon for a few days. It is impossible to nurture it. At most, you can exert 1/10 or 1/12 of its power. Your hidden magic method cannot escape the eagle eyes of the jade white eagle. In other words, you are not my opponent. Listening to these words, Li Yixin's heart kept sinking. Yu Ro was still admonishing. Besides, if you don't think about yourself, you have to think about the Li family. You dare. Li Yixin suddenly raised his head and stared at her, like a tiger protecting its cubs. A sharp sword, held in his hand. Yu Ro didn't say anything, just looked at her like this. Gradually, Li Yixun let go of his hand dejectedly, and the sharp sword stopped in front of him. Uro, are you sure you can save my Li family from Ho Hu? If he betrays you, you can just run away alone, and I won't stop you. With your ability, put aside your face, who in the Ho family can stop you? Biting her red lips with her pearly teeth, Li Yixun looked far away in the direction of Gaolingyan. But, Luo Chen. I don't know what conditions you and Luo Chen have reached. Uro said lightly, but at least, now you can't think of getting past me and rushing to help. The night wind blew. Li Yixun stood in front of a man and an eagle, feeling powerless. The life and death of the family was in the hands of others, and the allied Taoist friends were under siege. But she was powerless. Are people who leave their hometowns really nothing? Suddenly, she looked back. There was a sky full of flames, rising from the night. Turning back, she looked at Uro in horror. You also attacked the Nangguang family. Fire. The sky was full of fire. Wherever Nangguang Jin's sight could reach, dragons of fire were crisscrossing, completely separating the Nangguang family's camp. Who dares to provoke my Nangguang family? He was shocked and angry. A scroll was spread out in front of him, and the scroll was like the sea, a vast ocean. Spiritual power gushed out, and countless Gishu's henjing poured out, turning into a raging river. Under the scouring of the river, the fire dragons dissipated. Only thick smoke was billowing. Father! Stand behind me! Nangguang Jin's face was gloomy, and he didn't even look at the Nangguang family mortals who had suffered heavy casualties. His eyes were fixed on the front. One after another, family monks wearing green clothes with a Yubei emblem on them walked out of the night. In front of him, the spiritual power fluctuations of the foundation building period flourished. Bai Lun opened his hands and made a welcoming gesture. Fellow Taoist Nangguang, how can I not say hello when I come to Malai Guangfang? Nangguang Jin glanced at the remaining family cultivators, and they were not seriously injured. But those mortals, only 1 in 10 survived. He said coldly, is this how you say hello? Tisk tisk, this is just a little bit of hospitality. The big one is still behind. Bai Lun waved his hand, and under the night, many casual cultivators came out from all directions. Pairs of eyes, like a lone wolf that has been hungry for a long time. These are all the robber cultivators of Liu Guangfang. Nangguang Jin's eyes widened. Nangguang Qin behind him took a breath of cold air, and there was despair in his eyes. Bai Lun smiled grimly and raised his hand high. Kill them, and take the spoils. Countless casual cultivators rushed to kill as the king's vanguard. The Bai family cultivators followed closely behind, and the light of their magic weapons shone brightly under the bright moonlight. Nangguang Jin's body trembled slightly, and he turned around and stared at Nangguang Qin without looking at those people. A spiritual voice fell into Nangguang Qin's ears. Nangguang Qin's eyes widened and his hands clenched. You must remember what your father said. But. There is no but, I have a defensive magic weapon, they can't kill me. After the words fell, without waiting for Nangguang Qin to say anything else, he burst out with spiritual light and swept out with a sword. The ice and snow were crystal clear and spread in an instant. In the northeast, a large number of casual cultivators were frozen. A way out suddenly appeared. Bai Lun raised his eyebrows and stopped him immediately. Isn't it too embarrassing to attack low-level cultivators? Nangguang Jin sneered, you also attacked mortals, why don't you talk about face? Well, let's fight first and talk later. The two soared into the sky, spiritual light burst, and attacks were swaying across the world. Nangguang Qin's eyes moved away from his father's back with difficulty. Looking at the key refining enemies rushing from all directions, which were several times his number, he felt extremely desperate. Thinking of his father's words, he gritted his teeth and rushed out. The direction he went was exactly the way out that Nangguang Jin had opened before. At this time, he had not been surrounded. As he left, several figures followed him. In the sky, Bai Lun, who was being beaten, looked at this scene and sneered. At this critical moment, you let your son escape first, leaving ordinary people to die. This is not a qualified head of the family. Nangguang Jin's figure suddenly stopped. Whether you are qualified or not, ask yourself first. After saying that, he gave up attacking Bai Lun. His figure was like lightning, and he rushed straight to the low-level cultivators of the Bai family. Wherever he passed, stunned heads flew into the sky. Looking at this scene, Bai Lun was furious, and a breath of anger rushed to his head, making his face flushed. It's in vain to be a foundation-building cultivator. He immediately controlled the flying sword and struck with all his strength, slashing down on his head. As a fellow foundation-building cultivator, Nanguang attacked a low-level cultivator, almost exposing his empty door completely. There were so many flaws. Facing this sword, there was almost no way to avoid it. However, he didn't even think about avoiding it. Zeguogitu stretched out and faced the sword head-on. Clang! The sword entered the ocean, raising huge waves. A fatal sword. It was blocked. However, a full-strength attack from a foundation-building cultivator, without full-strength defense, was not so easy to block. Even with a defensive magic weapon, Nanguang back was severely injured. Like a rag bag, he flew backwards. Puff! Blood sprayed and his face was pale. Even in such a mess, he still showed a crazy smile on his face. He flew backwards all the way, pinching the spiritual formula in his hand frequently, and the flying sword harvested all the way. When he stopped, more than a dozen heads fell to the ground. I know what you are planning. You just want to hold me back so that the independent cultivators can kill the low-level cultivators of my Nanguang family, and then wait for the foundation-building cultivators who are besieging Dan Chenzi to join you in besieging and killing me. I know everything. No one in my family is going to survive anyway, so why not fight to the death? If my Nanguang family doesn't have a good time, your Bai family will also be buried with it today. Looking at the heads of the Bai family cultivators scattered on the ground, Bai Lun's body trembled. For a long time, whether it was a battle between sects, a cultivation family, or a battle between independent cultivator gangs, they all maintained a tacit understanding with each other. That is, king against king, general against general, and soldier against soldier. If you don't go to the Jinden stage, I won't go to the Jinden stage. If you go to the foundation building stage, then I will fight with the foundation building stage. As for the battle between key refining cultivators, high-level cultivators will not easily intervene unless the overall situation is determined. This kind of tacit understanding is neither pedantic nor rigid. But everyone knows that the lethality of high-level monks is almost completely unstoppable for low-level monks. It's like mowing the grass. Kill a large area with one. In this case, everyone must maintain this default rule. Otherwise, the high-level monks on both sides will not care about anything and rush to kill the low-level monks of the other side. After that war, it is estimated that only the two strongest leaders of the two forces will be left. Would that make them lonely? What is the meaning of fighting? How can one deal with the gains after the war? How can we talk about development in the future? But tonight, Nanguang broke this unspoken rule. He didn't want the demeanor of a true cultivator who had built a foundation. He ignored the huge threat of the enemy on the side and began to slaughter low-level monks wantonly with a defensive magic weapon. Moreover, he didn't care about the casual cultivators of Liu Guangfang who besieged the Nanguang family. He was focusing on killing the monks of the Bai family. The key is that he, Bai Lun, couldn't stop it at all. He had a defensive magic weapon, and he couldn't kill him in a short time. At most he would be seriously injured. By the time he kills him, there will be very few Bai family monks left. By then, what's the point of his Bai family destroying the Nanguang family? No wonder you let your son run first. You want to leave a route for your Nanguang family while fighting to the death. Bai Lun laughed bitterly, and his trembling body gradually stopped. Nanguang wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his face fierce. You forced me to do it. At this moment, he was less calculating and less hesitant. What he had was just the ruthlessness of fighting to the death and destroying everything. Now, what are you going to do? Bai Lun looked at the heads of the Bai family monks on the ground, who were staring at the ground with astonishment and confusion. In just this short moment, more than 30 people died under Nanguang sword. They were all the elites of his Bai family. Close your eyes and take a deep breath. Let's stop here. Stop. With a voice, the Bai family members who were besieging the Nanguang family monks stopped immediately. However, those cultivators from Liu Guangfang were so bloodthirsty that they didn't listen at all. One by one, they were even fighting over the spoils. I said, stop. Bai Lun opened his eyes, and the flying sword shot out like a stream of light. Whoosh! Swish! 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 Wherever it passed, all the low-level cultivators were pierced through the chest. Even when it was exhausted, it still pierced through the bodies of 3 people. Huh? The tip of the sword stuck into the ground, and the 3 bodies were stuck on the sword like candied haws. At this moment, the cultivators from Liu Guangfang finally woke up. They looked at Bai Lun in horror. Senior Bai. Get lost. Bai Lun roared, and the group of cultivators who took advantage of the fire to rob fled like birds and beasts. Seeing this, Nanguang Jin flew back to the Nanguang family camp. However, after cleaning up the mess, there were only more than 10 people from the Nanguang family who were still alive. There were no mortals. There were no cultivators in the early and middle stages of key refining. They were all in the late stage of key refining. With their numbers several times their own, the key refining clansmen of the Nanguang family were facing only 2 or 3 enemies. Moreover, they were all experienced cultivators. How could they resist? His eyes were red and his body was shaking. Nanguang Jin clenched his teeth tightly, staring at Bai Lun with a look that seemed to want to dig out his bones and heart. Don't fight anymore. Bai Lun panted and stared at him with hatred. Each of you pick up the bodies of your clansmen, and this battle ends here. It was like a farce. It started well but ended badly, and a big battle ended just like that. However, before Bai Lun left, he said hatefully, Nanguang Jin, you can't run away. Ho Hu has set his eyes on your defensive magic weapon, and his Ho family is not as easy to reason with as I am. Ho family. Nanguang Jin's heart trembled. On the other hand, he showed no weakness. If Ho Hu is coming, I will wait for him. Bai Lun, my Nanguang family will remember today's vengeance. HMPH, next time we meet, I will make sure you, Nanguang, are removed from the list. After exchanging harsh words, neither side wanted to look at the other again. Nanguang Jin suppressed his grief and anger, put one hand on his waist, and said with a hunched body, quickly pack up the relics, we will leave immediately. But clan leader, what about the bodies of the clan members? Burn them with fire. In less than half a cup of tea, the remaining clan members collected the relics and some spoils as much as possible. Then they got on the flying boat. Nanguang Jin stood on the flying boat and looked at the pile of corpses below. They were all clan members with the same blood as him. Pursing his bleeding lips, he shot out a ray of foundation-building true fire. The raging flames immediately illuminated the land covered by moonlight. The strong smell of burnt smoke drifted away with the Nanguang family cultivators, with tears in their eyes. Nanguang Jin glanced at Liu Guangfang in the distance with hatred and closed his eyes. Let's go. Chapter 215, Chase. Counterattack. Counter-chase. The night owl howled, and the wind whistled. Tushin was shrouded in the earth-yellow spiritual light. Following the spiritual sense, he chased at an unimaginable speed. Earth Escape Technique. The second level 5 element escape technique can allow cultivators to temporarily integrate into the free earth attributed spiritual energy between heaven and earth. In this way, the resistance can be reduced when flying. Even the earth attributed spiritual energy will become his help. If it is in the earth, the speed will be even faster. Since mastering this technique by chance, after Tushin's casual cultivation life, he really lived a carefree life. From time to time, he robbed houses to obtain rich resources, and then bought elixirs and found a place to practice hard. He was not afraid of being hunted down. Once the earth escape technique was used, he could fly more than 10 feet away during the key refining stage. After the foundation building stage, this effect was multiplied several times, almost dozens of feet away. It was as if the earth was shrunk into an inch. The only limitation is that this technique consumes a lot of spiritual power. It cannot last long. No need to persist, just catch up with Dan Chenzi, and wait for Wang Hechao to catch up. Caught up. Tushin's eyes lit up, and he broke out of the ground. The moment he came out of the ground, he burst into attack. A small seal rapidly expanded, pressing from bottom to top. It was as if the world was turning upside down. However, what he saw was Luo Chen's leisurely and cold smile on his face. What is he laughing at? Just when Tushin was puzzled, Luo Chen moved. With his hands crossed, a 10-foot-high earth-yellow mountain suddenly condensed. From top to bottom, it bombarded the big seal. The moment the two collided, there was a stalemate. Luo Chen stepped lightly on the top of the mountain with one foot, and a huge force surged, and the small seal was rumbled down. With a chance to stop, Luo Chen spit out a sword ball from his mouth, and golden light burst out. Countless sword lights swept towards Tushin. Tushin didn't bother to look at his own reprinted seal, and hurriedly drove the defensive magic weapon to resist the golden light that was coming towards him. He can actually control the sword ball? Could he be a jading sword cultivator? While he was in doubt, a flying giant shield wrapped him tightly. Clang. Outside the giant shield, the sword light was waving, and the sound of ding-dong echoed. But at least, he blocked the most dangerous moment. Dan Chenzi, you just surrender, Brother Wang will be here soon. Just when he was proud, he seemed to catch a glimpse of a black shadow from the corner of his eye. Huh? Just when he was surprised, the black shadow suddenly pounced, like a ghost, and passed through the flying giant iron shield. Roar. What is this? Cold, eerie, not like a human. When Tushin was afraid, the black shadow passed through. Then, squatting on the ground, holding something, swallowing it in big mouthfuls. Boom. Boom. The heavy seal and the flying giant iron shield lost the control of the owner and fell heavily to the ground. Luo Chen pulled the corner of his mouth, looking at the lifeless body lying on the ground. You are so brave. You dare to catch up with me alone. Luo Chen stretched out his hand and took the small seal, iron shield, Tushin's storage bag, and even the intact robes. After taking a glance, Luo Chen shook his head. This iron shield is a bit rubbish, only of the upper grade. It was almost scrapped under his swordball attack just now. However, this small seal is not bad, with several formations engraved on it, which is a top-grade magic weapon. For a beginner of foundation building, this wealth may be good enough. But in front of Luo Chen, it is nothing. Although he was caught up just now, he had already laid out the soul-refining flag in advance. Xiaohe had been summoned by him and was hiding on the side. He only needed to burst out the attack so that Tushin could not react for a while, and Xiaohe could take advantage of the situation to attack. It seemed that two foundation building masters were chasing Luo Chen. In fact, it was Luo Chen and a ghost general comparable to the foundation building master who took advantage of the time difference and besieged Tushin. In this way, the offense and defense can be changed. Luo Chen suddenly raised his head and looked straight ahead. Wang Heichao hurriedly stopped and looked at Luo Chen in doubt. Instant kill. Boss Wang, why are you so far away? Why don't you come over and chat? Luo Chen walked towards Wang Heichao step by step, seemingly slowly but quickly. The breeze gathered and suddenly it became a strong wind. The great perfection of free and easy wind, blessing himself, and there was golden light surrounding him, and the tip of the sword swallowed and spit out sword light. Looking at this scene, Wang Heichao shuddered. He stepped back step by step. Luo Chen, this matter seems to be a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding. Luo Chen smiled slightly, and then ferociously. Fuck your misunderstanding. He put his fingers together like swords, and the sword balls burst out with thousands of sword lights flying all over the sky. The speed was so fast that it was astonishing. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Wang Heichao snorted coldly, swung a sword with his backhand, and the blue waves rushed out of the shore. The sword light, which was originally extremely fast, became unable to move under these layers of waves. It gradually disappeared. After all, I am not a sword cultivator, and I cannot use the sword pill to the fullest extent. If a real sword cultivator were here, perhaps he could instantly gather the sword light, condense it into a sword, and cut through the waves. Luo Chen sighed in his heart. With a flick of his sleeves, he completely cleared the aftermath of the sword. The water droplets with spiritual energy fell lightly. His eyes focused. But he saw that behind the rain curtain, Wang Heichao's attack was ineffective, and he retreated instead of advancing, and fled back the way he came. Wang Heichao was horrified. Luo Chen's strength was completely beyond his imagination. He could actually kill Tushin in an instant. I just thought he had escaped with a second-level explosive ape, but I didn't expect he had also subdued a ghost general. Soul-refining banner. Isn't this the magic weapon that Li Da secretly refined? Could it be that during the 3 years when he was in seclusion, he went into the ghost town? No wonder Li Da disappeared quietly. I thought he had left Daohofang, but I didn't expect that Luo Chen killed him and took his treasure. Countless thoughts rushed into his mind. Wang Heichao no longer had the heart to compete with Luo Chen. The other party was one man and one ghost, and he had no chance of winning if they joined forces. Moreover, Luo Chen's previous burst speed was too fast. If he really got into a tough fight, he might not even have the chance to escape. He planned to go back and join Hohu first, and then target Luo Chen. Presumably, with Hohu's foundation building strength and the magic weapon, he should have killed Wang Yuan. Just as he was thinking, a fierce sign of danger suddenly came to his mind. He stopped suddenly, and a defensive light shield enveloped his whole body. Roar! 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 A low roar exploded in his ears. 3 huge dragon heads suddenly hit the defensive light shield with lightning speed. Bang! 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 The 3 green dragons were suddenly ejected hundreds of meters away by the huge recoil force. Even their bodies were reduced by more than half. Wang Hechao looked again at this moment. 9 green dragons were surrounding him from left to right, up and down. And behind him, a figure came like a rock. With a leap, he landed on the head of the last dragon head that was transformed by spiritual energy. Tisk tisk, it's a good defensive magic weapon, and it even has its own recoil force. Wang Hechao took a deep breath and held the blue top-grade flying sword. When did Luo Chen arrange this secret move? This question is no longer important. The other party will definitely not answer him. Staring at the figure stepping on the dragon, Wang Hechao said coldly, "Do you really want to kill them all?" "What else?" Luo Chen sneered, raised his hands lightly in the air, and kept sending out spiritual spells. As an alchemist, his wealth was richer than most people. He had experienced several wars, and all kinds of spoils were selectively absorbed by him. Among these magic weapons, Luo Chen was most accustomed to using the sword pill, which was fast, responsive, and moved in an instant. The most powerful one was the soul refining flag. It was not that the soul refining flag was strong, but that there was a second-level Ghost General Xiao He in it. But the Ghost General was not so easy to control. It had just swallowed Tu Shan's foundation-building soul, and it could not be mobilized at this moment. In fact, this was also the reason why Luo Chen was not very familiar with the soul refining flag. If he had issued an order in advance not to allow Xiao He to swallow the soul in battle, this would not have happened. In addition to the sword pill and the soul refining flag, Luo Chen also had a magic weapon with extremely good power. During the key refining period, the power may be limited by the realm and cannot be fully displayed. But after he established his foundation, this magic weapon came from behind and became one of his trump cards. Green Musk Dragon Gathering Flag. This top-grade magic weapon, injected with enough spiritual power, can summon several spiritual dragons, and can also spit out the poisonous fragrance of green musk. If it were in the hands of others, its power would be mediocre. But Luo Chen has a perfect traction technique. For a single magic weapon, at most he can control it more easily. But after the Green Musk Dragon Gathering Flag summons the dragon, it has the effect of a matching magic weapon. Therefore, its power was fully displayed today. As Luo Chen continued to pinch the magic formula, the 3 dragons that were originally shrunk by Wang Hechao's defensive magic weapon were replenished with spiritual energy in an instant and restored to their huge size. The 9 green musk dragons instantly became agile. They swam and danced slowly around Wang Hechao. Seeing this scene, Wang Hechao was terrified. Today, I'm afraid I'm going to be in a tough battle. But he would never surrender. He mobilized his spiritual power, and the flying sword in his hand burst into blue light. Luo Chen, who was far away, saw this scene, and his heart was calm. He pointed his finger. Go. A spiritual dragon bit up. This was a test. And in the back, 7 dragons kept chasing him while shaking their heads and tails. Kill! Wang Hechao shouted, and the sword light slashed out. Wherever he passed, the first spiritual dragon was directly annihilated. The second, the third. A total of 8 spiritual dragons, 5 of them disappeared in an instant. Only 3 were left, and they crashed into him. Buzz! A buzzing sound sounded, and a light shield appeared again, repelling the 3 dragons several feet away. Luo Chen, what do you think? When Wang Hechao was complacent, he saw several more dragons, shaking their heads and tails, stretching out their dragon claws and dragon heads from the surrounding void. The spiritual energy is endless and endless. It is definitely a top-grade magic weapon. Wang Hechao stopped wishing for luck and focused his mind to face the dragons that were rushing towards him. It was just a competition of spiritual power. He was at the 3rd level of foundation building, and his spiritual power far exceeded Luo Chen's 2nd level of foundation building. He didn't believe that Luo Chen could last longer than him by activating the best magic weapon to the maximum extent. The spiritual power consumed by the flying sword was far inferior to that of magic weapons such as flags. The spiritual dragons continued to fall one after another. The flying swords were shining continuously. From the initial fierce conflict, it seemed to evolve into a competition of spiritual power consumption. However, after half a cup of tea, Wang Hechao's face changed. The spiritual power in his body seemed to solidify and could not be mobilized at all. Even if he was fully focused, he still felt awkward and obstructed. In his breath, There were even wisps of musk lingering between his nose wings. Poison. Despicable. Luo Chen's eyebrows twitched. Was he discovered? Same here. He stomped his foot. The spiritual dragon under his feet, which had not moved, suddenly collapsed. A large group of green musk poisonous fragrance spread out without any disguise. At the same time, 8 dragons exploded at the same time. Boom. The violent spiritual power fluctuations suddenly exploded. Luo Chen stretched out his hand and grasped it, and the green musk-gathering dragon flag fell into his hand from the white clouds above. At a glance, he saw that there were already several cracks on it, and it was on the verge of being scrapped. In this battle, Luo Chen almost pushed this top-grade magic weapon to the extreme. Those dragons are endless, annihilated and reborn again and again, and the price they pay is not just spiritual power. However, under this level of attack, Wang Hechao is afraid that it will not be easy. Putting away the almost scrapped green musk-gathering dragon flag, the sword ball swallowed and spit out, turning into a giant sword held in Luo Chen's hand. The explosion of the 8 dragons brought extremely terrifying destructive power. Smoke and dust rose up, and blue light continued to spread and was constantly pressed back. In the end, it disappeared without a trace. Is he dead? Just as Luo Chen was about to make another attack, a wave of fiery spiritual power suddenly erupted in the smoke. A fiery red sword energy swept through the smoke and dust, tearing the sky and earth apart. Magic weapon. It's the Zhuanhe sword. Luo Chen's face changed slightly. In the smoke and dust, Wang Hechao was in a very bad state. He had no hair and beard, and his head was bald. A piece of tortoise shell was now full of cracks. This top-grade defensive magic weapon, even a strange magic weapon, was ruined. He didn't care about the pain, holding a fiery red flying sword in both hands. The scorching heat even burned his flesh and blood in both hands, revealing the white bones. It's a pity that this magic weapon was obtained too soon, and it was not successfully sacrificed, so it can only exert 1/3 of its power. But this 1/3 should be enough to seriously injure Luo Chen. While muttering, he looked outside through the smoke and dust. The next moment, he was stunned. In the dusty place, a figure rushed towards him without dodging. The red sword energy that hid him was chopped on him. He was desperate, mobilizing all the spiritual power he could mobilize, and even destroyed a pair of palms to slash. However, Luo Chen did not avoid it. His eyes were cold, as if he was staring at him through the dust. How dare he be so arrogant? While Wang Hechao was shocked, a black chess piece suddenly flew out from Luo Chen. The black halo spread. Zhuanhe's sword touched the black halo and disappeared inch by inch. It was as if it had never existed. Ghost Valley, Mishuhua, Lankiki. Whoosh! The golden giant sword flew, and the head of the good man flew up. Luo Chen groaned, and slammed his palm on the headless corpse from a distance. The palm that splits the mountain and breaks the monument. Boom! The corpse suddenly exploded into countless pieces. With a wave of his hand, the storage bag and the black fire sword came into his hands. Holding the black fire sword that was still emitting high temperature and carrying the color of blood, Luo Chen exhaled a breath of turbid air. It has only been a few days since I got it, and it has been refined to the point where it can barely be activated. I think Ho Hu has contributed to it. Ho Hu. After reading this name, Luo Chen no longer hesitated and jumped up. Like a rock soaring up, he went straight to Gaoling Gibbon. Chapter 216 Fellow Taoist, don't make the mistake. On the Gaoling Plain, the tall giant bear puppet strode forward. Wherever it passed, it was invincible. In the Battle of Xiaohong Mountain, this puppet was knocked down by Xiaohong, the explosive ape, with a few hammers, showing no power at all. But this does not mean that it is so useless. In fact, it was just that the giant bear puppet lacked Duan Rui's control at the time, so it could not attack flexibly. Moreover, Xiaohong was at least a second-level monster, which was not something it could contend with. But today, under Gu Kai's full control, it burst out with its due power. Tall and made of special materials. Swords and knives do not hurt the body. Spells and talismans cannot stop it. In addition to its thick skin and flesh, it can also rely on the medium-grade spirit stone stuffed in it from time to burst out light ball attacks. The huge light ball spewed out of its mouth, and those below the 9th level of key refining would die if they touched it. The 9th level cultivators of key refining could only retreat and could not compete head-on. Kai, have you found the exit? Sima Wei Niang's voice came from afar. Gukai gritted her teeth and sweated profusely. Can't find it. Can't find it. Still can't find it. She didn't know the formation, so she could only attack the formation in a straight line. However, what you see is often not true. When the stone pillars move, they often give her an illusion, making her advance in vain. If this continues, everyone will be trapped inside and die in battle. Behind her, the monks of Luo Chen society kept wailing. I don't know how many familiar people died under the attacks. Just when Gukai was in despair, she suddenly found something strange. The stone pillars on both sides collapsed and gathered together, faintly indicating a direction. She hesitated for a moment. Then she decisively pinched the spiritual formula. The spiritual light in the giant bear's body bloomed, and the spiritual energy in the 5 medium-grade spiritual stones was immediately absorbed completely. Then, a huge ball of light spit out from the giant bear's mouth. Roar! It was like a roar. The puppet's peak attack exploded. Wherever the light ball passed, the Daijiang gang monks who blocked it all turned into blood mist. After destroying dozens of people in succession, the remaining power of the light ball continued to crush in the direction pointed by the stone pillar until it flew out of Gaolingyan. A passage appeared. Gukai looked at the moonlight outside and almost cried with joy. She suppressed her surging emotions and shouted loudly. Follow me. Boom boom boom. The giant bear took big steps and ran. Sima Xian and Zhou Yuanli led people to guard both sides. In the back, Qin Liangzhen, Su Xiaolin, Liu Kaiang, and Bin Zhen tried their best to strangle the invading enemies. Duan Feng also waved a top-grade magic weapon Hello Sword to block the pass. Let's go, Xiao Duan. Feng Xia shouted while urging the flying sword. Duan Feng looked crazy and pushed her with a palm. You go out first. After being pushed by him, Feng Xia was caught off guard and was forced to retreat hastily. At this moment, several more magic weapons flew over. Duan Feng looked ferocious, and the Hello Sword burst into waves and swept away. Even so, there were still several magical weapons that were not stopped. Clang! 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 As luck would have it, a huge stone pillar rumbled over. It seemed to crush Duan Feng to death, but it helped him block the attacks of the magical weapons. Duan Feng was stunned, and without hesitation, he kicked the stone pillar and pulled back. Several Daijiang gang monks hurriedly flew over to recall the magical weapons. What is Min Longayu doing? The fatal attack was in vain. What a pity, Duan Feng is the master of Luo Chen, and he has a lot of top-grade flying swords and top-grade defensive magical weapons. No matter, keep chasing. Deep underground. Min Longayu sat cross-legged, a 5-colored array plate slowly rotated, and there was a huge water mirror on both sides reflecting the outside world. He looked solemn, and from time to time he cast a spell. As he made a spell, the stone pillars in the water mirror kept moving. If there were any Daijiang clan monks here, they would suddenly find that those stone pillars not only did not stop the people who surrounded and killed Luo Xianhu. On the contrary, they were protecting them. Wang Heichao, you owe me this. Dan Chenzi, don't let me down. He murmured, and pressed the array plate with one hand. The next moment, violent spiritual power fluctuations suddenly spread out. On Gaolingyan, countless huge stone pillars seemed to be overwhelmed and exploded violently. The stones produced by the explosion turned into countless fragments and shot in all directions. The monks around were caught off guard and were all beaten into sieves. Duan Feng, who had just escaped from inside, turned pale instantly. If he was still inside, I'm afraid he would not be able to escape this fate. However, looking at this scene, he was filled with doubts. The person who presided over the array seems. Duan Feng, are you okay? Qin Liangzhen and Murin Kinglian flew over and protected Duan Feng behind them. Duan Feng took a breath. It's just a little out of breath, it's okay. Although he said so, the wounds on his body could not be faked. Qin Liangzhen shook his head. You go to the back to rest first, leave this to us. While speaking, his eyes were still fixed on Gaolingyan, where enemies were chasing out one by one. The thief's heart is not dead. Soon, Sima Xian and Zhou Yuanli came with a group of masters. President, what should we do now? Sima Wei Niang's beautiful face, at this moment, looked extremely vicious, looking at the Daijiang gang monks. A bunch of rabble. Just now in the formation, it was not easy to do anything. Now that they are outside, it is not their home court. Everyone, listen to my orders. The cultivators in the early and middle stages of key refining use talismans to attack remotely. The cultivators in the late stage of key refining, 3 people in a team, rush to kill the enemy. All those who are in the 9th level of key refining, wander around the battlefield, don't hold back, kill to death. With an order, the monks of Luo Chen who responded generously. This battle must determine who is better. It is impossible to run away. The president and the war hall master are still fighting with the foundation building true cultivators. Where can they run to? Moreover, during the period of rushing out before, Luo Chen who suffered heavy losses. At least hundreds of people died in there. There are their friends, their relatives, and their Taoist partners. This blood feud must be repaid with blood. Soon, under the mobilization of Sima Wei Niang, the remaining monks of Luo Chen who set up their formations and sniped the monks of Dajiangang. Thanks to the many battles when Luo Chen who was established in the early years, the monks who survived inside are all experienced in combat. Facing such a scene, they are not afraid at all. Moreover, Luo Chen who reaped a lot of rewards in those battles. The talismans of the Fu family and the magic weapons of the Duan family are all excellent. Even the giant bear puppet comparable to the great perfection of the key refining period, the top-grade flying sword Helluo sword, and the top-grade magic weapon fire spear were all rewarded by Luo Chen. In comparison, the Dajiangang has a large number of people. But there is no cohesion at all. Wang Heichao is a stingy person, and it is even more impossible for him to give good things to people. This group of people are just like poor ghosts. Sima Wei Niang said that they were a mob, and she was definitely not arrogant. When Luo Chen who organized the formation and began to counterattack in an orderly manner, the offensive and defensive momentum changed instantly. Without the geographical advantage of Gaolingian and the cover of the formation, no matter how many people there are, they are just lambs to be slaughtered. What's more, the number of 9th level key refining cultivators in Luo Chen who is more than the number of hands. Even an old person like Ranma Yuan can stand behind and perform Kusanaji Zhengjin swordsmanship, killing people just like she usually uses this spell to harvest spiritual grains. Sima Wei Niang sat in the center. Next to her was Gu Kai, who was filling the giant bear puppet with medium-grade spiritual stones. She overlooked the battlefield, and Luo Chen who had gradually gained the upper hand. Boss, there's something wrong with Min Longyao. Suddenly, Gu Kai looked up and said this. Sima Wei Niang nodded, I felt it too. The big formation before was supposed to be a separation formation, to separate us and defeat us one by one. But our large army has been kept intact. On the contrary, the people of the Dajiangang were blocked by the sleight of hand and could not launch a joint attack with all their strength. Gu Kai was a little scared. The previous siege was simply desperate. Even though Luo Chen who had many masters, if the formation was used to deal with them with all their strength, when they rushed out, it might not be as simple as just more than 100 people dying. 100 left might be about right. Thinking of the dead, Gu Kai couldn't help but look at the low-level key training monks in the back who were trying their best to activate the talismans and shake to attack the enemy. Behind them, there were a group of wounded people lying. They were people who were seriously injured and unable to move after rushing out with all their strength. It was because of the existence of these people that Sima Wei Niang made up her mind to fight them to the death. The president is still fighting, Wang Yuan is also fighting, and the wounded can't escape far. How can they leave? No matter whether we win or lose on this battlefield, it won't play a decisive role. It depends on the president and Wang Yuan. Sima Wei Niang's fierce expression, there is a trace of worry that can't be concealed. She saw clearly at that time, but there were 2 foundation-building true cultivators chasing the president. But the president is full of wisdom and extraordinary means, it should be possible to delay for a while. So, as long as Wang Yuan can solve it quickly, Sima Wei Niang looked up suddenly. In the night sky higher than her, 3 figures stood in 2 places. It was Li Yixin, and the foundation-building true cultivator of the Yu family in Yehu Mountain. Under his feet, there was a spirit beast with a stronger aura than the explosive ape enslaved by the president. Noticing her gaze, Li Yixin smiled bitterly and sent a voice transmission. Sima Wei Niang was stunned, and then looked at Yuro with a serious face. High in the sky, Yuro coldly swept the battlefield below, and her eyes paused for a moment in Gaolingian. HMPH. Traitor. With a cold snort, her eyes finally went deep into the stone forest of Gaolingian. The violent spiritual power fluctuations, accompanied by the vast blood and ki, were in the crazy bombardment. Li Yixin was like her, also looking in that direction. After looking at it for a while, she sneered, "Is this the person your Yu family wants to marry?" Yu frowned. "It shouldn't be." "What shouldn't be?" Li Yixin said contemptuously. "Ho Hu has been blessed by his elders all the way. The only fighting experience he has is probably the competition between the disciples within the Yan League. Originally, the battle between the two Yuanying upper sects was the best opportunity for him to hone himself, but he is as timid as a mouse." Yu shook her head, "But he is at least a foundation-building cultivator. Then Wang Yuan is also in the second stage of body refining, comparable to foundation building. And..." Li Yixin sneered repeatedly, "You may not know that Wang Yuan has been famous in my Daofeng for many years. Among the same level, no one can beat him. Moreover, he has a fearless fighting spirit. How can Ho Hu be his opponent?" Seeing that Yu still didn't want to believe it, Li Yixin showed disdain on his face. "Do you really think that the disciples of the sect and the family cultivators can be high and mighty and crush the casual cultivators at will? Those sect cultivators who can look down on the same level are all geniuses. He has completely mastered the sect's methods. He has also experienced a lot and has a strong character. Only in this way can he suppress the casual cultivators of the same level. This Ho Hu is not a genius of the Yan men." As for the magic weapon, Li Yixin didn't know enough about it before. But when she got the Yanhansha magic weapon, she realized how superficial her previous understanding was. Magic weapons are standard for giant and masters, not because of their high prices. This is just one of the reasons. The real restriction on the free use of magic weapons by foundation-building cultivators is still spiritual power. It's the same as the cultivators in the early stage of key refining who cannot use the top grade or even the best magic tools at will. It's simply wishful thinking for foundation-building cultivators to want to use magic weapons at will. Generally, even if the foundation-building cultivators have fully explored the magic weapons and have cultivated them to the stage of receiving and sending at will, they can still only exert 50% to 70% of the power of the magic weapons. Moreover, they are also limited by the realm. For those in the early stage of foundation building like her, the magic weapon can only be used as a killer at most, and cannot be used frequently. This Ho Hu is not as good as her. When he first entered the foundation building stage, he was afraid that his realm was not stable, and the magic weapon had not been nurtured for a long time. If he did not rely on the power of the magic weapon to defeat the opponent at the beginning, the magic weapon's demand for spiritual power would harm him later. If I succeed in refining the Yanhansha, I cannot rely entirely on this treasure. In normal battles, the best magic weapons must be used as the main ones. Yanhansha can only be used as a key blow to establish victory. Ho Hu's current embarrassment, on the contrary, gave Li Yixin a good demonstration. Since she established her foundation, she has not experienced many battles of the same level. There have been only a few times, and most of them were not life and death struggles. It can be said that she is also a person with weak combat experience among the same level. Now she has gained a lot from watching the battle. While she was thinking, her face suddenly changed slightly. "Yu, what are you doing?" On the green-feathered white eagle, Yu's spiritual power was surging. Ho Hu is no match for Wang Yuan. The other party obviously wants to kill him. I can't just stand by and watch him die. Swish. The long sword floated out, and the tip of the sword flickered. Yu frowned. "You want to stop me? Did you stop me before?" Li Yixin sneered. Yu shook her head. "This is a different time. If Ho Hu dies here, you and I will be in trouble." Seeing that Li Yixin still wanted to stop him, her face sank slightly, and she uttered two words, "Li family." Li Yixin was shocked. Her lifeblood was being held tightly by someone. Just as the two were talking, a dragon and tiger evil suddenly erupted from a distance. A figure rose from the ground, flew high into the sky, and fled madly towards them. While running, he cursed. "Madman! Madman!" Where the dragon and tiger evil erupted, countless stone pillars collapsed. A tall figure stood on a stone pillar that was 100 meters long, looking at his back from a distance. He stretched out his right hand, with 4 fingers bent but not forming a fist, only the index finger slowly pointed out. Yu looked at this scene, her face changed greatly. No. However, the figure seemed to have not heard her words at all. A loud noise broke out all over his body, his joints crackled, his meridians trembled, and his infinite blood and energy melted into one finger. Whoosh! The next moment, A blood red light came through the air like a meteor. It pierced through Hohu's body at lightning speed. Hohu looked at the hole in his chest with his eyes wide open. Then, his body fell to the ground like a stone. Yuro was stunned. At that moment, I don't know how many thoughts came to her mind. I only know that the next moment a scream broke out, turned into sound waves, and spread in all directions. How dare you! Whoosh! The green-feathered white eagle rushed out like a sharp arrow, chasing Hohu's body. Li Yixin was shocked and didn't know what to do. But instincts made her take a step. The sword light trembled, and it was about to stop Yuro. However, the sword light soon died down. Because on the ground, vines spread wildly like snakes, turning into a cage that completely trapped Hohu's body. Not only that, a scorching sun was rising slowly. Daoao, don't make a mistake. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 217, A blazing sun presses on people's hearts, and a Taoist friend leaves the world. Powerful. Scorching. The huge fireball was really like a rising sun, constantly expanding and getting stronger. Fear and shrinking. It immediately enveloped the female cultivator's head. Yuro stopped immediately, looking at the figure under the sun with doubtful eyes. Dan Chenzi. As she stopped, the sun slowly dissipated. A cold and fierce gaze looked straight at her. Looking directly into the man's eyes, it was like a cold abyss, bottomless and extremely cold. Yuro said in a hoarse voice, Hohu, can't I? You can't kill him. Glancing at the unconscious body in the vine prison, Luo Chen sneered, how can there be a reason in the world that you can only be killed and can't resist? Fellow Taoist you, am I right? But, the whole family. Ho Quan. When Ho Quan's name was mentioned, Yuro seemed to have confidence. She gradually regained her composure. If you dare to kill Hohu, the whole family will not give up. Ho Quan has been in the 6th level of foundation building for many years. This retreat is to break through the foundation building stage. Once he breaks through the retreat, he is not in front of us. Luo Chen interrupted her, it is you who is blocking us. Yes, it is me. The calm words made Yuro tremble all over. Her eyes wandered. In the near distance, there was Dan Chenzi with murderous intent. In the distance, there was Wang Yuan standing on the stone pillar like a sure tiger. Behind her, there was Li Yixin holding her long sword. Just now, she could see clearly that Li Yixin really wanted to stop her. In other words, she had decided to stand on the side of Dan Chenzi. If it was normal, she would still be confident that she could escape from here with the extreme speed of the green-feathered white eagle. However, the murderous aura of Dan Chenzi in front of her was really terrifying. He was able to come back alive. It means that the two great foundation-building cultivators could not take him down, and he even killed them. Under such siege, she had no confidence that she could snatch Hohu and escape calmly. Forget it. Forget it. She smiled bitterly and slowly retreated. Today's matter, you guys should take care of yourselves. You can't bear Ho Quan's wrath. Looking at her retreating figure, Luo Chen suddenly spoke. Wait. Yuro's face changed, no longer bitter, but fierce. What? Daoao, do you want to keep me too? When she said this, her whole body was full of spiritual light, and a feather fan fell into her hand. This scene. It was like a falcon with its feathers standing on end. However, Luo Chen just shook his head. He said lightly, I can let you go. But after you go back, you must not mention the details of the battle here to Ho Quan. If he asks, just say that Hohu is in my Dan Chenzi's hands. If you dare to act rashly, you will have no successors in the whole family. When he spoke, his eyes were cast in two places respectively. One is deep underground in the stone forest, and the other is a figure standing on a stone pillar. Yuro certainly understood what he meant. But this coercive word still made her, who had always been high and mighty, feel uncomfortable. Perhaps sensing her dissatisfaction, Luo Chen smiled lightly and uttered a word. This sentence made her heart beat wildly, and she had to respond. Luo Xian, who is just a means for me to collect cultivation resources, but the Yu family is your lifeblood. Yuro looked at him deeply. I remember it. Then, the white eagle waved its green feathers and flew away. Li Yixin looked at this scene, and felt that the group of depression that had been accumulating in her chest tonight suddenly dissipated. The friend who used to have a good relationship and called each other sisters. Tonight, he kept using the Li family to control her. He really controlled her to death. That feeling, family members, who understands? Unexpectedly, Luo Chen understands. The last word you family spit out, I'm afraid it made Luo tremble all over and her hands and feet cold. Luo Chen is not a good person. He fought 2 great foundation building cultivators alone, and returned safely, shackling 1 person and 1 demon. He even dared to speak harshly to Ho Quan, who is in the late stage of foundation building. If such a ruthless person is really pushed to the extreme, at worst he will give up the Luo Tian Club, put down his face, and kill the Yu family. At that time, how can the members of the Yu family go out to train? How to do business? It can be said that the family cultivators are strong because of the family, but also weak because of the family. Huh? Li Yixun exhaled a breath of turbid air, and he felt refreshed. Looking at Ho Hu, who is unconscious in the green cage. Is he not dead? Luo Chen nodded, and his eyes fell on Wang Yuan who was approaching. The opponent's condition was not good. There was a palm-sized piece of meat on his lower abdomen, and his overall condition seemed a little sluggish. It can be seen that this battle was not as easy for him as Li Yixun and the others said. Wang Yuan said in a muffled voice, I hit him with a blood god tribulation finger. He was seriously injured if he didn't die. Blood god tribulation finger. Wang Yuan had told Luo Chen about the attack method of the 2nd level of physical training that he had finally developed after years of research. The attack area was not large. But it was fast, the power was highly concentrated, and it could be released from a long distance. The last point in particular was extremely important. The reason why the 2nd level physical training masters were not opponents of the foundation building true cultivators was that most of their methods were in close combat, and even if they relied on the release of ki and blood, they were only a dozen feet away. It was difficult to threaten the foundation building true cultivators who relied on flying swords to attack over a distance of dozens of feet. At the beginning, Duan Qianqin tortured Wang Yuan to death by flying and attacking from a distance. Now, he has barely made up for some long-range methods. Luo Chen shook his head, he can't die. Wang Yuan and Li Yixun did not refute, but rather agreed. Now that they have offended the whole family, if Ho Hu dies, the whole family ancestor will be furious after coming out of retreat. He is a 6th level foundation building cultivator, and maybe he will be a great cultivator in the late foundation building stage after coming out of retreat. A living Ho Hu can better clamp him. It would be great if Ho Quan failed to retreat and became possessed instead. Li Yixun smiled. A natural laugh, but an ordinary appearance. Luo Chen glanced at her and said lightly, we can't pin our hopes on such an illusory fluke. While speaking, he removed the cage and threw the unconscious Ho Hu to Wang Yuan. This man is your trophy, I'll leave it to you to take care of. Don't worry, I have 100 ways to imprison him. Wang Yuan said sullenly. Without delay, he carried Ho Hu and fell into the group of Luo Xianhu monks. Dao, I'll go back first, later. Facing Li Yixun's eager eyes, Luo Chen nodded. We will wait for you for a while, as soon as possible. Li Yixun looked at Luo Chen gratefully, and hurriedly flew back to the Li family camp. This place cannot be stayed for long. Luo Chen was willing to wait for them and go on the road together, which was very friendly. This also proved that her team was right. In this world of immortal cultivation, there are many people like Wang Heichao and Ho Hu. On the contrary, there are very few people like Luo Chen, who are both powerful and principled. She would rather believe Luo Chen than Ho Hu, and others will show mercy to her Li family. Looking at her leaving back, Luo Chen nodded slightly. He had returned long ago, but he was not in a hurry to take action. After looking at the battlefield, he was sure that the overall advantage was on his side. The only variable was Yuro and Li Yixun. In the end, Yuro tried to take action, which was within his expectations. And Li Yixun's attempt to intercept him was a surprise to him. If Li Yixun turned against him, relying on himself after a big battle and the injured Wang Yuan, I am afraid it would be difficult to take down the 2 women. After all, there is also a 2nd level green feathered white eagle that comes and goes freely. If that scene really happened at that time, he would not hesitate to use the scorching sun technique that had been accumulated for a long time in the back, which could at least seriously injure one of them. Now that Li Yixun has shown his goodwill, he doesn't mind getting closer to him. After Li Yixun left, Luo Chen had time to pay attention to the battlefield. In fact, there was nothing to pay attention to at this time. When Ho Hu fell to the ground and Luo Chen returned, the battlefield had already become one-sided. The monks of the Daijiang gang did everything they could to get rid of the enemy and fled madly to the surrounding mountains and wilderness. Those who were incompetent were killed one by one under the encirclement and suppression led by Sima Wei and Yuang. At this moment, under Gale and Gin, corpses were everywhere and blood flowed like a river. Luo Chen released his spiritual consciousness and looked at the entire battle situation. Then, a handful of colorful beads appeared in his hand. Jadeite waste beads. He snorted coldly and threw them in all directions. With the overall situation determined, the monks of Luo Xianhu, led by Murin Kinglian, were collecting spoils, counting casualties, and dealing with the bodies of their own monks who died in the battle. Just when a key refining level 7 cultivator was about to lower his head to pick up a magic weapon held tightly by a corpse. Puff. A light sound. A blood flower appeared on the forehead of the corpse. A pair of eyes widened in shock, and then died with eyes wide open. The Luo Xianhu cultivator was shocked and hurriedly retreated. Luo Chen's cold voice came to his ears. Pay attention to those who pretend to be dead, don't take it lightly. Before he finished speaking, puffs were heard from all directions. Many Daijiang gang cultivators who pretended to be dead became nowhere to hide after his spiritual sense swept through them. After receiving his reminder, the subordinates who were cleaning the battlefield also became cautious. Before collecting the spoils, you must first poke the enemy's head with a magic weapon. Suddenly, a figure suddenly appeared, turned into a stream of light and ran away. Luo Chen raised his eyebrows. There are also capable people among the low-level cultivators. They even avoided my spiritual sense detection. He bent his fingers and flicked. A spark passed like a meteor. The figure kept changing its shape in the air, moving left and right, trying to dodge. However, puff. Luo Chen stretched out his hand and a gray storage bag flew from a distance and fell into his hand. He did not care about the admiring and respectful eyes of the Luo Xianhu monks. Luo Chen landed gracefully. How is the situation? Sima Wei Niang said excitedly. Great victory, hundreds of enemies killed, countless spoils seized. After this battle, the foundation of Luo Xianhu was completely consolidated. The Fu family, the Duan family, and the relics of hundreds of monks from the Daijiang gang were enough to arm the monks of Luo Xianhu to the teeth. They even found more than 10 complete defensive magic tools. Looking at her excitement, Luo Chen shook his head. How are our casualties? Sima Wei Niang was stunned, and facing Luo Chen's deep gaze, she couldn't help but shudder all over. She said quickly, Master Murin is still counting the number of injured people. There are too many people who have been confirmed dead. There are already 157 people who have died in the battle, and this number is still increasing. Grandma Yuan is leading the female cultivators from the medicine hall and the gold hall to treat their companions as much as possible, and strive to reduce the number of deaths due to serious injuries. What is the proportion of each realm among the dead cultivators? Most of them are cultivators in the early and middle stages, and the late cultivators also suffered heavy casualties. Even 3 great masters of the 9th level of key refining died in the battle. 3. Luo Chen frowned and looked at her. Which 3? Xiang Yan, Peng Yuanliu. Luo Chen knew these 2 people. They were Daofan casual cultivators who joined Luo Xianhu with Bianzhen during his 3 years of retreat. In fact, they used to be the 2nd and 3rd in command of Panchen Fort. It was just that the leader Fang Chengshan, who stood out during the Battle of Xiaohun Mountain, was beheaded by Luo Chen with a sword, which led to the collapse of Panchen Fort. After struggling for several years, the 2 of them finally chose to join Luo Xianhu. In terms of strength, they are also good players. Unexpectedly, he died in Zheng Wen. And Zheng Wen? Who are you talking about? Luo Chen's calm face fluctuated. How could Zheng Wen die? Even if all the key refining cultivators of Luo Xianhu died, it would not be his turn. Luo Chen knew this fat Taoist friend who first bought the Zongmiao Pill from him better than anyone else. He was powerful and had many tricks. Even when Luo Chen was at a low level, he asked him for a lot of knowledge about earth magic. Zheng Wen was also a cautious person. To put it bluntly, he was afraid of death. He would always retreat immediately when he saw that the situation was not right. Even when the Pashan gang was destroyed and Wang Yuan was seriously injured, he was still unscathed. How could such a person die in such a big melee? He should be living better than anyone else. In Luo Chen's unbelievable eyes, Sima Wei Niang swallowed her saliva and said with great regret, fellow Zhang Dao suffered several injuries in order to protect his wife and children. After Master Gu fought his way out of Gaolangyan, he could no longer hold on and fell down. Take me to see him. Forget it, go and do your thing. Luo Chen waved his sleeves and walked towards the back. Sima Wei Niang bit her lips with her pearly teeth, looking at Luo Chen's back, with complex emotions in her eyes. No one knew what she was thinking. Sighing, Sima Wei Niang threw herself into the busy post-war processing work. The president is here. It's the president. The president is mighty and invincible at the same level. Hello, President. Luo Chen walked through the crowd silently, and those compliments and praises seemed to be passing clouds. Soon, he came to the camp where the wounded were concentrated. On the left, there was an area covered by white cloth. Faintly, there was a sound of sobbing, which was endless. With a slight movement of his eyes, Luo Chen entered the crowd. At first glance, he saw a little guy lying beside a bloody, chubby corpse. Daddy. Daddy. Zia Long, your dad is just asleep. The little one looked at his mother in confusion, then tremblingly lay down beside the corpse, mumbling with a smile. I also want to sleep. Yet, sleep. Looking at this scene, Luo Chen took a deep breath. Slowly approaching, a pair of sad and mournful eyes all fell on him. Luo Chen bent down and gently held the little one Zhang Yiling in his big arms. There was no resistance, no noise, just fell asleep quietly. Lowering his head, looking at the corpse whose face was almost unrecognizable, he opened his mouth, wanting to say something but stopping. Finally, he whispered, Dao Zheng, do you have any last words? At this moment, he said the familiar words Dao Zheng, just like when they first met. There is no difference in realm or position. There is only a farewell between friends. Xiu Gu collapsed on the ground, wiped her tears, and said in sobs, there is no last words, I only had time to say, live. Live. Luo Chen pursed his lips and smiled bitterly in his heart. You are worthy of you, Zhang Dao. Before you die, the family motto is passed down. He hugged Zhang Yiling and patted the child's back gently. His lips were slightly opened. He said softly but firmly, his son will live. Chapter 218 Chichen Mountain, destroyed. When the moon was in the middle of the sky, 2 flying boats, hundreds of flying lights, dragons and horses galloping, wind and smoke rising. They came at full speed under the moonlight. Fellow Taoist Nanguang. Fellow Taoist Li. Hearing these 2 sentences, the troops on both sides slowly stopped. Nanguang Jin hunched his waist and looked at the battlefield of Gaolangyan with a pale face. The bloody smell was almost nauseating. He smiled bitterly, it seems that you are not much better. This was a bit harsh. However, when Luo Chen looked at the remaining dozen or so late key refining cultivators on the Nangong family flying boat, he could only sigh. The other party was even worse than their Luo Xianhu. When they came to Daofang in a mighty manner, although they were not extremely powerful, they could also be called the overlord of one side. But now, after many twists and turns, there are only 2 or 3 of these big cats and small cats left. What are your plans next? Luo Chen asked. Li Yixin said without hesitation, since we have offended the whole family, we should work together to fight the enemy. What a smart woman. Luo Chen glanced at her. It was obvious that she did not tell Nanguang Jin all the words that Luo Chen and Yu Rou had said before. If she had told him, knowing that Luo Chen alone had taken on Ho Quan's anger, Nanguang Jin would definitely not choose to go with him. But now, everyone has offended the whole family and has been targeted by the whole family. In order to prevent being targeted alone, Nanguang Jin has only one choice. As expected. Nanguang Jin said sadly, let's go together. If Ho Quan chases us, we may be able to deal with it with the 3 of us. More than 3 people, there is also Taoist Wang Yuan. Li Yixin added. Obviously, although Wang Yuan has not yet established his foundation, he has already admitted his opponent's strength after 2 cross-level battles. Nanguang Jin nodded, and he had a rare confidence. The 4 foundation building forces have a high chance of winning against a mid-stage foundation building. If Ho Quan really reaches the late stage of foundation building after coming out of retreat, even if the 4 people are defeated and flee separately, the whole family will be as if they are facing a great enemy. In this way, while holding Ho Hu as a bargaining chip, They also have the strength to negotiate with the whole family. At this time, Luo Chen, who had already cleaned up the battlefield, and all the corpses were burned under the blazing fire. Let's go, hurry up, at night, we have to leave Gale and Gideon quickly, Luo Chen said, taking the role of giving orders without hesitation. Li Yixun and the Nanguang family did not refuse. In this battle, Luo Chen, who faced the greatest pressure. 3 major foundation building, thousands of Daiji and Gang monks, and a large formation waiting for the rabbit. In this extremely unfavorable situation, Luo Chen led his people to fight out a bright world. He is qualified to be the leader of the 3 parties. However, I have a request. Li Yixun looked at the two with almost pleading eyes. Can you make some space on your flying boat? Nanguang Jin frowned. Luo Chen looked behind her, at the mortal warriors of the Li family who had just arrived in a hurry. They sat on tall dragon horses, looking exhausted. The Li family had lived and multiplied in Daofeng for many years, and had not experienced many wars. Therefore, many mortals without spiritual roots were bred. When leaving Daofeng, Li Yixun gritted his teeth and took most of them with him. In fact, the Nanguang family did the same. They thought it was very simple, leaving Daofeng not far away, and finding a spiritual land to live in. Bringing mortals with them, they can be used in many places. But unexpectedly, it would develop to this point in the end. Now, all the mortals of the Nanguang family died in the battle with the Bai family of Liu Guangfang. Although sad, they traveled light on the road to escape. On the contrary, the Li family did not experience a war, and the number of clansmen was preserved intact. This should have been a good thing, but now because of the large number of people, it is not conducive to traveling quickly. Free up some space to load mortals, and the Li family cultivators will mainly fly with magic tools. I'm willing to pay a sum of spirit stones. Nanguang Jin opened his mouth, but Luo Chen said first, you don't need spirit stones, it's not impossible to take them with you. But, looking at those mortals, Luo Chen said coldly, when you reach a safe place, you have to leave them all behind, otherwise they will become a burden when you go to Xianlan Fairy City. Li Yixun thought about it and nodded happily. Nanguang Jin saw this and didn't say anything more. Now that many people from Luo Xianhu and Nanguang family have died, there is indeed a lot of space in the flying boat. Mortals. There is no need to give any conditions, just squeeze in and take them all down. After a while, with the help of the cultivators, all the mortals of the Li family were sent to the flying boat. There were still hundreds of dragon horses left, and they were all put into the Li family's spirit beast bags. It was not until this time that Li Yixun was completely relieved. With a wave of his hand, the flying boat slowly flew into the sky. On the Nanguang family flying boat, Nanguang Jin was hunched over, leaning on a cane. He looked in the direction of Liu Guangfang, as if he saw the huge Yaobei. He gritted his teeth, holding blood in his mouth. Remember this humiliation. One day, my Nanguang family will definitely come back and wash Yaobei Mountain with blood. If I can't do it, Kainer, you come. If you can't do it, pass it on to future generations, and never forget it. Behind him, more than a dozen monks of the Nanguang family burst into hatred in their eyes, and they responded. In the wheelchair, the pale Nanguang king had a ferocious look on his face. This hatred will last forever. The Bai family, I will destroy it. And on the huge flying boat in the front, Luo Chen stood at the bow of the boat. Sima Wei Niang and Murin King Lian stood behind him. The night wind blew, but it couldn't blow away the anger in his heart. He lowered his head. Looking at Gale and Gideon where the fire spread, stone pillars fell to the ground in all directions, and corpses turned into ashes in the fire. A friend's life was left here forever. Luo Chen closed his eyes. I didn't offend anyone, but they offended me. This world is really a world of the jungle, there is no chance of luck. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and looked back. 10 miles, 100 miles, 1,000 miles. It was as if he was looking at the Chichen mountain where the toads were chirping everywhere. The whole family. The 9 generations of hatred can still be avenged. I will be back. The night owl wailed, and the cold wind whistled. All the dust and fire were left behind as the flying boat was speeding. Dan Chenzi. You dare to threaten me with the Yu family, I will remember you. The green-feathered white eagle came on. The young woman in palace dress had a gloomy face and could not stop her anger. But the panic in her heart was deep in her bones. She was really scared. At that moment, the coldness in Luo Chen's words could not be faked. With the power of killing Tu Shan and Wang Heichao, the two foundation building masters, at that moment, Luo Chen had the confidence to say such words. She couldn't refute it at all. That's why she felt cold in her heart and could only rely on cursing to relieve her fear. After cursing for a while, she thought of Li Yixun. She wanted to scold this bitch for helping Luo Chen. But she thought of the scene when she threatened her with the Li family before. It's really the cycle of justice. Retribution is inevitable. She smiled bitterly. Controlling the spirit beast under her feet, she flew towards Taishanfang. In her heart, she was still thinking about how to deal with Ho Quan after he passed the test. According to Luo Chen's threat, the details of the battle in Gaolangyun must not be told. Wang Yuan's combat power, the betrayal of that formation master. In this case, then point all the spearheads at Luo Chen. Since you want to take the big shot, you must be prepared to face the anger of the great cultivator in the foundation building period. Oh no, that bitch Li Yixun is also responsible. If she hadn't tried her best and fought with me for hundreds of rounds, I would have saved Ho Hu. Yes, that's it. With 100 thoughts in her mind, she had already thought of all the excuses. She wanted to throw all the pots on Luo Chen and Li Yixun. At the same time, try to get yourself out of the way. Should I get some injuries on my body? Sometimes, the self-torture trick is the best way to win people's trust. She hesitated for a moment, and the green-feathered white eagle also stopped. Huh? Why did the white eagle stop too? Just as she was wondering, a huge breath slowly emerged. She widened her eyes and looked at the rushing Langkang River. A huge toad slowly stretched its body from the river. The blue-green body was more than 10 feet tall. The bulge on its back was filled with unimaginable poison. The sharp claws were extremely cold, but they only had 3 legs. Wherever it passed, the magic weapon ship docked at the dock was broken like tofu. Yu trembled all over, and murmured, 3-legged river swallowing toad. This is the river swallowing toad from that year. It has actually advanced to the middle stage of the 3rd stage. No, what is it going to do? In Yuro's sight, the direction of the 3-legged river swallowing toad was Taishan Square, which was just a stone's throw away. Suddenly, its body stopped. He raised his head and looked at the Chichen mountain from afar. His eyes were red. It was as if there was something there that exuded a deadly smell and was attracting it. Quack! After a muffled cry, it took a deep breath, and its abdomen swelled several times. Then, it supported the ground with 3 legs and pushed hard. The huge body, like a spring, rose from the ground to the sky. The river water brought up by it poured down like a heavy rain. After reaching a critical point, it fell obliquely. The direction of the fall was clearly the quiet Chichen mountain in the night. At the same time, someone in Chichen mountain seemed to sense something. Regardless of everything, he broke through the barrier forcibly. A white ruler flew out, and its size continued to expand, and in an instant it became 100 feet in size. This was a sign that it had tried its best and pushed it to the extreme. However, the seemingly huge magic weapon was casually slapped by the 3-legged swallowing river toad, and the 100-foot spiritual light dimmed and flew back. No! The old man howled. The 3-legged river swallowing toad had already fallen into the mountain. Boom! A huge sound rang out. Then, as if it had caused a chain reaction, a huge amount of spiritual energy from heaven and earth poured out like a dam bursting. A pillar of fire also erupted from the top of Chichen mountain. Boom! The volcano erupted. Countless pillars of fire rushed into the sky. The magma flowed down in a winding way, and the pavilions, towers, giant trees, flowers and plants were burned to ashes. Outside Taishanfang, Yu Raohua's face was dazed, her mouth opened wide, and her eyes were full of disbelief. Chichen mountain was destroyed. Chapter 219, Mysterious Fire Sword, Reseal. Thousands of miles of floating clouds roll over the green mountains, and a solitary moon flows in the blue sky. The solitary moon has passed, and under the floating clouds, the 3 flying boats are trying their best to cross the endless green mountains. It seems that someone is chasing them from behind. In the quiet room of the Sky Eagle flying boat, Luo Chen looked at the pile of storage bags in front of him and shook his head. Duan Kaiankins, Wang Heichao's, Tushan's, and even Ho Hu's storage bags are on his side. Trouble. The storage bags of low-level cultivators are not a problem. It's just some spiritual power marks, which can be easily cracked. But the storage bags of foundation-building cultivators are very troublesome. Most of them are marked by foundation-building cultivators with spiritual consciousness. The more cautious ones will set restrictions like Duan Kyankan. It is definitely not a one-day job to wear away these spiritual consciousness marks. Moreover, it must be a foundation-building cultivator who also has spiritual consciousness to slowly wear them away. Luo Chen is a little envious of the inheritance of the big sects. At that time, Miao Wen easily unlocked the jade box given to him by Mi Shuhui. If that method is used on the storage bag, it will surely be twice as effective with half the effort. But I have to grind it hard. Luo Chen curled his lips and put away all 4 storage bags. He planned to slowly grind Wang Hechao and Tushan's after they were stable. Duan Kyankan's was almost unlocked after several years of grinding, and unlocking the band was the first priority. As for Ho Hu's storage bag, it was given to him by Wang Yuan. There was no way. Although this thing belonged to Wang Yuan's trophy, Wang Yuan had not yet established his foundation, and his spiritual consciousness could not be released, so it was difficult to unlock the spiritual consciousness restriction. So he gave it to Luo Chen to help unlock it when he was free. Yes, there is also a fucking restriction on Ho Hu's storage bag. Yan Meng is also a large sect of casting weapons, and is very good at formation restrictions. Its disciples are more or less good at it. This will also be put aside for later. As a result, there was only a dusty storage bag left on the table. When cleaning the battlefield, a key refining cultivator faked his death and even hid it from Luo Chen. At that time, Luo Chen took his storage bag away. It was very simple to open it. Luo Chen mobilized a wisp of spiritual power and directly and violently destroyed the remaining spiritual power mark. There was no need to pour it out. With a spiritual sense, the contents inside were clear. A pile of low-level materials and several bottles of conventional elixirs used for cultivation. Yes, there was also the Jedi pill that Luo Chen was most familiar with, which was definitely made by Luo Chen. There were no magic tools. Generally, low-level cultivators, after getting a magic tool, would often dispose of the original low-level ones in exchange for other resources, and at most keep 1 or 2 as spares. For example, Luo Chen gave his unused jade knife to Chu Lingjun. The fire spear that he used to use was also awarded to Su Zialan, who was diligent in Luo Xianhu. As for the puppets and top-grade magic tools, they were distributed to the monks of each hall according to their merits or the needs of the gang. He, Luo Chen, only took what he needed. It was precisely because of this generosity that the Luo Xianhu, which had only been established for a few years, became more and more cohesive. Whoosh! A palm-sized tortoise shell fell into his hand. Luo Chen took a look and nodded slightly. Turtle spirit covering armor, it's a strange technique. I can study it later. Although he didn't know the name of the monk who pretended to be dead, he clearly relied on this technique to hide from Luo Chen's investigation. Putting away this strange technique, Luo Chen didn't care about the rest. It was only a few hundred spirit stones. Low-level casual cultivators are so poor. This wealth is not comparable to most of the monks in the Luo Xianhu. After dealing with these storage bags, Luo Chen's eyes fell on the captured spoils. The first was the magic weapon, the Zhuanhe sword. It was a very ordinary low-grade magic weapon, with only 5 formations engraved on it, most of which were related to the fire system. The specific power had not been tested, so it was not clear. But since it was a fire system, Luo Chen could use it. Although he mainly studied the Yimu Medicine King Sutra, he was best at fire-based attack methods. Dan fire was used in alchemy, and the spells included Fireball, Scorching Sun, and Landslide. His previous weapon was also a fire spear. Even when he was building his foundation, the 3 portions of Emperor Liu Jiang he used were made from the bones, flesh, blood, and even the demon peel of the 2nd-level fire monster, Fiery Cloud Pen. This treasure came at a good time. After I built my foundation, I was just thinking about going to Xianlan Fairy City to buy a magic weapon. The Zhuanhe sword would save me trouble. This was like a pillow for a sleepy person. Luo Chen smiled and put the Zhuanhe sword into his storage bag. This thing is of a high grade, and it needs to be sacrificed and nurtured for a long time before it can be used freely. Like Wang Hechao, he used it hastily after only a few days in his hands. The consequence is that his spiritual power is exhausted and his hands are broken. Facing Luo Chen's last sword, he has no power to resist. Don't treat it as a conventional means. After reminding himself, Luo Chen picked up a small seal. The color is dark yellow and it is quite heavy. With the power of Luo Chen's great perfection in body refining, he still needs to mobilize his spiritual power to hold it in his hand. The best magic weapon, the heavy seal. Without any experiment, just by getting it and relying on the impression of the original battle, Luo Chen can judge the effect of this treasure. It should be a 1,000-pound force to suppress people with heavy pressure. It's a pity, if it had not failed when it was refined and became a magic weapon, there might be other powers. Now that it has become a best magic weapon, the only effect left is to suppress people with heavy pressure. But it can also be used for your own use. Luo Chen has always been consciously matching his own combat-related means. Defense has the black chess of Lan Ke, the 4-elephant tripod, and the top-grade robe. These three form a triple defense. The attack is mainly based on the sword ball and the green musk-gathering dragon flag, supplemented by various spells. He relies on Xiao Yufeng and the top-grade treading cloud boots to move. Although he seems to have few means, he has actually surpassed many people who have just entered the foundation building stage. The more magic tools and magic treasures, the better. The spiritual power of the foundation building true cultivator far exceeds that of the key refining stage, but there is still a limit. And to control the magic tools, it is also necessary to pull the spiritual consciousness. The sole foundation of ordinary foundation building true cultivators is not strong, so the external spiritual consciousness is naturally not abundant. As for the foundation building battles that Luo Chen has participated in, Duan Qianqin's main means are the Hello Sword, the Rattle, the Zeguo Gitu, and some spells. Wang Hao mainly uses the top-grade flying sword and the top-grade defensive magic tools. When he counterattacks before his death, he only has one more Zhuanghe sword. Tushan, a casual cultivator who is building a foundation, is even more miserable. Attack relies on the heavy seal, and defense relies on a top-grade flying iron shield. As for Li Yixuan, Nanguangjin and others, they usually use flying swords that consume less spiritual power to fight the enemy. In comparison, Luo Chen relies on a strong soul foundation and a huge spiritual power. Being able to control multiple magical instruments in turn is truly extraordinary. Moreover, he also has the soul refining banner with Xiao He in it as a killing weapon. After the mysterious fire sword is well nurtured, it can be used as a trump card. This heavy seal can be used as a final move among conventional means. It's a pity that Wang Hao's strange defensive magical instrument was destroyed by my Queen Musk-gathering Jiao banner and the great perfection of the mountain-splitting and monument-breaking palm. After an inventory, Luo Chen kept the most suitable things for himself. As for the broken Fishan iron shield and Wang Hao's top-grade flying sword, he didn't plan to keep them. Afterwards, they will be distributed according to merit. Enhance the strength of the monks of Luo Xianhu. These things may be worth tens of millions of spirit stones. For ordinary people, it is definitely a huge sum of money. But for Luo Chen, a second-level alchemist, it is not worth mentioning. Not to mention how many spirit stones there will be after opening those storage bags. Not to mention the tens of thousands of spirit stones on the Luo Xianhu's account, he can use them at will. His own savings alone amounted to 40,000 to 50,000 spiritual stones. There was even a batch of top-grade jadeite pills worth 50,000 yuan in his storage bag that had not been sold. For now, I should be considered not short of money for the time being. The only thing I lack is a place for meditation, and time. After a long breath of turbid air, Luo Chen put everything away, and then his spiritual consciousness moved slightly, and a voice transmission was sent out. After a big battle, the number of Luo Xianhu monks, which had originally expanded to more than 300 people, fell back to more than 100 again. For the Sky Eagle flying boat that can accommodate thousands of people, this number is too small. Even if some of the mortals of the Li family were later loaded, most of them were crowded on the deck in several large cabins. Therefore, the Sky Eagle flying boat still seemed a bit empty. There were many small rooms that were empty. And a small room near the stern was separated from the other rooms. The rooms in the middle were all empty. Regarding this strange scene, the mortals of the Li family were a little dissatisfied. Why not let them live in a more spacious place? The middle and late stage monks of the Luo Xianhu were also very strange. But for Sima Wei Niang, Duan Feng and other high-level members of Luo Xianhu, they knew it very well. In fact, this arrangement was decided by Sima Wei Niang herself. The reason is very simple. There is a person living in the room. Min Longyu. This is a very sensitive person, so Sima Wei Niang has to treat him carefully. As for how to deal with him, it depends on the president. In the room, Min Longyu sat cross-legged on the bed, practicing the exercises and consolidating his cultivation. He has been practicing Qi for many years. After coming to Daofang, except for a few times of attack, he has been concentrating on meditation. 3 years ago, he listened to Luo Chen's preaching and occasionally gained something. With persistent practice, he finally reached the great perfection of Qi refining a year later. Now 2 years have passed. His realm has been completely stabilized, and the spiritual power cloud in his body is extremely full, as if the spiritual energy will turn into liquid at any time, and achieve the true cultivation of foundation building. But he has been unable to take this last step. Or, he dare not force it. In the world of immortal cultivation, there are those who break through the realm without the foundation building pill. But all the generations belong to those with natural spiritual roots and special physiques. For people like him, the opportunity to sprint to the foundation is extremely limited, so how dare he waste it easily? Age is here. If he fails, he will spend a few years recovering and may miss the best opportunity to build the foundation before the age of 60. Therefore, even if he feels that he is more prepared than most of the Qi refining great perfection, he dare not sprint directly to the foundation building stage. Now cultivation is just a habitual action. After a period of practice, there is no great progress. Open your eyes. Min Longayu sighed in annoyance, and he thought of the bad things in the past. Now, it can be regarded as a separation from the past. But next, Alice, the past is unbearable to look back, and the future is hard to predict. Forget it, I hope I'm not trusting the right person. Min Longayu took out a book of formations and read it attentively. Perhaps, in this world of cultivation, only the profound formations can make him forget all his troubles. The 5-wheeled stone array is a second-level array after all. Although I have successfully arranged it, I am still not a second-level array master. Relying on the countless stone pillars of Gaolingin to set up the array is a trick. However, there are also new gains. This array is mainly based on the earth path. If I had. Just as he was immersed in it, a voice suddenly came into his ears. He was shocked and closed the book. He stood up. He arranged his robes, put on his crown, and released a cleansing spell. Then he took a deep breath and walked out of the room. He walked slowly along the way, occasionally encountering monks from the Luo Chen society. Facing those strange and contemptuous looks, he seemed to ignore them. Everything is just for the great Dao. Finally, under the gaze of dozens of strange eyes, he came to the room in the center of the flying boat. He lowered his hands and bowed. Junior Min Longayu, come to see Senior Dan Chenzi. After saying this, he was extremely respectful. He didn't push the door until he heard come in from inside. The moment he entered, he could not help but feel cold all over. A pair of deep eyes, as if they were high above the sky, saw him thoroughly from inside to outside. Even his soul was shaking uncontrollably. He wanted to pay homage to the person above him. He clenched his teeth, reluctantly raised his head, and forced a smile. Huh? Luo Chen let out a barely perceptible exclamation. For this meeting, he had made some preparations. Without saying too much, relying on the great perfection spirit eye technique and the mastery level soul intimidating technique, it was enough to intimidate the Qi refining cultivators, making them panic and afraid to speak nonsense. Those with a little less courage might even collapse on the ground. Unexpectedly, this Min Longayu actually withstood his soul intimidation. Although, it seemed very reluctant. This boy has a very deep soul foundation. I'm afraid it's only slightly weaker than when I was in the great perfection of Qi refining. After sighing, Luo Chen put away his foundation building pressure. Huh? It was as if the sky was clear and bright after a strong wind. Min Longayu only felt that the feeling of being breathless was gone. He could finally breathe. Luo Chen's strong aura was even stronger than Wang Heichao and Zhou Qing. He had to be treated with caution and not have a chance. Swallowing his saliva, he closed the door respectfully and stood below Luo Chen. Silence. It was the tone of the room. The superiors did not speak, and the subordinates dared not speak. Finally, the long-winded words came down. Where are you from and where are you going? Min Longayu took a deep breath. From Xianlin, to the avenue. Luo Chen recalled this sentence and couldn't help but raise his mouth slightly. The other party's purpose should be in the second half of the sentence. After the topic was opened, the following chat would be much smoother. Luo Chen directly asked the question he wanted to know most. Why did you betray the Daijiang gang and help my Luo Xianhu instead? Min Longai replied, I am not a member of the Daijiang gang, so it is not a betrayal. And the one I help is not the Luo Chen who, but you. Without waiting for Luo Chen to say that he was quibbling, he said everything in detail. I am not a person without roots and without foundation. I was born in the Min family, a declining immortal cultivation family in Xianlin Immortal City. When it came to my generation, apart from many mortals, I was the only key refining cultivator left. I felt that I was unable to prosper the family, but I didn't want to give up the longevity of the great Dao. Therefore, I followed Elder Zhou Qing of Lianai in business alliance with some old ties. Because of business matters, Elder Zhou brought me to Daofang, and I also helped him on the Dao discussion platform in order to repay him. After listening to these words, Luo Chen nodded. Min Longayu's first appearance was a battle with Han Dang of the Pashan Gang on the Dao discussion platform. As the person with the highest realm among the low-level cultivators of the Pashan Gang at that time, Han Dang, the heart-eating tiger, had the realm of the great perfection of the key refining period. But he was cruelly strangled by Min Longayu with a set of strange formations. That scene, even after several years, Luo Chen still remembers it vividly. Later, the two Yuanying upper sects fell out, and the Lianayan Merchant Alliance was involved. Elder Zhou urgently needed to return to Xianlin Immortal City, and asked for my opinion before leaving, but I chose to stay in Daofang. This is normal. Instead of struggling in the fiercely competitive Xianlin Immortal City, a casual key refining cultivator might as well fight for a future in the resource-rich Daofang. Luo Chen asked curiously, why did you become attached to Wang Hao? Because you promised to find a foundation-building pill for me. Min Longai was still indignant when he mentioned this. Rather than being attached, it's better to say it's cooperation. I provided him with formation assistance, and he sought foundation-building pills for me. However, this person only knows how to draw big pictures. He didn't fight for me with all his strength when many opportunities were in front of him. Luo Chen was puzzled. But I remember that during the Battle of Gaolangyan, he said in public, if you strangle the Luoxiano cultivator with all your strength, he promised that Ho Hu would reward you with a foundation-building pill. Min Longayu laughed bitterly. This is just another big piece of cake. Then Ho Hu does have a channel to obtain the foundation-building pill from the Yan League. But now he has no status in the Yan League, and no merit. If you want to exchange for a foundation-building pill, it will take at least 10 years. And I am already 56, I am afraid I can't wait for that reward. Luo Chen nodded. The best age for a cultivator to build a foundation is before the age of 60. After the age of 60, because the blood begins to weaken, the soul gradually loses the opportunity to move upward with liveliness and agility. At this time, the chance of success in building a foundation is slim. Even if you succeed by chance, it will be difficult to support the remaining time to move to a higher realm. After Min Longayu laughed bitterly, he was bitter. Besides, his whole family is not a top-level immortal cultivation family, and there are many cultivators in the family who need foundation-building pills. If there really comes that day, with Ho Hu's narrow-minded and profit-seeking character, it will definitely not be my turn. The promise was made by Wang Hao. What does Ho Hu have to do with it? Everyone is not a fool, and they all know the truth. Min Longai is even less of a fool, and he will never be fooled again. So, you choose to join me. Luo Chen looked at him with a smile. How can you be sure that I won't turn against you and kill you to vent my anger after the matter is accomplished? Chapter 220, Active Min Longayu, Unlocking the Storage Bag Restriction. Under the laughter, there is a murderous intention. Min Longayu trembled all over. Looking at Luo Chen, he said nervously, I don't think so. Oh. Luo Chen looked at him with a smile, you seem to know me very well. Min Longayu lowered his head. Since the Battle of Xiao Valley, I have been paying attention to you. Especially after you reorganized the Pashan Gang and established Luo Xianhu on your own. Be kind to Meili and take in the female cultivators from Xiangxiang Tower. Wang Yuan is just a body cultivator, but you set the conditions for him to build a foundation and worship. Duan Feng has a grudge against the Duan family. You have been in the Duan family since you came. Zhou Yuanli and Liu Qiang are just mediocre, but they are valued under you. I know Sima Sengxiu, an outsider, but he holds a high position in Luo Xianhu. After a long time, he slowly raised his head, less nervous and more determined. Looking at Luo Chen. Min admits that I am not good at judging, but I will not misjudge people again and again. You are so kind and generous, kind to friends, ruthless to enemies, and treat talents in an unconventional way, respecting the wise and humble. Luo Chen's eyebrows jumped wildly. Too much? Too much? Where do I get so many advantages? I almost feel like a saint. I believe that you are definitely a wise leader. Far better than me and Wang. Who doesn't like to hear flattery? Luo Chen was excited in his heart, but his face did not show it. Just these are not enough. Min Longyu said seriously, at the foundation building ceremony, you taught me all the secrets of foundation building, which shows that you are not a stingy person. And you have already built a foundation, but you made a strong move at the whole family auction and bought a foundation building pill. It is clear who this pill is for. I am not hypocritical, I just want to join you for the foundation building pill. In the end, he said the real plan in his heart. Luo Chen's smile gradually faded. Staring at Min Longyu, who was wearing a high hat and a wide belt and had his own rules. In the Battle of Xiao Valley, you broke through the Shuta formation and led the crowd to besiege and kill me. In the Battle of Gaolingyan, although you helped me, you also turned against me and betrayed Wang Hechao. Do you think, from my perspective, I should accept you? After a pause, Luo Chen said faintly, not killing you in public is already my preferential treatment for you to abandon evil and do good. Don't think of me as too kind. There is a grudge. There is also a stain on personality. Who would accept such a person? Min Longyu opened his mouth, but for a moment, he was speechless. There was even more confusion and panic in his eyes. Whoosh! A piece of jade fell in front of him. Make a great oath and never betray me in your life. Min Longyu hesitated to take the jade, and his heart was even more confused. If it was a great oath, he could understand. But why do we need a jade as a carrier? And promise to provide formation assistance to Luo Xian who without any selfishness. Looking at the hesitant Min Longyu, Luo Chen said lightly, I will also swear to find a foundation building elixir for you before your 60th birthday. As for the foundation building pill that was auctioned, forget it. Min Longyu was stunned. That foundation building pill cannot be coveted. But he promised to find another foundation building elixir for me? Even, he would swear? Taking a deep breath, Min Longyu no longer hesitated and immediately made a great oath. It was decisive. Seeing this, Luo Chen also swore to find the medicine. When the oath was first made, two dim lights flashed from the two people and merged into the jade. Luo Chen made several hand gestures in a row, and the jade became deeper after absorbing the dim light. Reaching out to recall the jade, Luo Chen put it into the storage bag. The soul-fixing oath was first made, and both parties were bound, and there was a trace of connection from the souls of both parties. However, the main body of this oath was on Min Longyu's side. Luo Chen only needs to complete the oath of finding medicine to be released. At that time, he will no longer be bound by this oath. Min Longyu just felt a little uncomfortable, as if he was controlled by someone. But that feeling soon disappeared. He twisted his body unnaturally. What about me now? Go find Murin Kinglian and Duan Feng. The former will register you, and the latter needs your help with the formation. Luo Chen smiled. Our Sky Eagle flying boat looks intact, but the internal formation is seriously damaged. Now is the time for you to contribute. Min Longyu breathed a sigh of relief. It's good to have something to do. In this way, he can quickly integrate into the Luo Chen Club and no longer have to face those weird eyes. Senior. Then I'll take my leave. Go. The door opened and the sun shone in. Min Longyu, who was obviously bound, seemed to have a firmer pace after walking out. Luo Chen looked at his back and shook his head. This is probably the helplessness of a casual cultivator. All things are beyond one's control, and it is difficult to compete with fate. I can give him a glimmer of hope when he has no hope of building a foundation. Foundation building elixir? Haha. This is not a difficult task. Now he has a realm, strength, and wealth. At the auction, as long as he reveals it a little, he can compete for one. Even if it doesn't work, he can refine the Emperor's flowing slurry and fulfill this promise. However, the latter should not be exposed unless it is absolutely necessary. Luo Chen has already understood it. The foundation building pill at the auction is not so much a glimmer of hope for the big sects to leave for the casual cultivators. It is better to say that it is a means for the big sects to control the low-level casual cultivators. With this glimmer of hope, the casual cultivators will not bet everything on it and go to the opposite side of the big sects. And I also have a means to make people build a foundation. Moreover, it is a means comparable to the foundation building pill. If it is exposed, the disaster is far worse than the orthodox cultivation elixir such as the Jade Marrow Pill. With a sigh, the door slowly closed. Has the president arranged a position for you? No. Has he mentioned salary? No. Where are you from? What is your realm? I am from Xianlan Fairy City, and I am currently in the great perfection of key refining. Murin Kinglian looked at the man in front of her in surprise. The other party really joined Luo Chen. Even though she had expected it, she still found it incredible. Since this person debuted, he has always stood on the opposite side of them. Whether it was during the Pashangang period, when he slaughtered Han Dang, or in the Battle of Xiao Valley, when he broke the formation alone. Many years have passed, and the times have changed. This person has turned from darkness to light and become a member of Luo Chen. Moreover, although his realm is second only to the president and the master of the war hall, he has no position or salary arrangement. It seems that this person joined Luo Chen for a clear reason. Surprised, she asked for details while carefully writing down the corresponding information on the roster. Min Longgao, realm, great perfection of key refining stage, age, 56 years old, spiritual roots, gold, fire, earth, 3 spiritual roots, skills, formation, position, ordinary member. I have already remembered that your current treatment is based on the basic salary of a key refining level 9 cultivator, which is not much. Only 300 spirit stones and a bottle of dust transforming pill a month. It may change in the future, but it is like this now. After hearing Murin Kinglian's words, Min Longgao was shocked. Isn't this still not much? Although he is now wealthy and secretly picked up a batch of resources on the Gaolingan battlefield. However, the treatment of ordinary key refining level 9 cultivators by the Luotian Association has clearly exceeded the standards of the Daijiangang at the time. Moreover, according to the words of this Murin Hall master, will it change in the future? Of course, it will not change for the worse, but it will definitely change for the better. Shaking his head, he said with emotion, I have always heard that Senior Dan Chenzi treats his subordinates very well. I didn't expect that the basic salary alone is so generous. Murin Kinglian stroked her drooping hair and chuckled, of course, if you can serve as a deacon, elder or an important position like me, the treatment will be improved. Oh. Murin Kinglian is a very smart woman. In the early days, she was Qin Liangjin's virtuous wife, and in the middle period, she was in charge of the Pashangang Medicine Hall. Later, she served as the head of Luotian Huxin Hall, in charge of personnel changes, merit judgment and other duties. After years of training, it is not an exaggeration to say that she is experienced in human relations and worldly affairs. She sees it very clearly. The reason why Luo Chen is a big man and does not care about the villain's mistakes, puts aside past grudges, and recruits Min Longgao. Obviously, it is not because of the other party's state of great perfection in the key refining period. No matter how high the realm is, it is not higher than Luo Chen and Wang Yuan. It is because of the other party's outstanding and shining array attainments. Now, not giving him a position or salary is just to test his temper. In the future, he will definitely be reused. Under this trend, she doesn't mind helping Luo Chen. Generous treatment is a bait. Take me as an example. Murin Kinglian smiled slightly. As the head of a hall, I get a salary of 500 lingshi per month. In addition, there is a bottle of Huichin Dan, a box of ancient incense, and a portion of Pium Lingai specially provided by the president. I know Huichin Dan and ancient incense, which are very suitable for 9th level key refining cultivators. Min Longgao nodded, and then asked curiously, what is Pium Lingai? He knew that there was Pium Lingai on the market. But that kind of common goods should not be specially put in the salary column. Sure enough, Murin Kinglian's words made him breathe quickly. This essence-nourishing spirit liquid was specially improved by the president based on the prescriptions on the market. It has a miraculous effect on the cultivator's ki, blood, physique, and meridians. Long-term medicinal bathing is very beneficial for breaking through the foundation. Min Longgao's eyes lit up. He asked himself if he had made perfect preparations for the foundation. Whether it was the purity of spiritual power or the foundation of the soul, he was the best at the same level. Only the physique was at a loss. Those ordinary prescriptions on the market might be useful for early and mid-stage cultivators. But for a cultivator like him who had reached the great perfection of ki refining, the effect was minimal. If he could obtain the essence-nourishing spirit liquid given by Luo Chen, wouldn't he be able to prepare for the foundation more fully? He looked at Murin Kinglian with envy. Min Longgao said, I don't know when I can have such treatment and enjoy the body refining spirit medicine improved by Senior Dan Chenzi. Murin Kinglian looked at him with a smile. If you just want the piant spiritual liquid, it's not difficult. Oh, what do you mean? Min Longayu's heart skipped a beat. It's very simple. Once you join the association, there will be a mechanism for increasing and decreasing merits. If you can accumulate enough merits, you can find Sima Wenji, the deacon of the honor hall, to exchange for the piant spiritual liquid. Merits. Min Longayu murmured. He is a man with a strong purpose in doing things. His execution is also very strong. When his family was useless, he followed Zhou Qing and went to Xianlin. When Wang Heichao was unkind, he was unjust and turned against him in the battle. Now he follows Luo Chen, makes a great oath, and joins the Luo Chen Association. Everything is for building the foundation. Then naturally, this piant spiritual liquid that helps to build the foundation cannot be let go. It is not difficult to accumulate merits. According to your expertise, you can contribute to Luo Xianhu to the best of your ability. Over time, you can accumulate merits. For example, the medicine hall grows spiritual medicines, the alchemy hall refines elixirs, the instrument hall refines magical instruments, etc. Min Longayu's eyes lit up, and he remembered Luo Chen's instructions just now. I heard from Senior Dan Chenzi that the formation of the Sky Eagle flying boat we are riding on was seriously damaged. Said. Murin Kinglian smiled and said, that's right, we urgently need your help. I will do my best and I will do my best. Min Longayu patted his chest immediately. However, the formation of a top-grade flying boat was not difficult for him. After saying that, he turned around and prepared to accumulate merits. Unexpectedly, Murin Kinglian stopped him. Now, you are also a member of our club, and the identity token will be customized for you by the instrument hall soon. In the future, don't call me Senior Dan Chenzi anymore. Looking at those meaningful eyes, Min Longai was stunned. Immediately, he nodded solemnly. Of course, if the president can tolerate me, I will not let him down. After saying that, he turned and left. Murin Kinglian smiled slightly and put away the roster. After these recent events, Luo Xianhui has experienced another round of elimination of the dross and retention of the essence. The cohesion of the surviving cultivators has become stronger to a certain extent. I am afraid that it is even stronger than some small sects. After all, everyone has come through battle after battle, supporting each other. Even some casual cultivators who had grudges in the past have begun to truly recognize the identity of Luo Xianhu cultivators. And the joining of Min Longayu can be regarded as a complete remedy for the shortcomings of Luo Xianhu in the field of formations. Duanfeng is still good at casting. As for formations, he can only say that he has dabbled in it, but he is definitely not proficient in it. If he can successfully build a foundation, it will undoubtedly be a blessing for Luo Xianhu. Building a foundation pill. Murin Kinglian frowned. Luo Chen's foundation pill in his hand, will he give it to Min Longayu? But, in this way, wouldn't it be a violation of his original promise? Everything should be based on first come first served, or fair rewards and punishments. If this is done, it may damage Luo Chen's prestige in the hearts of high-level cultivators in the association. No. What am I thinking about? He is the president. It depends on his mood to decide who to use. No matter how much I think, it is just a waste of time. Shaking his head, Murin Kinglian stopped thinking about it. But in his heart, he still made up his mind. Practice to the great perfection of the key refining stage as soon as possible, so that he can request to use the foundation building pill at that time. As for the one that her Qin family already had, she had never thought about it. It was prepared for her husband Qin Liangchen. Min Longai joined the Luo Chen Association. This news quickly spread among the monks of the Luo Chen Association. As soon as he joined, he wandered on the flying boat all day, and took a few late-stage monks from the weapon hall to start repairing the formation. He even paid out of his own pocket to rebuild a set of Kinglan formation for the Sky Eagle flying boat. This formation is a defensive formation, which can form a wind barrier with the help of the original Yufang formation. The defensive performance is even better than the original defensive formation. The low-level cultivators are naturally happy to see this happen. The better the flying boat's defense, the more secure they are. At least, they won't be in the predicament of being hit by the foundation building attack and falling to the Gaoling Plain. However, for the Luo Xianhu's 9th level key refining masters, it's not so good. Threat. Min Longayu has just joined and he is so active. Is it because he loves this gang of casual cultivators? Obviously not. He wants to please Luo Chen. For the foundation building pill. Because he has already reached the great perfection of key refining and needs the foundation building elixir very much? How can this be possible? Luo Chen had promised them the foundation building pill a long time ago, but they haven't cultivated to the great perfection of key refining yet. Not everyone will trust Luo Chen 100% like Murin Kinglian. In addition to respecting and worshipping Luo Chen, everyone must have their own selfishness. This has nothing to do with whether the personality is noble or not, but the selfish nature of human beings since their birth. In this case, the 9th level key refining masters of Luo Chen who were vaguely hostile to Min Longyao. Luo Chen in the quiet room naturally didn't know about these things. Even if he knew, he would just laugh it off. He had already told Min Longyao clearly about the foundation building pill. If this matter is made public, the small actions below will naturally subside. But there is no need. With this bait, it can not only make the people below have a little sense of competition, but also promote them to practice hard. There are still too few masters in Luo Chen who. If there can be a few more foundation building masters, then there is no need for him to worry about many things. For example, he doesn't have to try his best to win over Li Yixun and Yang Guangjin, 2 foundation building masters. 5 days passed in a flash after leaving Gaolingyuan. In the quiet room, Luo Chen's eyes widened, and the spiritual eye technique was also used to the maximum. He stared at the storage bag in front of him, and the spiritual consciousness released was like a shuttle weaving cloth, repeatedly and constantly testing. Suddenly, Luo Chen's mind moved, and a trace of spiritual consciousness entered the storage bag. From the inside to the outside, the restrictions collapsed inch by inch. Finally, I have unlocked the spiritual consciousness restriction of this old man Duan Kaiankan. Luo Chen rubbed his eyebrows. Although he was a little tired, he was full of comfort in his heart. It took 6 or 7 years to get this thing. After building the foundation, it took 3.5 years, and I would wear down the restrictions whenever I had something to do. Now it has just been unlocked. There was no rush to check the things inside. Instead, Luo Chen calmed down and manipulated the external spiritual consciousness to fall on his storage bag, assisted by spiritual power input. Soon, a miniature restriction was born. Seeing this, Luo Chen couldn't help but grin and laugh. It's hard to say what's in the storage bag, but in order to unlock this storage bag, I am familiar with some basic restriction techniques, and I am more familiar with the application of spiritual consciousness. At this moment, if I want to study the art of formation, I'm afraid I can easily get started. Luo Chen smiled. This is what it should be. He already had a strong spiritual foundation, and he was familiar with the basic introduction to spiritual consciousness that Gao Tingyun got from Lianhun Sanrun. Later, in order to study the fireball technique, he learned some basic knowledge of the way of talismans. In addition, he had Duan Kaiankan as his teacher. After 3 years, it was natural for him to have such achievements. However, this was just the beginning. To be good at this, there are thousands of restrictions of all sizes. If you want to build a formation, you need to study persistently. He was not interested in this. Let me see what good things are left in the storage bag of the head of your Duan family. Chapter 221 Magical Embryo, Grey Scabbard. Dazzling and varied. When Luo Chen dumped all the things in Duan Kaiankan's storage bag into the room, they almost formed a small mountain. Swallowing his saliva, Luo Chen couldn't help but mutter to himself, this is the legacy that a family that has been passed down for 300 years should have. Magical instruments, magic instruments, and more magic instruments. As far as the eye can see, there are 10 top-grade magic instruments. And they are not ordinary top-grade flying swords. With Luo Chen's eyes, he roughly knows the effect after just looking at 2 of them. These magic instruments, even among the top-grade ones, are also exquisite. Some of them are even strange magic instruments with unique effects. I think Duan Kaiankan usually keeps them to reward the meritorious people in the family. In addition to the magic instruments, there are 2 things wrapped in thick silver balls. The silver balls are not solid, but more like flowing liquid. Wrap the things inside tightly. This thing seems to be mithril. Luo Chen had seen similar materials in the Duan family's treasure house before. But there was only 1 piece, and it was unforged. Unlike now, there are 2 large balls, and they are all essence. I don't know what is inside. I'll find a chance to ask Duan Feng. In addition to these things, there are also spirit stones. They are not ordinary low-grade spirit stones, But medium-grade spirit stones? There are 200 of them. In other words, there are 20,000 low-grade spirit stones here. Not only that. Is this a high-grade spirit stone? Luo Chen picked up a crystal-clear diamond-shaped crystal stone with strong spiritual fluctuations in surprise. The volume is twice as large as the standard low-grade and medium-grade spirit stones, and it is as long as a middle finger. The spiritual energy contained in it is no longer misty. Instead, it is like silk, like liquid, like pulp. Is it so pure? With a thought, Luo Chen held the crystal stone in one hand. A wisp of extremely pure spiritual energy flowed out and entered his body's meridians. It can be absorbed directly. Luo Chen was shocked. In the world of immortal cultivation, spiritual stones are more like currency than resources. They are usually used as an equivalent to measure the value of goods. The spiritual energy inside cannot be absorbed and used. The reason is that the spiritual energy is very violent. Once it enters the body, it is like a wild horse running wild. It will cause trauma to the meridians and danshan of the cultivator. Unless it is absolutely necessary, few people will actively absorb the spiritual energy in the spiritual stone. In this regard, Luo Chen once studied it. He concluded that the person who made the spiritual stone injected a special substance into it. Make the originally pure and gentle spiritual energy become violent. Only the disciples of the big sects have a secret method to eliminate that substance and use it directly. This is why the disciples of the sect are often stronger than ordinary casual cultivators of the same level. When the realm is the same and the means are similar, the spiritual power capacity is an important condition that determines life and death. In addition to their own spiritual power, the disciples of the sect can also temporarily extract the spiritual energy in the spiritual stone, which has led to the common case of suppressing ordinary casual cultivators. Luo Chen tried to find such secret methods at the black market auction. But nothing was gained. It seemed that Yan Xingzi deliberately concealed it. Over time, Luo Chen also gave up this useless move. Unexpectedly, he actually got a top-grade spirit stone now. According to the 100-based system, this top-grade spirit stone is worth over 10,000. It is not equal to 10,000, but over 10,000. The premium can even exceed 1,000. This is Luo Chen's judgment. It is because the spiritual energy inside it can be directly absorbed. In battle, it can play a role in turning the tables. Especially in the hands of the foundation-building true cultivator, it can be used as a trump card. No wonder there were only a few spirit stones in the Duan family's treasury at the beginning. I just thought that Duan Qianqin was afraid that the family would weaken after his death, so he exchanged all the spirit stones for resources. I didn't expect that there were still 30,000 in my pocket. Luo Chen was very happy to collect the spirit stones. Whether it is a mid-grade spirit stone or a top-grade spirit stone, the actual value has exceeded the scope of currency. It can be used as a strategic resource. For example, driving large puppets, large formations, and even directly absorbing spiritual energy. These are not what low-grade spiritual stones can do. When he broke through the foundation-building stage, he spent all the accumulated middle-grade spiritual stones. He also exchanged 200 middle-grade spiritual stones from Kang Donggao at the Jinshi Pavilion to solve the urgent problem. Now, there is another large sum of money. In the short term, there is no need to panic. After the spiritual stones, there are magic tools. The positions of these two magic tools are different from the previous 10 high-grade magic tools, and the spiritual light they emit is also completely different. A rattle and a scabbard. Luo Chen is very familiar with a rattle. It is a top-grade water magic tool. Duan Qianqin used it to perform the combination of tools and techniques to drive Wang Yuan into the underground of Xiaohun Mountain. If it weren't for his own scorching sun technique, Duan Qianqin could easily kill the seriously injured and powerless Wang Yuan at that time. The power of the foundation building was really not something that Wang Yuan at that time could easily violate. I can't use this magic weapon, but I can give it to Duan Feng. It's not that Luo Chen favors Duan Feng. It's that this storage bag doesn't belong to Luo Chen. The things inside, there is one for Luo Chen, one for Wang Yuan, and one for Duan Feng who led people to break through the defense formation of Xiaohun Mountain. The top-grade Heluo sword was originally allocated to Duan Feng, who made the greatest contribution according to his merits. Now that the rattle is also given to him, it helps Duan Feng to complete the standard configuration of the head of the Duan family. One sword and one drum, but one map is missing. Shaking his head, Luo Chen looked at the scabbard. This should be what Suji of Lauren's sect wants, right? Suji came to Daofang at the order of Xiang Xingzi to take away Uncle Mi's Chinese puppet, to complete the foundation building pill agreement with Luo Chen, and to ask Duan Kaiankan for a customized magic weapon. Scabbard. Why is it not a flying sword, but a scabbard? Playing with the scabbard in his hand, Luo Chen looked at it carefully. The color is light gray, 6 feet long, very standard. As for the grade, strange, it clearly feels as good as a rattle, but why is it only of low grade? His eyes fell on the 7 holes of different colors. This size. Suddenly, Luo Chen's heart moved. He opened his mouth and spit out a golden sword ball. Buzz! Exclamation mark. A buzzing sound sounded, and a layer of gray light suddenly bloomed on the scabbard. Luo Chen half believed and half doubted and put the sword ball into the golden hole. The sword ball entered the hole. The scabbard spit out a light. Whoosh! Luo Chen quickly turned his head. A sword light passed by his head, and a strand of hair fell lightly. He looked back with lingering fear. He saw a sword light that had penetrated the quiet room and flew into the sky. This scene instantly alarmed the people outside. Min Longgao, who was constructing a formation, looked up and looked at it, with doubt in his eyes. Sword light. Why is there a sword light that can only be used by foundation building sword cultivators in the president's room? Duang. Duang. Boom. The sound of hurried footsteps was heard, and soon a voice came from outside. President, what happened? It was Sima Yan's voice. He was flying outside with the monks of the battle hall, guarding them. Nothing, you can go down. A faint voice came from inside. Although Luo Chen did not explain anything, he did not need to explain. Sima Xian breathed a sigh of relief and left immediately. Inside the house, Luo Chen looked at the scabbard in his hand carefully. After his spiritual power was injected, there was no more stress reaction. It returned to its original gray. However, there was a touch of golden light occupying the first part of the scabbard. Moreover, its grade. It actually jumped from the lower grade to the middle grade. This is actually a magical weapon with growth potential. Moreover, this is just a sword pill. But there are 7 empty holes on this scabbard. If I collect 7 sword pills, will its grade break through the magic weapon level? Luo Chen swallowed his saliva. No wonder Yuan Xingzi valued this item so much that he sent people all the way to Daofang. This magic weapon. No, it shouldn't be a magic weapon, it should be a magic weapon embryo. Moreover, it is not the kind of magic weapon embryo that needs long-term sacrifice and cultivation. It is a magic weapon embryo that can be quickly upgraded. Tian Xingzi commissioned Duan Kaiankan to refine this treasure. I think it is to target the sword cultivators of Yuding Sword Sect. In the entire Yuding domain, most of the people who use sword pills are Yuding sword cultivators. Perhaps, this scabbard has another mystery. Taking a deep breath, Luo Chen took out the sword pill and swallowed it into his stomach. A mere mid-grade magic weapon is not of much help to him at present. It is not as good as a sword pill comparable to a top-grade magic weapon. But in the future, if he can really collect 7 sword pills, then this scabbard will be very precious. Luo Chen does not plan to return this scabbard to Tian Xingzi. This is his trophy. After putting the scabbard away with great care, Luo Chen looked at other things. A pile of mineral materials, spiritual liquid. This is not uncommon in a family that inherits the art of casting. What is rare is that these minerals and spiritual liquids are all of the 3rd grade. These things should also be included in the weapon hall and used for casting. Luo Chen was not interested in these minerals. He was interested in other things. For example, elixirs. 2nd grade elixirs suitable for foundation building cultivation. Shenglong Pill. Picking up a jade bottle, Luo Chen opened it and muttered to himself. That's right, this is a kind of elixir commonly used by foundation building cultivation. 5 elements are enough, there are no restrictions. But it is not refined by the Medicine King sect, but a specialty elixir from Kingdom Valley. The only pity is that it is only at the 3rd level. The 3rd level is the 2nd grade lower grade Shenglong Pill. If it can reach the 6th level, it will be a medium grade one. It is said that Kingdom Valley can refine the 9th level Shenglong Pill, which is exclusively used by the sect's DOC disciples. Duan Kaiankan didn't leave much, only 3 bottles. This is related to the fact that he had no hope of breaking through the realm and gave up practicing with all his strength. Luo Chen put it away, better than nothing. The total value of these 3 bottles is only 1,500 spiritual stones. The price of a 2nd level elixir is usually 300 spiritual stones. The Zongmiao Pill suitable for cultivation is usually sold at 500 spiritual stones per bottle. Luo Chen has not completely eliminated the elixir poison yet, so he can't use it for the time being. After the elixir poison is eliminated, he can try it to see if it is suitable for long-term use in his foundation building stage. Huh? He opened a small cloth bag and the contents instantly caught Luo Chen's attention. There were more than a dozen jade bottles of different sizes, each with a small note attached. First level spirit pill, rejuvenating water, glazed paste. These seem to be used by 9th level key refining cultivators to break through to the foundation building stage. If these still couldn't confirm Luo Chen's thoughts, then when a section of the tuber shaped like a tongue caught his eye, there was no doubt. Heaven and Earth root. It was the 800-year-old Heaven and Earth root that came from the Golden Pale ruins. For breakthroughs in the foundation building stage, it can increase the probability by 20%, second only to the foundation building pill. In other words, in terms of safety, it is better than the violent foundation building pill. It seems that this bag of pills is for people to break through the foundation. But why hasn't the root of Heaven and Earth been consumed? Did Duan Rui use it? Luo Chen had previously guessed. Duan Qianqan should have given this thing to Duan Rui. Surprisingly, he kept it. He picked up the root of Heaven and Earth, and just as he touched it, he felt something was wrong. He turned it over and saw a small note on it. Duan Feng. Luo Chen's eyes froze. Dong dong dong. The knock on the door sounded again. Luo Chen had just divided the things into 3 parts and packed them up. Hearing this sound, he couldn't help but frown. What's the matter? A capable voice came from outside. It was Sima Weiyuang. Report to the president. There's a strange foundation building person blocking the road outside, claiming to be a disciple of Kingdom Valley. Huh? Luo Chen raised his eyebrows and immediately went out of the house. Whatever you see. A handsome young man with a slightly red face, standing in the air with his feet on the white clouds. He was wearing a green robe that fitted him perfectly, with 9 cloud patterns embroidered on his chest, looking extraordinary and extraordinary. He stopped 3 flying boats by himself. As if they had received a report, Li Yixun and Nan Guangjin also came out from the other 2 flying boats. Seeing this scene, the man in green couldn't help but change his expression slightly. In a vague way, he had the intention of retreating. Dao, why did you stop us? Luo Chen could see the other party's alertness. Even the spiritual power in his body was in a state of being stimulated at any time. It seemed that the 3 foundation building masters on their side put a lot of pressure on the other party. The young man gritted his teeth and said calmly, "Who are you and which force are you from?" Luo Chen and the other 2 looked at each other, and finally decided to introduce themselves. Luo Chen from the Luotian Society. Nan Guangjin from the Nanguang family. Li Yixun from the Li family. The 3 of us are all from Daohofang and want to go to Xianlan Fairy City. Luo Chen made a summary speech. After hearing this introduction, the young man couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. So you are a fellow Taoist from Daohofang. He cupped his hands. I am Tao Yishan from Kingdom Valley, and I am honored. After getting to know each other, the atmosphere was finally not as tense as before. Tao Yishan naturally did not dare to be arrogant in front of the 3 foundation building masters. Luo Chen and the other 2 still had to show some respect to the reputation of the Kingdom Valley, a major golden elixir sect. However, the questions that should be asked still need to be asked. I wonder why Taoist Tao stopped the 3 of us. Tao Yishan pointed behind him. The Yuan's Hao Kingdom in front is a mortal vassal state of our Kingdom Valley. Key refining cultivators are not allowed to stay for more than half a year, and foundation building cultivators cannot stay for 10 days. I came here to remind you. Hearing this, Li Yixun and Nan Guangjin suddenly realized. So that's it. This is not surprising. There are regulations in the world of immortal cultivation, or rather, the high and mighty sects have special regulations. Cultivators are not allowed to stay in the mortal world for a long time. First, the spiritual energy in the mortal world is thin and not suitable for cultivation. Second, they are also afraid that cultivators will use their own great power to bully and bring disaster to the people. Or, there is a third reason. That is, the secular countries cover a large area, and even if the spiritual energy is insufficient, they often produce many basic resources. These resources are not expensive, but they are large in quantity. Sects often send disciples to station and collect them regularly. If casual cultivators stay there for a long time, they will definitely collect them secretly. This is encroaching on the interests of the sect. Moreover, a population of millions is also a resource. If someone in a mortal country breaks through to the key refining stage by chance, they will either leave on their own, or be persuaded to leave or accepted as a disciple by the sect disciples stationed there. Anyway, there is only one iron order. Those who practice immortal cultivation should go to the immortal cultivation world to fight, and don't stay in the mortal kingdom. Luo Chen naturally knew this truth. Even if he didn't know it at first and still thought about going to the mortal kingdom to be a rich man, Wang Yuan later reminded him of it. What he is surprised about now is the Yuan's Hao kingdom ahead. Chapter 222, Kingdom Valley, Yuan's Hao's past, Tao family's foundation building. Is Yuan's Hao country ahead? Luo Chen asked in surprise. Tao Yishan nodded. Yes, this country has always been under the jurisdiction of our Kingdom Valley, and it has a history of 400 years. Fellow Taoist Luo, do you have any doubts? Haha. Luo Chen laughed. What a coincidence, my hometown is in Yuan's Hao country. Huh? Tao Yishan looked at him doubtfully. Coming from Yuan's Hao country, but not knowing the way home? Luo Chen waved his hand. At the beginning, by chance, I embarked on the immortal path and went to Dahofang. I was young and didn't remember anything, so I really forgot the way home. Really? To be honest, Bigu County in Yuan's Hao country is my hometown. There is indeed a place called Bigu County in Yuan's Hao country. It is adjacent to Qianshan County, and the location is extremely remote, belonging to the barren mountains and swamps. I wonder if fellow Taoist Tao, can you give me a favor and let me go home to take a look? This. Tao Yishan was a little embarrassed. Or rather, it was not just him. Li Yixun and Nanguangjin also looked puzzled. However, when Luo Chen's calm gaze came over, the two of them also kept silent. Perhaps it was the pressure from the three foundation builders, or perhaps it was Luo Chen's kind words. The thin-skinned Tao Yishan finally agreed to Luo Chen's request. He just asked the three families' flying boats to be more concealed and not to disturb mortals. Luo Chen and his team had no objection. He used the cloud driving technique to cover up the three flying boats. In this way, they slowly flew into Yuan's Hao country. On the flying boat, Nanguangjin looked at Luo Chen in confusion. Why not bypass Yuan's Hao country and go straight to Xianlan Fairy City? Li Yixun was also puzzled. If you delay for a while, maybe Ho Quan will catch up. Taoist friend, are you so eager to miss your hometown? Facing the doubts of the two, Luo Chen said calmly, if Ho Quan wanted to chase, he would have caught up 3 or 4 days ago with his own strength. Li Yixun wanted to refute that Ho Quan might still be in seclusion. But he felt something was wrong. Ho Quan only broke through from the 6th level of foundation building to the 7th level, which is not considered a breakthrough to a higher realm. It would take at least 1 or 2 days, or at most 1 or 2 months. If he wanted to come out of retreat, he would have come out long ago. Although they have been flying day and night recently, the flying boat has been flying wildly at all costs. But the speed is still not as fast as the flying speed of ordinary foundation building. How can we talk about getting rid of a person who has been building foundation for many years? Although it is strange that he didn't catch up, it is indeed not so urgent. Perhaps, he was delayed by something. Luo Chen explained briefly and looked at Nanguangjin. We must go to Xianlan Immortal City, but we can't go blindly. Nanguangjin hesitated and said, what do you mean? Xianlan Immortal City is only 1 day away from here at the speed of foundation building cultivators. At the speed of our flying boat, it will only take a few days to go and stop. No need to rush. On the contrary, it is most important to find out the situation over there first. These words made Li Yixun quite agree. Indeed. Going blindly, it is easy to get into trouble. It's like when they went to Taishanfang, they still treated it as if the Kang family was the dominant one. As a result, the Ho family came to power. Even, it attracted the covetousness of Ho Hu and others. Are you going to find Tao Yishan to inquire about the situation? Li Yixun understood and quickly thought of this lair. Luo Chen nodded, indeed. This place is not far from Xianlan Fairy City. He should be sent out by Kingdom Valley to perform regular tasks in the foundation building period. In this case, there must be a demand for cultivation resources. The nearest Xianlan Fairy City is where he often goes. Nanguangjin frowned and said, will he tell us? Luo Chen smiled. For a character who can't even refuse other people's requests, it's not easy to pry out some information. It took half a day for the flying boat to stop in the forbidden area of the Imperial Palace. Zhaixing Tower. This is the temporary cultivation place for my Kingdom Valley disciples. People from the royal family of Yuanzhou Kingdom generally dare not come to disturb. The flying boat landed, attracting the nearby high-rise buildings, one after another. Most of them are cultivators in the key refining stage. Looking at the surrounding buildings, Luo Chen and others could not help but sigh. They claim to be cultivators, but their residences have always been quiet and simple. It is nothing like this secular palace, with flying eaves, magnificent gold and jade, small bridges and flowing water, and hundreds of flowers competing for beauty. Even if it is just a place for Kingdom Valley disciples to live, it tries to highlight the quietness of the immortal way, but still shows the atmosphere of wealth and grandeur. Yuanzhou Kingdom is the only mortal vassal state of my Kingdom Valley, so there are key refining cultivators stationed there all year round. Those few in the early stage of key refining are good seedlings found recently. I taught them the basic key-inducing technique and plan to bring them back to Kingdom Valley later. You can stay here for a while. Tao Yishan introduced it and planned to go back. Unexpectedly, he was caught by Luo Chen. Fellow Taoist Tao, I guess you haven't been building your foundation for long. Tao Yishan looked at Luo Chen in surprise. You have a very good eye. Yes, I have only been building my foundation for 10 years. After I stabilized my realm, I was sent here to perform the garrison mission. Luo Chen smiled. In this case, why don't the four of us sit down and discuss and exchange our cultivation experiences? Okay. Tao Yishan agreed with great joy. Although he is a senior disciple of the sect, Nanguangjin and Li Yixun have been building their foundation for many years and are very experienced. Even Luo Chen has a dignified demeanor and a sense of enlightenment. If he can exchange cultivation experiences with him, he will definitely gain a lot. Nanguangjin and Li Yixun looked at each other in surprise. Is it that simple? A cultivation experience exchange meeting was held in this Zhaixing Tower. It lasted for a whole day. After the exchange, Tao Yishan left with satisfaction. The three people who stayed behind were also very satisfied. It is impossible to talk about cultivation experience all the time at the exchange meeting. During this period, the three of them asked Tao Yishan about many trivial matters. It seemed tedious, but when they were finally gathered together, they could summarize the current situation in the vicinity and even in Xianlan Fairy City. Overall, it was a stable situation. The war between the two Yuanying upper sects lasted for 6 years from the initial test to the complete outbreak. Logically speaking, this time was enough for the two sects to fight each other and decide who was better. But for some reason, the situation suddenly took a sharp turn a year ago. From confrontation to tug of war. During this tug of war, the two Yuanying upper sects gathered their main forces and began to attack other sects in the Yuding domain. Alao Mountain was the first to fall to Luoyan sect, followed by Kingdom Valley. Yuding Sword sect was also not idle, and Yanmeng, who had cooperated with them for a long time, chose to attach to them at the first time. Under the instigation of Yuding Sword sect, Yanmeng attacked Kingdom Valley, and the local war was quite fierce. Not only that, the Sword sect is also actively trying to win over the Ice Castle, which is located in an extremely cold place, and the 100 Flowers Palace, which remains neutral. This whole set of things looks messy? It is indeed messy, but for Xianlan Immortal City, it is a very stable situation. Because this big immortal city was jointly funded and built by the 7 sects. Even if they are on the verge of a fight, they still maintain a tacit understanding of trying not to affect the immortal city. It seems that going to Xianlan Immortal City is the best choice. Nanguangjin said thoughtfully. Li Yixun nodded and looked at Luo Chen with admiration. Luo Chen, you are far-sighted and chose the right place from the beginning. Luo Chen was silent. He was not as optimistic as the two. This kind of stability is just a sign before the storm comes. If the Ice Castle and the 100 Flowers Palace are also fully involved, then Xianlan Immortal City will probably be involved. Moreover, in the seemingly stable situation, isn't it an undercurrent? If they plunge in. Shaking his head, Luo Chen said firmly, take 2 days to rest and set off for Xianlan Immortal City immediately. No matter how the situation changes, Xianlan Immortal City must be visited. Most of the high-level spiritual lands in Yuding domain are owned by someone. Don't you see, a small second-level spiritual vein in Taishanfang has been divided up by 2 major families. Only the great immortal city, where many casual cultivators gather, Has he high-level spiritual veins for rent? Only when he gets there can he continue to practice. But 2 days, so long. Nanguangjin was a little dissatisfied. He wanted to reach Xianlin Immortal City more than anyone else. Unlike Luo Chen and Li Yixun, he is now injured. He urgently needs a spiritual vein land to heal his wounds. First of all, I have to do my superficial work and go home to see it. This is normal. If you say something but don't do it, it will arouse suspicion. Luo Chen's eyes fell on Li Yixun. Secondly, there are too many mortals in the Li family, which will affect our actions. If we go to Xianlin Fairy City and something happens, those mortals will be a burden. Li Yixun opened his mouth, but couldn't refute. My opinion is that you should discuss with Tao Yishan in the next 2 days to see if you can settle a group of mortals in Yuan's Hao Kingdom. Dao Ali, don't worry too much. This place is not far from Xianlin Fairy City. After settling down, you can definitely move your clansmen away in the future. Li Yixun hesitated. Her eyes fell on Nanguangjin, who also agreed. It seems that those mortals are indeed a burden to everyone. She gritted her teeth and said, let's do as Dao said. The next morning, a beam of light flew out of the Yuan's Hao Kingdom Palace and flew towards the southeast. Go home? On the white cloud, Luo Chen shook his head. He didn't have any home to go back to. Although his original body was not an orphan, he could be said to have no relatives. He would not bother himself and look for people with blood ties. His goal was the barren mountain outside Baixiu County, where his original self had an opportunity. An outer disciple of the Medicine King sect died for no reason in the Yuding territory, in a little-known barren mountain. I thought it was natural at the time, but now I find it suspicious no matter how I think about it. Moreover, Tao Yishan mentioned last night that the Kingdom Valley cultivators stationed here are not absolutely safe. 20 years ago, they were attacked by a wandering cultivator. 20 years ago. Luo Chen tasted the time with interest. His body paused. He stopped in a tall barren mountain. His spiritual eyes looked around, and his spiritual consciousness was released. Following the remaining memories, Luo Chen quickly found his destination. He jumped and came to the middle of the mountain. He lifted up the dense and wild vines and stepped into a cave. A mound of earth came into view. Looking at this mound of earth, Luo Chen seemed to see his original self, who was 17 years old, burying the body of the old cultivator. I'm sorry. He raised his hand and lifted the earthen mound. Looking closely, it was empty, no corpse was seen. Seeing this scene, Luo Chen couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Interesting, interesting. Luo Chen smiled slightly, restored the earthen mound, turned around and left. Zhixing Tower. 3 flying boats exuded spiritual light, slowly floated and took off. Tao Yishan smiled and said goodbye to the 3 people one by one. Dao Nangong, thank you for telling me the truth, so that I can avoid taking detours. Nanguangjin coughed, shook his head and said, it's not as good as your good advice. After all, you are a master of the big sect, and you can solve my doubts in a few words. After my injury is healed, I can break the 3rd level of foundation building on duty. Excuse me, I was just repeating the words of the predecessors. Li Yixun looked at the 3 mortals in front of him reluctantly. They were all strong and healthy. If they learned some secular martial arts, they would be called innate masters. She hardened her heart, turned around, and bowed to Tao Yishan. Fellow Taoist Tao, I'd like to trouble you to protect my people. Of course. Of course. Tao Yishan returned the greeting and said, they are good at raising dragons and horses, and will definitely be welcomed by the Yuan's Hao royal family. After that, Tao Yishan walked in front of Luo Chen. Fellow Taoist's attainments in alchemy are truly outstanding among his peers, and are not inferior to even the elders in my sect. I wish I could discuss alchemy with you day and night, and sleep with our feet touching. Luo Chen smiled slightly. After getting to know him, Tao Yishan was quite enthusiastic. He was also more and more fluent in polite words. He said modestly, it's just a humble trick, not as good as the great Jinden sect, where there are many alchemy masters. Hey! Fellow Taoist, you are too modest. Tao Yishan's eyes were shining, and he treated Luo Chen much more affectionately than the other 2. In a few years, my garrison mission will be over. When the time comes, I will definitely go to Xianlin Immortal City to look for fellow Taoists. I will prepare a bed for you and serve you fine wine. It's a long journey, everyone, have a safe trip. See you later. See you later. See you later. Tao Yisheng stood on the Zixing Tower, watching the three flying boats, which gradually disappeared into the sky under the white clouds. Behind him, a disciple of Kingdom Valley walked up to him. "Uncle, why are you so polite to the three casual cultivators who are building their foundation?" "Casual cultivators?" Tao Yisheng shook his head. "They are not ordinary casual cultivators." The disciple was stunned. In front of the Jinden sect, the casual cultivator gangs and the foundation-building immortal cultivation families are no different from casual cultivators. Tao Yisheng curled his lips and said excitedly, "You don't understand. Now my Kingdom Valley has participated in the war with the upper sect. If we are not careful, we will die. I made friends with these three people to track them as external aid. Besides, my sister is competing for the position of Dao Seed. Maybe Dan Chenzi and the other two can help her a little." Thinking of Tao Yisheng's sister, this disciple suddenly realized. He sighed, "Uncle, you two brothers and sisters are so united, you will definitely be able to revive the prestige of the Tao family in Kingdom Valley in the future." Tao Yisheng smiled complacently. "I am where I am now, all thanks to my sister's care, so I will naturally run around for her." Chapter 223, Falling from the Sky, Creating Waves on the Ground. This city is called Xianlan. The wind blew, and the white clouds gathered and dispersed. Three flying boats, like arrows from a bow, formed a Chinese character, heading north. The creaking sound was endless. Luo Chen, standing at the bow of the boat, frowned and looked at the flying boat under his feet. Min Longai on the side hurriedly said, "I have tried my best to reinforce it." Luo Chen shook his head, "It's not your fault." Min Longai couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It was indeed not his fault that the Sky Eagle flying boat was now in a tattered and shaky state. In the Battle of Gaolingyan, the Sky Eagle flying boat was the first to bear the brunt. First, it was hit by Tushan's heavy seal, and after landing, it was besieged by the monks of the Daijiang gang. Even though Duan Fen put it away in time, it was still damaged in many parts. Later, in order to avoid Ho Quan's pursuit, he did not sleep and rushed all night for 5 days and nights. It was because of this that the original 2-month journey was shortened to less than a month. The price was that this top-grade flying boat was about to collapse. In fact, this is why Luo Chen persuaded Li Yixun to leave most of the mortals behind. Slowing down the speed is one thing. The Sky Eagle flying boat can't hold on is another. It's not just their Luo Xianhu. The flying boats of the Li family and the Nanguang family behind also look tattered and gray. Fortunately, they are about to reach their destination. President, after crossing this Peach Mountain, you can see Xianlan Fairy City. Peach Mountain. Luo Chen lowered his head and looked at the not-so-high mountain in front of him. The whole mountain is full of peach trees. The branches are growing horizontally, and the flowers are blooming. Now is not the season for peach blossoms to bloom. However, in the vast mountain, pink, red, and pink peach blossoms are everywhere. Pavilions and towers are hidden in between. One after another, human figures shuttle back and forth. Some of the existences are even dazzlingly white. He frowned, and the spiritual eye technique slightly increased the degree, but the scene he saw made his heart warm. That was in the wild. Ahem. Min Longai coughed dryly and said unnaturally, "This mountain is the property of the Teoho Patriarch of Beihu Palace. Everything they do is the flesh trade." It sounds a bit similar to Xiangxianglao and Dahofang. In the low-end market, Teoshan is suppressing Xiangxianglao. In the whole Xianlan Fairy City, at least hundreds of cultivators came here every day in the past years. "You know so much?" Luo Chen looked at him with a smile. "Have you ever been there?" "I just heard about it for a long time, but I haven't been there." Min Longai waved his hand quickly to show that he was clean. Luo Chen smiled slightly and didn't care about it. While the two were talking, the cultivators on the flying boat also discovered Teoshan under their feet. The magnificent scenery and the beautiful women. The strong smell of lust made people blush. Below, there was a bold female cultivator who discovered them and waved a handkerchief. "Dao Ao, come down and play." Luo Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He never thought that there was such a place of debauchery in Xianlan Fairy City. In comparison, Xiangxiang Tower of Hehuan sect was too childish. If fellow Zhang Dao was still here, this would be his paradise. Luo Chen sighed. Then his body stiffened. It was not some third-level demon king, nor some golden elixir master passing by. It was just Xiu Gu passing by with her son Zheng Yiling in her arms. It seemed that a pair of eyes looked at him faintly. He seemed to have said something wrong. Under the demon girl's feet, the flying boat had passed Taohu Mountain. Instantly, Luo Chen held his breath. A huge and majestic city, far away, like a battering ram, just so simply and violently, crashed into his eyes. The blue-black city wall stretched endlessly, hundreds of feet high, and stretched for hundreds of miles. The obscure and terrifying mana fluctuations faintly spread from the city wall. The higher the realm, the deeper the feeling. It was as if what was in front of him was not a magnificent city, but an ancient beast that had been crawling on the ground and sleeping for thousands of years. If it wakes up, it will turn the land into a barren land and turn the rivers and seas upside down. Looking up, deep in the city, a mountain with a peak that can't be seen and only the mountainside can be seen stands. Surrounded by clouds and mist, looming. A wide dragon roared down from the invisible mountain top. No. That's not a dragon. It's a waterfall that is hundreds of feet wide and unknown how high it is. Outside the waterfall, colorful escape lights, exuding powerful cultivation of at least the foundation building stage, or even the golden elixir stage, flew in and out like mayflies. Swallowing a mouthful of saliva, Luo Chen asked intently, "Where does this waterfall come from?" There was a murmur in his ears. "It falls from the sky and creates waves when it lands. This city is called Xianlan." Xianlan. Luo Chen took a deep breath, looked away, and looked back. All the cultivators of Luo Ocean Club have come out at this moment, and they are crowded everywhere in the flying boat. Every one of them is shocked to see this scene. On the other two flying boats behind him, Nanguangjin, who is hunched over, tries to stand up straight, but in front of this magnificent spectacle, he looks even more hunched over. Nanguangjin, who is sitting in a wheelchair, can't stop shaking. On the Li family flying boat, Li Yixin's beautiful eyes are blurred, and there is a faint light in her eyes. This place is where the cultivators really yearn for. Daofeng is just a remote place. Liao, that kid, can't help but walk around on the flying boat, pointing at the fairy city in the distance, shouting. He is no longer as arrogant as before. Whoosh! A disheveled male foundation building cultivator flew out from Taoshan from behind. When he passed them, he couldn't help but turn around and sneer. "Rural cultivators, are you all stunned?" This sneer was not concealed at all. Many people heard it. For a moment, many low-level monks were ashamed and wanted to crawl into the cracks in the ground. Luo Chen shook his head and slowly raised his right hand. "Raise your head and stand tall. Let's go into the city." Swish! The voices rang out in unison, and the monks of Luo Xian who raised their heads and chests, following Luo Chen's back with their eyes. Min Longyu woke up from his indulgence and returning to his hometown. He couldn't help but take a deep look at Luo Chen. At that moment, he seemed to feel a surge of heroic spirit, erupting violently. The Sky Eagle flying boat, which had been stagnant, slowly started. The two flying boats behind reacted a little slowly, but they also caught up quickly. Passing over the high and low peaks, facing the eyes of the monks. The three flying boats finally slowly stopped outside a wide moat. Xiling, get off the boat. Flying is prohibited in Xianlan City. Outside monks, please read the signboard and don't rush in. Losing face is a small matter, but if you lose your life, don't blame Lao Su for not reminding you. In front of the moat, a huge suspension bridge hangs down on the wide river. An old man in a snow-white robe spoke loudly. It seems that he is not targeting anyone, but the monks coming in and out nearby can't help but look at the three flying boats in the air. It's so dirty. How long has it been traveling? It hasn't been cleaned. Tisk, the first one is probably going to fall apart. It's obvious that it hasn't been well maintained. This flying boat is probably useless. Where did this group of people come from? I don't know any of them. I'm afraid they are fleeing from some remote place. Excellent perception allowed Luo Chen to catch all these discussions. His face was a little unnatural. He waved his hand. The Sky Eagle flying boat slowly landed. But before it landed on the ground, the old but full of energy voice roared again. "Where are we parking? Where are we parking?" In mid-air, the three flying boats froze. Duanfeng and others who were in charge of controlling the flying boats blushed. "The land here is so wide, what's wrong with stopping for a while? Be patient, we are new here, and we must follow the local customs." Luo Chen sent a voice message to comfort them. Duanfeng and others nodded. "If you park randomly, be careful of fines. Sixth son, come and guide them to near the boat." Soon, As Lao Su finished speaking, a skinny young man who had been waiting on the side flew to the front of the flying boat like a flying monkey. Luo Chen first looked at the place where he had been standing before. Several other monks, looking disappointed, scattered and cursed. Is there anyone who wants to moor the boat? In doubt, the young man bowed to Luo Chen, who was standing at the bow of the boat, in a rather funny way. Junior Suzai Aliu, everyone calls me Liuzi, or Xiao Hao. You can call me whatever you like, senior. Also surnamed Su? Luo Chen nodded. Liuzi, where should we park the flying boat? Come, just follow me. Liuzi smiled, stepped on the lotus-like cloud incense plate, and flew in front attentively. From time to time, he also tried to get close to Luo Chen behind him. On the flying boat, Sima Wei Niang had already stood behind Luo Chen. She stared at Liuzi's back. 9th level of key refining. Min Longai beside him chuckled and said, is the president confused as to why a master of the 9th level of key refining is doing this humble thing of welcoming and seeing off people? Sima Wei Niang nodded, her face full of doubts. It can even be said that there is an unacceptable sense of disobedience. Whether it is Daofeng or Taishanfang. A cultivator of the 9th level of key refining is already considered a master. To join a gang, at least they start as deacons. In the immortal cultivation families, most of them are elders. Even if they are independent cultivators, they will be treated with respect wherever they go. But in Xianlin Immortal City, Liuzi bowed and scraped, and deliberately flattered her, or many Luoxiano cultivators could not accept it. Because this is Xianlin Immortal City. It is said that there are cultivators like clouds and key refining like rain in this immortal city. There are many foundation building cultivators, and golden elixir masters can often be seen. A mere 9th level of key refining is naturally not a master. Hearing Min Longayu's acceptance, Sima Wei Niang shook her head. Even if she recognized this general environment, she was still a little dazed. Moreover, the location of the immortal city is often located on an absolute traffic artery, which serves as a link between the major sects. There are fighting and killing in places like this, but they focus more on resource exchange and business dealings. The level that a key refining cultivator can be involved in is too narrow. Without a background, it is difficult for a casual cultivator to move forward. Any small job will be fought over by casual cultivators. It can be said that the competition is fierce, especially in small markets, and even in the sects. Those who feel that they have no talent might as well leave Xianlin Immortal City and go to other remote places to try their luck. For example, me. Min Longayu said leisurely. There was no concealment in his words, but he said them carelessly. These words were not only said to Sima Wei Niang, but also to all the cultivators of Luoxianhu. Luo Chen glanced at him and raised his lips slightly. Is this considered taking the opportunity to show loyalty? Use these words to knock some people in the team who are not determined. He even used himself as an example. Even such a master of formations called himself a talentless person. It can be imagined that those Luoxianhu monks in the middle stage of key refining, or the 7th or 8th level, would definitely feel nervous after hearing this, and make up their minds to cling to Luo Chen's thighs in the future. Exaggerated, brother. Luo Chen silently gave Min Longayu a thumbs up. Suzai Aliu, who was flying in front, turned his head with a smile. This Taoist friend seems to be very familiar with Xianlin Fairy City. Min Longayu adjusted his clothes and said solemnly, I am Min Longayu, from the Min family of Dangsha Peak. Suzai Aliu looked at him in surprise. But the Min family was a prosperous formation family 100 years ago. That's right. Tisk tisk, I didn't expect that there are still cultivators alive in the Min family. It's a pity. Your family's Dangsha Peak has now become a place where unscrupulous cultivators mingle, and it no longer has the grand scene of thousands of rays of light and purple air coming from the east. Are you coming back this time to revitalize the Min family? While speaking, Suzai Aliu glanced at Luo Chen. The foundation building true cultivation has an extraordinary bearing. Hearing this, Min Longayu's previous talkative mood could not help but decline. He reluctantly said, it is not easy for me to be alive, let alone revitalize the family. Moreover, he forced a smile, in this Xianlin Immortal City, every 100 years, the immortal cultivation families that have dispersed are not lacking in my Dangsha Min family. That's right. Suzai Aliu nodded, the Jinghufu family disappeared 10 years ago, and it was also thanks to the successor of the family head that he was decisive enough to take all the clansmen away from home to avoid the fate of your Min family. Jinghu Fu family? Could it be the Fu family that was destroyed by their Luo Chen society? Many people in Daofang know that the Fu family came from Xianlin Immortal City. Sima Wei Niang looked over in surprise. Min Longyu shrugged and spread her hands. It seems so. Sima Wei Niang couldn't help but laugh or cry. She didn't expect that the Fu family didn't stay in Xianlin Immortal City and went to Daofang, and still died and the clan was destroyed. I don't know whether I should say that they are unlucky. After this, Min Longyu's mood improved a lot. He said seriously, President, CEO, don't underestimate fellow Taoist Su. His job is very lucrative. Ordinary people can't get this job. Oh. Luo Chen raised his eyebrows. Then, welcome to the Xianlin boat parking area. Su Xiaoliu turned around and bowed to Luo Chen. Luo Chen looked down. There were hundreds of flying boats under his feet, lined up on the flat ground. Among the flying boats, there were small ones that could only accommodate 1 or 2 people. There were also large flying boats that were more than 50 feet long and exuded the aura of top-grade magic weapons. For example, the Sky Eagle flying boat of Luo Xian, who was no more than 30 feet long, which was just an ordinary top-grade flying boat among them. Come on, everyone follow me and stop here. Su Xiaoliu directed them to land the flying boat safely and steadily. Before it was parked, he shouted at the top of his voice. Brothers, business is coming, hurry up. Actually, he didn't even need to yell. Someone had already poked his head out from below, wearing linen clothes and looking up. Wait. Luo Chen frowned and interrupted the group of people who were about to gather around. What are you doing? Su Xiaoliu blinked. Senior, your flying boat is so dirty, don't you want to wash it? Look, it's almost falling apart, don't you want to repair it? I won't say anything else, the Shenggong sect has unique skills for repairing flying boats, and I guarantee that it will be repaired better than before. Washing the boat? Repairing the boat? Luo Chen was stunned. When did the world of cultivating immortals extend this kind of service? He couldn't help asking, is it free? Dao, you must be joking. The one who spoke was not Su Xiaoliu. It was a man who was knocking on his pipe under the awning. He was wearing a short shirt and looked at Luo Chen with a smile. Luo Chen's eyes moved horizontally, his eyes calm. Foundation building true cultivation. The reason why he was so calm was that he had already discovered it when he was above. There was more than one foundation building cultivator below. What's your name? Lu Rong. The man stood up, took a puff of his gray pipe, and then exhaled white smoke. The smoke did not fly around, and other people could not even inhale it. Instead, it swirled around him and penetrated into his body through every pore on his body. Looking at this scene, Luo Chen could not help but be stunned. What an environmentally friendly way to smoke, perfectly eliminating second-hand smoke. Is he practicing some secret technique? Lu Rong walked in front of Luo Chen, stretched his waist, yawned and said, Dao, this joke is a bit too big. Repairing a flying boat is a hard job, which takes time and materials. How can it be free? Luo Chen pulled the corner of his mouth and said with a fake smile, then your joke is not small. Oh. Lu Rong looked at Luo Chen, as if waiting for the next step. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 224. Perhaps Luo Chen is right. I don't know when. There have been 2s and 3s of monks on the huge boat parking area. Their clothes and appearances are not the same, but they all have their own logos. In other words, there are 3 monks wearing the same logo. This boat parking area should be jointly operated by 3 monks. Lu Rong's Shenggong sect is one of them. The other 2 monks stood far away, stretched their necks, and looked like they were watching a good show. On Luo Chen's side, Nanguangjin and Li Yixun had unknowingly come behind him. Looking at Lu Rong, Luo Chen snorted coldly. We park here because we follow local customs and don't want to cause trouble. But after you landed, you came up to wash and repair the boat without saying a word. Then let me ask you, how much does it cost? Don't mark the price clearly, explain it in advance. What if you charge me 10,000 spirit stones for washing a flying boat, haha. Facing Luo Chen's questioning, Lu Rong's face changed slightly. Then, he slapped it. Bang! Zongmiao Liu next to him had a red 5-finger print on his left cheek. Zongmiao Liu, look at what you've done. I didn't tell this person. What's his name? Lu Rong paused and looked at Luo Chen. Luo Chen snorted, I'm Dan Chenzi. A Taoist name, not his real name? Lu Rong frowned, then slapped him again with his backhand. Why didn't you tell this senior Dan Chenzi clearly on the way here? Bang! Zongmiao Liu also had a red 5-finger print on his right cheek. It was symmetrical with his left cheek. This scene stunned the key refining cultivators from the Luo Xianhu, the Li family, and the Nangong family who had just disembarked. Some even glared at each other. How could you be so disrespectful? Okay, if you have something to say, just say it, don't do this. Luo Chen said impatiently. Lu Rong smiled and rubbed his fingers, as if he had hurt his hand by slapping someone else's face just now. Don't be angry, fellow Taoist Dan Chenzi. This matter was indeed our negligence. But don't worry, we are honest here and will never overcharge you. Not overcharge you? I really let you get started just now. You have the final say on how much spirit stones to charge later. Luo Chen sneered in his heart, but his face was very cooperative and relaxed. As for washing the boat, we charge according to the size of the flying boat. For those within 3 meters, 1 spirit stone per time. For those within 10 meters, 5 spirit stones per time. For a large flying boat like yours, it will cost 50 spirit stones per time. Hearing the price, the key refining cultivators in the back couldn't help but get agitated. Indistinctly, there were words like why don't you go and rob? This is robbing. I'm almost buying half a bottle of key nourishing pills. Li Yixin turned around suddenly and glared at him. The one who was agitated was her Li family cultivator. She was used to being domineering in Dahofang and was well protected along the way. She came to Xianlan Fairy City and was still so carefree. Not afraid of getting into trouble. Look at the monks of Luo Xianhu again, all of them shut their mouths and stared at Luo Chen's back. Even the monks of Nangguang family were solemn and dared not say much. After Li Yixin glared, the commotion finally died down. Lu Rong seemed not to have heard those voices, and said with a smile, don't worry, it's definitely not as simple as throwing a water ball spell. Flying boats are magical instruments after all, and they will be corroded by various things. If they are not handled properly, it is easy to damage key parts. Nothing can be seen at ordinary times, but at the critical moment, it may be bad. Our cleaning, from the outside to the inside, uses the water mirror technique to control the overall situation, supplemented by the cleaning technique, water ball technique, dust removal technique, plus exclusive spiritual liquid. After cleaning, keep it clean and leave no filth. He stretched out his palm with 5 fingers erected. Zongmiao Liu next to him shuddered. 50? It's really not expensive. The palm shook. Just talk, why do you do so many auxiliary actions? Luo Chen asked, what about repairs? The Sky Eagle flying boat was almost falling apart after all the trouble along the way. If it's not expensive, it's worth considering. Duan Feng is good at casting magic tools. He knows a lot about repairing middle and lower grade magic tools, and high grade magic tools are relatively common. The flying boat is a large-scale magic tool, and its price is comparable to that of defense magic tools of the same level. The difficulty of repair is several times higher. Along the way, it was just patching, not real repair. Lu Rong smiled. He came to the Sky Eagle flying boat with a pipe in his hand. He knocked here and hit there, and from time to time released his spiritual consciousness to explore the inside. Finally, he walked back with a face like a sunflower. Just say it straight. This flying boat of yours was produced by Xianfan City 200 years ago, and it is already outdated. Some of the materials on it are not widely used now. If we want to repair it, we have to spend a lot of effort to find replacement materials. As for the formation, it is even more of a mess. I have seen that the formations are quite good, but they are not suitable for flying boats, and they look out of place. These words made Min Longayu blush. The formation he had arranged with great effort was given an out-of-place evaluation by the foundation building true cultivator. I made a rough estimate. Lu Rong stretched out his palm and raised 4 fingers. Zongmiao Liu trembled again. 4,000. If you want to repair it completely, you need at least 4,000 spirit stones. Dao Out and Chenzi, I didn't say anything more about this price. After saying that, he looked at Luo Chen expectantly. Haha. Luo Chen laughed. It was a laugh out of anger. At this price, adding a few hundred yuan can buy another large-scale high-quality flying boat. This Luo really treats them as fat sheep from outside the area to be slaughtered. Seeing Luo Chen laughing, Luo's eyes also lit up. Dao, what do you mean? No washing? Huh? No repair? Oh, Luo's smile disappeared. Dao, you seem to be making fun of me. Luo Chen also put away his smile. The ice castle monk guarding the gate just told us to come over and stop the boat, but he didn't say that we must wash or repair it. Luo opened his mouth, and finally laughed in anger. Too lazy to argue with Luo Chen, he returned to the previous awning and sat down to smoke. Luo Chen glanced at him and looked at Zongmiao. How do you charge for parking the boat? Zongmiao was no longer as clever as before, and said carefully, for a large flying boat like yours, the price for docking every day is 1 low-grade spirit stone. Is there a time limit? Yes, after more than a month, the price will double. How can we be sure that you will not dismantle the precious materials? The management of Xianlan City has installed a screen here to keep a photo, which can monitor the whole process. If precious materials are really stolen, the law enforcement team of Xianlan City will catch the thief and punish him severely. What if the flying boat is destroyed? It should not be. Okay, let's stop for 10 days first. After Luo Chen finished speaking, Sima Wei Niang came up and took out 10 spirit stones and handed them to Zongmiao. We will stop for 10 days too. Me too. Immediately, cultivators from the Li family and the Nanguang family took out spirit stones. After Zongmiao took it, he hurried to a small attic in the boat parking area. After a while, 3 signs that looked like wood but not wood, and iron but not iron were taken out. This is the boat parking card. You can use it to settle the boat parking fee when the time comes. After saying that, he stood aside respectfully, waiting for Luo Chen and the others to leave. Unexpectedly, Luo Chen looked at him from a distance. We are in need of a guide. Are you interested in earning a tip? Zongmiao was stunned and followed him. Luo Chen smiled slightly, glanced at Luo inconspicuously, and led his men away. After they left, a cultivator opposite the Shangguang gate of the boat parking field started laughing. Luo, you are so embarrassed. Get lost. Dao Luo, you still have to do business well. You can't just rip people off. In my opinion, if you talk nicely, you might be able to get a business. Fuck you. Luo's face was gloomy, looking at the direction where Luo Chen and the others left. Damn, a bunch of poor country guys, they can't even squeeze out 2 tails of oil. He took a deep puff of cigarette, and the smoke slowly recovered into his body. His sight wandered and landed on the Sky Eagle flying boat that had just stopped. A hint of sinisterness appeared on the corner of his mouth. It's really dark. Yes, it costs 1 spirit stone every day to park a flying boat. Parking a boat is okay, but this kind of large flying boat cannot be stored in an ordinary storage bag. We don't have a place to stay for the time being, so we just charge for safekeeping. The most deceptive thing is the price of cleaning and repairing the boat. Tisk, you really think we are from a remote place, and you start to rip us off as soon as you disagree with us? Jintong, don't say anything. When the Daohofang forum opened, didn't you also rip us off? Tisk, how can I explain this? This is different now. Now we are all brothers. If you ask me, it must be the guild leader who is shrewd and can tell at a glance that they are not good people. Indeed, I was quite happy when I saw a group of people wanting to help us wash the flying boat. It's right to follow the guild leader. He has never let us suffer any loss. I don't know where we will live next and what we will do in the future. Why think so much? You should take a good look at the atmosphere of the great immortal city later. Yes, I was shocked when I saw it from a distance before. I don't know what it looks like inside. The discussions behind him were endless. Luo Chen seemed not to hear them. As he walked, he looked at Zongmiao with a smile. Liuzi, it's not very decent for you to help outsiders to kill me. Outsiders? You are the outsider. Zongmiao swallowed his saliva and said in horror, Senior, I was wrong. You can't kill me, my uncle is a monk from the ice castle. Your uncle? The old man who is at the 9th level of key refining and guarding the gate. Yes. He nodded like pounding garlic, fearing that Luo Chen would kill him. Then are you a monk from the ice castle? No. A casual cultivator. Yes. Zongmiao nodded and suddenly came to his senses. Why doesn't the senior think I'm from the Shenguang sect? Luo Chen pursed his lips. Look at your clothes. Suzai Liu took a look, ordinary white robes, and suddenly realized his dress and appearance are indeed not the set of Shenguang sect. Luo Chen chuckled and determined that Suzai Liu was not a disciple of the Shenguang sect, not just the clothes. There are also some characteristics on the palm. The disciples of the Shenguang sect have thick calluses on their hands, and they exude a special smell all over their bodies. It should be the so-called unique spiritual liquid that is contaminated by years of cleaning the flying boat. Since he had perfected the cleaning technique, he had become very sensitive to these smells. As a judgment, it was still feasible. Logically speaking, your uncle is a disciple of the Ice Castle, so Lu Rong should not humiliate you in public like this. Without waiting for Suzai Liu to answer, Luo Chen asked curiously, so, how much benefit did they give you to make you work so hard to attract customers, and even cooperate in overcharging customers? Suzai Liu scratched his head embarrassedly. 10%. 10% of the profit. No, it's 10% of the fee. No wonder. Luo Chen suddenly realized, if you really succeed in this order, you can earn hundreds of spirit stones just from my flying boat. What you paid is just running errands. If it doesn't work, it's just 2 slaps. Suzai Liu patted his chest. I'm worth this price. Why? Suzai Liu said confidently, I grew up in Xianlan Fairy City since I was a child, and I'm very familiar with this place. My uncle is also a disciple of the Ice Castle who has been on duty for 10 years, so they will naturally give me this treatment. Luo Chen smiled slightly. That's right. With such a guide, a lot of trouble can be saved later. Min Longyou had been away from Xianlan Fairy City for too long. The situation here changes every day, so how could he know everything? A local tyrant like Suzai Liu, who dares to rip off outsiders, is the guide he really needs. Then, will you play tricks next? Suzai Liu shook his head hurriedly. How dare he? This senior is not one of those country bumpkins from a country immortal cultivation family who is easy to fool. He is very smart. Moreover, he is neither pretentious nor weak. After talking with Lu Rong, he got to know the situation of the boat dock clearly. In the end, he did not lose anything and left triumphantly. What's the situation with the Shenguang sect? Hey, what's the situation? There are only a few big cats and small cats, and they got some casting inheritance, and then spent money to build up some business in the boat yard in the city. I just saw. Tell me more. Well, there are 3 foundation building true cultivators in the sect, rotating. Unconsciously, they have walked outside the moat again. Senior, are all of you going to enter the city? Luo Chen nodded naturally. Suzai Liu scratched his head. Every time you enter the city, you have to pay a spirit stone. And you can only stay for 1 day. If you come out and go in again, you have to pay spirit stones again. It's a bit expensive. He was a little unsure whether Luo Chen was rich or short of money. After all, the other party at the boatyard was reluctant to pay for washing the boat before. But judging from his clothes, he didn't look like a poor person. Luo Chen smiled and called Sima Weiyuang. Then, she took Suzai Liu to pay the spirit stone. Li Yixun and Nanguang Jin came up. Luo Chen, isn't it a bit bad that you humiliated Lu Rong like that before? Nanguang Jin said worriedly. Luo Chen glanced at her and then looked at Li Yixun. You mean that too? Li Yixun hesitated, then nodded gently. However, Luo Chen sneered. He used tricks before, so what if I humiliate him? Are people from other places necessarily inferior to others? Besides, when doing business, face is the least valuable. If he wants to make trouble for face, then he can stop doing business. Li Yixun's heart trembled. Nanguang Jin remembered the process of Luo Chen's rise in Dahofang. Defeat the coalition forces of Daijiang Gang and Zuinayahu. Destroy the Fu family to establish prestige. Surrounded by 4 sides, he broke Xiaohun Mountain and defeated the Duan family, and from then on he had the opportunity to be on an equal footing with their foundation-building forces. It was also with this opportunity that he had enough time and space to calmly build his foundation. It can be seen that Luo Chen has never been a person who is willing to be inferior to others. However, this time is different. Nanguang Jin sighed. We are unfamiliar with this place after all. What if we offend someone we shouldn't offend? Can't we afford to offend someone who can only make money in a place like the boat dock? Luo Chen glanced at him coldly. Li Yixun hesitated and said, "It is said that there are also people who rely on the power of others to make money. Then his power is probably not that great, and there will be 3 families competing for food." Luo Chen snorted coldly. There are more than just Lu Rong's forces in the boat dock. Looking at the 2 people who were worried about gains and losses, Luo Chen couldn't help shaking his head. After all, they are the 2 major foundation-building immortal cultivation families in Dahofang. How high and mighty they were in the past. After changing to another place, they are so timid. He admitted that one should indeed keep a low profile in a strange place. But one should not be so low-key that when others put a knife to their neck and are ready to slaughter them, they still have to endure it silently. That is not cultivating immortals. That is cultivating a turtle grandson. What I seek is a free and unrestrained life, not the immortality of a 1,000-year-old turtle or a 10,000-year-old tortoise. He said silently in his heart, and Luo Chen jumped over the 2 of them and went to Sima Weiyuang. Behind him, Nang Guangjin sighed suddenly. He remembered the scene of being robbed by the Bai family in a group of Liu Guangfan cultivators. At the beginning, if he hadn't fought back crazily and was willing to perish together, the Nangong family would have been expelled long ago. Maybe Luo Chen is right to do that. Li Yixin opened her mouth, but didn't know what to say. Since leaving Dahofang, she has found more and more of her shortcomings. Lack of initiative, no strategy. Short-sighted, and unable to control subordinates. Everything seems to be taking one step at a time. Can I really lead the Li family to survive in Xianlan Fairy City like this? He asked himself, but there was no answer. In his eyes, it seemed that the scene of the destruction of the Fu family appeared. That was a family of cultivators who fled from Xianlan Fairy City and finally destroyed in Dahofang. Was the cause of death due to the lack of a true foundation-building cultivator? I'm afraid that may not be the case. Chapter 225: A Different World of Immortal Cultivation. Did you give it to me? Yes. Did you take it? Yes. Very good, go to the back, and after entering the city, restrain everyone and don't make any trouble. After the incident with Chu Lingjun and Su Zialan, Luo Chen also began to pay attention to this aspect. Although Hu led people to rob and kill them, it had little to do with that conflict. But many things are often trickles, accumulating little by little. Luo Chen doesn't like to do things that clean up other people's butts. Especially, some insignificant sesame things. Sima Weiyuang went to the back obediently. After she left, Luo Chen walked to the suspension bridge and looked at the vicissitudes of life. Old man in a snow-white gown who was drinking tea. Sorry to bother you, fellow Taoist. Su Jingnian used to be careless and ordered people around. But that was also because of his status as a disciple of the Ice Castle. Now Luo Chen, a true foundation cultivator, speaks to him in a nice voice. Then he naturally dared not be arrogant anymore. Moreover, they have already accepted the spiritual stones from others. It's not a problem. Senior, you don't need to be so polite. Just call me Danian or Lao Su. Well, then I'll call you Lao Su. Su Ziaoliu, who was standing respectfully beside him, saw this scene and felt it was a bit unbelievable. This kind-hearted Luo Chen was completely different from the one who fooled Lu Rong with the words at the boat dock before. His uncle's realm was not as good as that of Lu Rong. Su Jingnian looked up and looked at Luo Chen straight in the eye. After taking a closer look, he nodded slightly. Go, Ziaoli will be your guide during this period. If you encounter minor troubles, just tell me my name. Major troubles? I don't think you will do that. Thank you. Let's have tea together when you are free. After saying that, Luo Chen crossed the suspension bridge and walked towards the huge city gate. However, a faint murmur behind him almost broke his good demeanor. If it's not tea from Taoshan, I won't drink it. Luo Chen glanced at Su Jingnian from the corner of his eye, thinking. It is said that in the next few years, it will be the turn of Bingbao to guard Xianlan Xiancheng. No wonder a mere key refining stage disciple dares to be so arrogant. He really has a background, and he is confident in what he says. Bingbao? Is this Xianlan Xiancheng? As far as the eye can see, there are crowds of people, shoulder to shoulder. It is noisy and the people talking speak with accents from all over the world. Luo Chen only listened for a while and noticed that the monks in Dahofang tend to speak with a rough accent. The street is very wide, and at first glance, it looks like a square. But from the buildings of different styles on both sides, this is clearly a road. It is enough to accommodate dozens of horses, galloping at the same time. There are thousands of monks walking in it. This is just the first street into the city. Judging from the faint spiritual power fluctuations on them, most of them are key refining stage monks, and most of them are in the late stage. Among them, there were many foundation building cultivators, entering and exiting buildings. Everyone, listen to me. Suzai Aliu stood in front and waved his hand. Everyone didn't care and continued to look around. However, after Luo Chen took a look, the monks of the Luo Chen Association, who were originally a little noisy, became quiet. Suzai Aliu breathed a sigh of relief. It was really stressful for him to be a tour guide for so many people alone. When you first arrive in Xianlan City, there are a few points that you must remember. First, try not to use the spirit eye technique to spy on the monks in the city. Seeing that someone was puzzled, he explained carefully. There are too many monks, and there are all kinds of tempers. This kind of unwarranted peeping, unless you're sure that no one will notice it, it is very rude to directly use the spirit eye technique to observe other people's realm. Especially, some powerful or weird people have their own secret techniques to prevent detection. It's okay to block perception, but what if they have their own counterattack power? The consequences are unimaginable. Hearing this, Luo Chen agreed deeply. After practicing the breath-containing spirit technique, his perception became more and more acute. If someone checks on him, as long as his realm is not much higher than his, he can react. His subordinates are basically all independent cultivators from the market town. They used to be arrogant in small places. It is better to behave yourself when you come to a big city. Otherwise, it will be bad if there are "What are you looking at? What are you looking at? I'll cut you." This kind of thing. Suzai Aliu's reminder came at the right time. Second, fighting is strictly prohibited in the city. If you are discovered, the law enforcement team will not care about anything. At the very least, you will be thrown into the Yaxuan water prison, and at the worst, you will be killed on the spot. If there is a conflict, try to resolve it. If it really doesn't work, go to the discussion platform to resolve it and sign a life and death agreement. Discussion platform? Fighting is strictly prohibited. This is acceptable to everyone. Most market towns and ferry cities have similar regulations. What interested everyone was that Xianlan Ferry City also has a discussion platform. Seeing that someone was curious, Suzai Aliu explained a few more words. Our Xianlan discussion platform is not comparable to those small places. It has been established for 300 years, and many geniuses come out every year. I won't say much about other things, let's just talk about the batch 10 years ago. What kind of people were in the top 10 at that time? The first in foundation building, Lin Kingxuan. Jading Sword Sect Golden Cordeo Seed, spanning 10 immortal cities, and even challenging dozens of people of the same level. His combat power is really unparalleled. Let's talk about the second in foundation building, Bingbo Ferry. Bingbao Golden Cordeo Seed. Tawan, a descendant of the Golden Core of Kingdom Valley, is at the 9th level of foundation building, with a high realm, one hand flying like clouds, soft but strong, and domineering. Everyone, they are all famous and outstanding geniuses. In the future, they will be big figures who rule a place. Someone shouted. Why are they all disciples of big sects? Suzai Aliu laughed. There are also some independent cultivators, such as Chu Kui. Okay, this is too far-fetched. Luo Chen glanced at Suzai Aliu coldly. Suzai Aliu shrank his neck and accidentally started chatting. The crowd gradually walked forward along the wide street. Suzai Aliu continued, the third point, everyone must remember. Xianlan Ferry City is a no-fly zone. Not only flying boats, but also flying magic tools, even if you fly on the wind, are also prohibited. Someone was curious, how can we visit Xianlan Ferry City, which is so large? Hearing this question, Suzai Aliu chuckled. This is easy, look behind you. Everyone looked at the sound. They saw Black Beast head rumbling over. Monster. No. Looking at the coming object, Luo Chen's eyes condensed, and he felt it was extremely strange. Is this a bus? When he felt a sense of disobedience in his heart, the Tenzang Long Beast car stopped at the city gate. A beautiful female cultivator poked her head out from inside. Get on the bus, get on the bus. This trip is to Huaking Palace, which takes an hour, everyone hurry up. The words were not finished yet. The cultivators waiting at the door hurriedly squeezed in. There were too many people, and everyone was just trying to squeeze in. This caused the pretty female cultivator to yell. 1 spirit stone per person, don't even think about evading the ticket. If I catch you, wait for the law enforcement team to deal with you. After yelling like this, the cultivators who were squeezing in the car behaved a little better. After a while, dozens of people sat on the bus, and most of the seats were still empty. As if she noticed that someone was looking at her, the female cultivator looked over and her eyes lit up. Do you want to get on the bus? Squeeze together and everyone can sit down. She was looking at Luo Chen and his group. Luo Chen frowned. It seemed that most of the seats were occupied, but there were more than 100 people from the Luo Chen society alone. There were more than 60 people from the Li family. The Nanguang family had the least number of people, but there were still more than a dozen. Can it fit? Suzai Aliu said quickly, it can indeed fit. The black python card is a beast puppet with excellent ductility. It can swallow several times the number of people of its own size. Beast puppet? Luo Chen's mind moved, and he remembered the little pangolin in his storage bag and the giant bear puppet in Gu Kai's hand. It seems that they are all beast puppets. I didn't expect this thing to develop to this extent, and buses have appeared. How far do we have to go to where we are going? Luo Chen asked. Suzai Aliu thought for a while. It will take more than 3 hours to walk. I originally wanted to take everyone to visit Xianlan Fairy City. If you are always in a hurry, you can take this car. Get off halfway and walk to the destination in half a cup of tea. Okay, then get on the car. Luo Chen made a decision without hesitation. He could see the curious eyes of many cultivators of Luo Xianhu. After a little communication, the cultivators of the Li family and the Nanguang family also decided to take the beast car together. There are too many people. On the road, the longer you delay, the easier it is to get into trouble. Once you get on the car, there are fewer problems. That's the price. When Sima Wei Niang handed over more than 100 spirit stones, her face turned a little bad. What's wrong? Luo Chen, who was sitting in the back with Li Yixun and studying the black python car side by side, saw her not-so-good face. Sima Wei Niang forced a smile. President, these spirit stones are spent too quickly. Luo Chen was stunned, and then he couldn't help laughing. Even Li Yixun and Sima Wei Niang next to him couldn't laugh. You have to pay spirit stones to stop the boat, and you have to pay another sum to enter the city, and now you have to pay another sum to take the car. Although, they are not a lot, only a few dozen or 8. But I can't help it, it's so frequent. Luo Chen shook his head. You should have discovered it a long time ago. Sima Wei Niang and Li Yixun looked at each other, wondering where this should have been discovered long ago came from. Luo Chen said seriously, do you still remember the communication between me and Lu Rong at the boat parking area? Sima Wei Niang fell into memories. Soon, she came to her senses. Li Yixun, who was beside her, also suddenly realized. Looking at Luo Chen's determined eyes, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart that Luo Chen was the kind of person who took one step and looked 10 steps ahead. Before entering the city, he had only had a simple verbal exchange to figure out the general situation of Xianlan Xiancheng. It was no longer the rough business model of Daofang. Instead, it had been refined to a very detailed level. Washing a boat is divided into grades, dirtiness, and size. Repairing it is even more calculated with spirit stones. Even parking the boat involves days, months, violations, compensation, etc. And all of this is just a business generated around a means of transportation. But not everyone has a flying boat. So a glimpse of the leopard in the tube can tell the autumn from a leaf. Zoom in and see. Xianlan Xiancheng is afraid that the subdivision of those common and frequent businesses will be even more terrifying. Prohibiting fighting is not only to protect the business of merchants, but also to increase income for the Taoism Forum. Prohibiting flying is also to provide a market environment for these puppet beast cars. What about other aspects? With one spiritual stone, you can only stay in the city for 1 day and have to go out at night. Otherwise, if you are caught by the law enforcement team, you will be fined to mine for a month. What should I do if I want to stay? Stay in an inn. Live in a cave. These all cost a lot of spiritual stones. In general, the president has roughly figured out the operating rules of Xianlan Xiancheng through the boat parking field. In such a place, although strength is still the absolute dominant force, it refers to the top strength. On the contrary, the importance of the personal wealth of the cultivator has been improved. Because of the development of commerce, various rare resources have become popular. As a result, the seemingly thin-faced 9th-level key refining in Daofang is directly on the street. Even the foundation building true cultivator cannot dominate one side. Moreover, because of the geographical advantage, Xianlin Xianchang naturally gathers powerful cultivators from a radius of thousands of miles nearby. Personal force is no longer so important before it exceeds the Jinden stage. Everyone is not weak. On the contrary, because of the joint construction of the 7 sects and the rotation of the ice castle, a relatively stable environment has been formed. This is how the Xianlin Immortal City was formed, with various large and small forces standing side by side and intertwined. Of course, what is the real situation? It is not something that can be explained in a few words. A single leaf can tell the autumn, but it only shows a piece of the world. If you want to survive in Xianlin Immortal City, you have to explore and get familiar with it little by little in the following integration. We're here. The next stop is Yulu Street. If you want to stay and find a job, get off here. As the voice of the ticket seller sounded, the casual cultivators on the beast cart got off the car one by one. Suzai Aliu stood at the door and waved to everyone. Everyone get off, we'll get off here. Senior, this way. Luo Chen nodded and stepped out of the car. The black python beast car was closed, and you couldn't see the scenery outside all the way. Now, as soon as you get off the car, there is a noise. There is a faint smell between the wings of your nose. It was a strange smell that blended the smell of humans, various monsters, minerals, and herbs. Many people subconsciously frowned. Some people even said dissatisfiedly, Liu Zi, did you take the wrong way? Why did you bring us to such a place? Liu Zi waved his hand quickly. Trust me, the accommodation on Yulu Street is definitely the cheapest in Xianlin Fairy City. We are just staying temporarily, so we don't need to stay in those luxurious inns that cost more than 10 spirit stones. As he explained and introduced, the large group slowly moved forward and gradually went deeper into the alleys. Luo Chen did not follow the family members like Li Yixun and Yang Guangjin. Luo Xian who had Sima Wei Niang to handle these trivial matters. His eyes were always wandering among the shops on the road. There are almost no talisman leather shops, talisman ink shops, and talisman pen shops. There are almost no complete talisman shops. Instead, it is more like a street where raw materials are processed. No wonder there is such a strong smell of monsters and minerals. On the main streets, most of the shops are bright and magnificent. These small shops can only curl up in the deep alleys of remote streets. Thinking of a shop with a sign recruiting apprentices in front of it. Luo Chen's feelings about Xianlin Fairy City are getting deeper and deeper. In the world of cultivating immortals, it is often said that law, wealth, companions and land. But here, it seems to have become wealth, land, law and companions, with wealth as the first word. If this is the case, then if Luo Xian who wants to survive, it may not be able to take the path of comprehensive development. It would be best to return to the original specialized and refined model. The plan for Luo Xian who flashed through his mind. But what Luo Chen was most concerned about was another thing. Suzai Aliu, who was arranging the cultivators with Sima Wei Niang and others, suddenly turned around. Then, he ran to Luo Chen. Senior, what do you want to talk to me about? Luo Chen looked at him. He really didn't play any tricks like before. It seems that the hundreds of spirit stones he gave to Su Jingnian still worked. At least, it made Suzai Aliu do his best. He said calmly, do you know where there is a place to rent caves in this city? End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.